Hello, Namaskar. This is Firstpost and you're watching Vantage with me, Palki Sharma.
Gereğini yapacak.
It's a question we have asked before. Is the Gaza war spreading? We've seen false alarms in the past few months, but this one could be real. Israel and Hezbollah are inching closer to war. And the trigger? What happened on Saturday? A tragedy unfolded in Golan Heights. It's a rocky plateau in southwestern Syria. Israel captured it during the 1967 war. And now they control this region, the Golan Heights. On Saturday, a city in Golan Heights was attacked. Not a military site, not an industrial facility, but a football ground. It was a Saturday, so children were playing there, and 12 of them were killed by rockets. Let me repeat that. 12 children killed by a rocket strike while playing football. Their funeral was held on Sunday. Thousands of residents gathered to pay their respects. Do we know who did it? Israel is blaming the Hezbollah in Lebanon, but the group has denied responsibility. They say we did strike Golan Heights, but we did not strike the football field. It's a hard sell though. Many military experts have investigated the rockets. They say they look similar to the ones fired from Lebanon and Syria, which is why Israel is plotting revenge. Their top defense officials visited the attack site and promised to make Hezbollah pay.
Hezbollah, Iran's proxy in the region, Hezbollah will not be exonerated for this event, even with its absurd denials. They fired, they will bear the price, and they will pay a heavy price for their actions.
The only question is how? How will Israel make Hezbollah pay? They've already unleashed drone strikes. Dozens of targets in southern Lebanon have been taken out, but the worry is Israel may not stop there. You see, this attack has united Israel's politicians. They have differences on Gaza, but they agree on this one, that Hezbollah must be taught a lesson. Of course, some have suggested radical measures. The finance minister wants the Hezbollah chief's head. The National Security Advisor is calling for war, and one opposition MP said, tear Beirut apart. So you get the sentiment in Israel. But the final decision will be Benjamin Netanyahu's. The cabinet has given him a free hand in this. He can decide what Israel's response will be. Will it be a full-blown war or will it be a targeted strike? The world is preparing for both. Some airlines are cancelling flights to and from Beirut. Air France and Lufthansa have done it. So have some Turkish carriers. Countries are also issuing safety advisories. Germany is asking its people to leave Lebanon. The US is asking citizens to reconsider travel. And India is asking its people to exercise caution. Clearly, they all fear an attack. And it is a real possibility. Israel and Hezbollah have been exchanging fire since October last year. Hezbollah has killed 22 Israelis and Israel has killed 350 Hezbollah fighters. But these have been targeted attacks. Could it explode now into a full-blown war? Netanyahu's far-right allies would love it, maybe the Prime Minister as well, because it would extend his time in office. But the rest of the world, not at all. You see, Hezbollah is not like Hamas. They're said to have 100,000 fighters, 150,000 rockets and missiles, plus battle experience. So if a war breaks out, it won't be a walkover for Israel, not like Gaza. Also, their allies are not on board. The United States, for instance, says it does not want to see an escalation.
We're in conversations with the government of Israel. And again, I emphasize its right to defend its citizens and our determination to make sure that they're able to do that. But we also don't want to see the conflict escalate. We don't want to see it spread.
The army won't be thrilled either. Top generals want a post-war plan for Gaza, but Netanyahu won't spell it out. So Israel is basically winging the Gaza operation. In that context, are they ready to take on Hezbollah, to open a second front? It's a very risky idea because the Gaza front is still evolving. Some new players now want to get involved. I'm talking about Turkey. President Erdogan is hinting at direct military intervention. Listen to this.
We need to be very strong so that Israel cannot do these ridiculous things to Palestine. Just as we entered Karabakh, just as we entered Libya, we can do something similar to them. There is no reason for us not to.
Erdogan is talking about putting Turkish soldiers in Gaza. I know the first reaction, that's just Erdogan being Erdogan. But Turkey is NATO's second biggest military. It has a history of operations in Syria, in Iraq, and in Libya. So can you really ignore this threat? Well, Israel isn't. Their foreign minister has hit back at Erdogan. He has compared him to Saddam Hussein. So the worry is real. Israel could end up caught in a multi-front war. Let me pull up the map for you to explain. The south is already a war front. If Turkey enters, it could get even worse. To the north, you have Hezbollah, a formidable fighting force. And don't forget the fighters in Syria. They are funded and armed by Iran. If need be, they can join the fight as well. And finally, you have the Houthis in Yemen. They are already firing rockets at Israel. If this war spills over, expect them to jump in. So Israel could end up fighting on 4 different fronts. Of course, the US cannot stand by and watch that. So Washington may get involved if it comes to that. And as a response, Iran may get involved, which is why the next few days are going to be very crucial. All eyes will be on Netanyahu, much like it's been since October 7th. He hasn't shown restraint in these 296 days. Let's see if he starts now. Now let's talk about Giorgia Meloni, the Italian Prime Minister. She's in China this week trying to pull off a tough balancing act. It's an awkward trip for Meloni. Last year, she pulled Italy out of the BRI, the Belt and Road Initiative, Xi Jinping's flagship project. Under her, Italy dumped it. But now Rome is having a rethink about its relationship with Beijing. Meloni says she wants to quote-unquote relaunch ties. Listen to this.
I am very pleased to be here for my first official trip to China since the beginning of my government. This is a clear demonstration of the will to begin a new phase, to relaunch our bilateral cooperation.
In that spirit, Giorgia Meloni met China's top leaders, starting with Chinese Premier Li Qiang. This meeting took place yesterday. They signed a three-year action plan covering several areas like trade, investment, education, food, security and environment. Italy and China want to boost collaboration on all these fronts. And today, Giorgia Meloni met Xi Jinping, the Chinese president. The Italian Prime Minister struck a conciliatory tone. She called China, and I'm quoting again, an important interlocutor on the world stage. And Xi Jinping reciprocated. He hailed China's relationship with Italy.
China and Italy should uphold the spirit of the long history of the Silk Road and view and develop bilateral relations from a historical perspective, a strategic height, and a long-term perspective. so as to promote the international community to seek common ground and expand consensus.
Maloney and Xi said all the right things. The optics were well managed, but they could not paper over the tensions, especially on the trade front. The Chinese premier spoke about this. He said China is ready to open up to Italy, but they want something in return.
China's door of opening up will always be open to companies from Italy and other countries. At the same time, we hope the Italian side will work with China to provide a more fair, just and non-discriminatory business environment for Chinese companies doing business in Italy.
What is he referring to? Maloney's policies, her attempts to check China's growing economic influence. Premier Li could be hinting at some recent events. The first one involves Pirelli. It's a major tire manufacturer. This company sells tires in more than 160 countries. Pirelli tires are also used in motorsport competitions like Formula One, so it is quite a famous brand. It is also a brand which is synonymous with Italy. Pirelli has been around for more than 150 years. But today, its biggest shareholder is a Chinese company, China's state-owned chemical giant Sinochem. Sinochem owns a 37% stake in Pirelli. Earlier this year, Sinochem tried to take control of the company. But Rome blocked this move, citing national security concerns. The Italian government ensured that Pirelli's control remained in Italian hands. That's Marco Tronchetti Provera. He's a top executive of Pirelli. The Maloney government gave some clear orders. They said only Provera and his private investment company Camfin can appoint the CEO of Pirelli. Now, Camfin is the second largest shareholder in this tire maker. It owns around 22% of the shares. So thanks to the government order, Pirelli still remains in Italian hands. Obviously, this did not sit well with the Chinese. And this is just one sticking point. Italy also backs Brussels on Chinese EV tariffs. The European Union wants to restrict the import of Chinese cars and especially Chinese electric vehicles. And to do so, they've hiked import duties on Chinese EVs. So some car makers now face up to 37% in extra taxes, 37% extra tax if they import an electric car from China to Europe. Again, Beijing does not like it, so it is pushing back and retaliating. I'll tell you how. China is investigating European imports. It's targeting European imports, European products that are imported by China, like pork, cognac, and high-end cars. So there's a tug of war between Europe and China, and Giorgia Meloni is on the European side. Italy has voted in favor of higher taxes on Chinese cars. What does all of this tell you? That Giorgia Meloni knows where to draw the line. She has been a vocal critic of China where it matters. Her track record is also consistent. In 2008, Meloni was a junior minister in the Silvio Berlusconi government. She was a youth minister, and in that capacity, she had urged Italian athletes to boycott the opening ceremony of the 2008 Olympic Games. To boycott it over China's human rights record, particularly in Tibet. Because in 2008, Beijing had hosted the Games. And now, as Prime Minister in 2024, Meloni is pushing back against Chinese dumping, while also looking to tap Chinese investment to boost growth at home. It is what we called it in the beginning, a tough balancing act. Our next story is from the Maldives. Slowly but steadily, the Maldivian government is changing its tune. Up till a few months ago, they had an anti-India stance. But now it looks like they're trying to shed that image and adopt a friendlier tone. The Maldivian president, Mohamed Muizzu, gave a speech on Friday to commemorate his country's Independence Day. During this speech, he did something quite unexpected. He thanked India. Muizzu expressed his quote-unquote sincere gratitude for India's support to the Maldives and for helping ease their debt repayment burden. And that's not all. Muizzu said that he was negotiating a free trade agreement with India, also a currency swap agreement. So the Maldivian government wants to expand trade ties with India, and that too in local currencies. This is a complete U-turn for Muizzu. He came to power last year on a very different plank. He led what was called an India Out campaign. Some Indian military personnel were stationed in the Maldives to help with maritime rescue and relief operations. Muizu called them a threat to Maldivian sovereignty. He pushed for their ouster. That was the crux of his India Out campaign. And this campaign won him the presidency. Indo-Maldivian ties have been strained ever since, thanks to a number of Maldivian diplomatic blunders. First, they went after the Indian troops, all of whom have left the Maldives now. They've been replaced by Indian civilians, so not exactly India out, but Indian troops out. The unnecessary drama over this led to diplomatic tensions. It also halted rescue and relief efforts, which only resumed on Friday. So Muizu caused a diplomatic row and inconvenienced his own people for months. That was the first blunder. Perhaps he could have escaped it unscathed had it not been for some of his vitriolic ministers, who were clearly taking a cue from him. They targeted the Indian Prime Minister. At the beginning of this year, Prime Minister Modi was in Lakshadweep, an Indian territory in the Arabian Sea, quite close to the Maldives. Modi was there to promote the islands as a tourism hotspot, but some Maldivian ministers did not like it. They decided to insult the Indian Prime Minister. They abused him on social media, and this sparked outrage in India. Muizu disciplined those ministers eventually, but the damage had been done by then. A boycott Maldives campaign started in India. A large number of Indians cancelled their trips to the nation, to Maldives. And remember, this is a tourism-dependent country. So the economic fallout was significant for them. The Maldivian economy was already in a precarious position because of the Wuhan virus pandemic and the resultant crash in global tourism. They were just recovering thanks to Indian tourists who were flocking to the Maldives. But Muizu's ministers ruined it. And the boycott from Indians hit them where it hurt the most, their coffers. In fact, it's one of the reasons why the Maldives is in dire need of debt relief, because tourism, its main money maker, is still in a slump. And while the Indian people are still angry, the Indian government seems to have forgiven Muizu. Or at the very least, New Delhi is being pragmatic. Muizu was invited to Prime Minister Modi's swearing-in ceremony last month. It was a show of goodwill. More importantly, India agreed to roll over some debt on a $50 million loan. Repayment was extended by 1 year. That's a rollover of the loan. And the Maldives needed it very much. They're facing a mounting debt burden. Their annual repayments are only going up way more than the country can handle. So the debt relief from India is welcome. But it's only a short-term solution. Eventually, the Maldives needs to earn more money to pay back its massive debt. And that means only one thing: more Indian tourists. Their tourism minister is in India this week to woo Indians. He's launching a promotion drive called Welcome India. Road shows will be held in Delhi, Mumbai and Bengaluru to try and persuade Indians to visit the Maldives again. Clearly, Muizu has come a long way from India out to Welcome India. It's a textbook example of a U-turn. It's the ultimate juggling act. On July 8th, Prime Minister Modi was in Moscow. He was sharing hugs with Vladimir Putin. 20 days later, there is talk of Modi visiting Ukraine. The date doing the rounds is August 23rd. That's when Prime Minister Modi could go to Ukraine. Now, this is very important. For starters, it's a wartime visit, so the logistics are more complicated than usual. You can't just fly into Kiev. Prime Minister Modi will have to travel to Poland first. From there, he will have to catch a train to Kiev. That's how all world leaders have visited the city. Secondly, the timing. This month, Modi was holding talks with Putin. Next month, he'll be holding talks with Volodymyr Zelensky. It's quite a turnaround. And finally, it's a long-awaited trip. Ukraine became independent in 1991 when the Soviet Union disintegrated. That's when Ukraine became a separate country. And since then, no Indian Prime Minister has visited the country, not one in 33 years. So Prime Minister Modi could be the first. I guess the only question is why now? The West wasn't happy about the Prime Minister's trip to Moscow, especially the US and Ukraine. Zelensky called it disappointing. He accused Modi of hugging a war criminal. But India brushed it aside. New Delhi said every country can set its own policy. So here's the question. Is this trip about damage control, or is it about a balancing act? In the last 2 years, India's policy has consistently evolved. At first, it was mostly by the book. Support for the United Nations Charter, call for diplomacy, and no condemnation of Russia. That was India's stock position. But in 2 years, a few things have changed. Number one, Prime Minister Modi told Putin that this was not a time for war, which made one thing clear: India is not supporting this invasion. The policy is not anti-Ukraine, it is pro-India. Some countries have understood that, but some are yet to accept it. And change number two, the focus on human cost. We saw the Prime Minister do that in Moscow. Listen to what he said.
युद्ध हो, संघर्ष हो, आतंकवादी हमले हो, मानवता में विश्वास करने वाला हर व्यक्ति जब जानहानि होती है तब बहुत पीड़ित होता है, लेकिन उसमें भी जब मासूम बच्चों की कत्ल होती है, मासूम बच्चों को मरते हुए देखते हैं, तब हृदय छलनी हो जाता है और वो दर्द बहुत भयानक होता है.
An emotional appeal, that too is a subtle change in India's position. But what led to this? Almost 30,000 civilians have died in this war. I'm sure that moved the needle. But so did strategy. India has a growing relationship with Western countries. At the same time, Russia has a growing relationship with India's rival China. So New Delhi wanted a balancing act. Modi has spoken to Zelensky 5 times. He's also met him twice since the war broke out. Both meetings were during G7 summits. Having said that, he also has some red lines. Zelensky wanted to attend last year's G7 summit in New Delhi, but India did not invite him. Zelensky also requested Prime Minister Modi to attend the peace summit in Switzerland, but Modi did not go. He sent a delegation instead. So what should we expect if Modi visits Kiev? I guess more of the same. There won't be a condemnation of Russia. There won't be political support for Ukraine, but there will be symbolism. Prime Minister Modi represents 1.4 billion Indians. He's taking all that goodwill to Kiev. Beyond that, it will be tough. Very few world leaders have visited both Kiev and Moscow since the war broke out. Indonesian President Joko Widodo is one of them. So is Cyril Ramaphosa of South Africa and Viktor Orban of Hungary. None of them made breakthroughs. Let's see if Prime Minister Modi has better luck. Let's now talk about the Indo-Pacific. In recent months, China has increased its military pressure on various targets in the region, from Taiwan to the Philippines in the South China Sea to Japan in the East China Sea. There have been numerous meetings and summits. The US and Japan have held talks with the Philippines. American lawmakers have traveled to Taiwan. The G7 has condemned Chinese aggression, all in a bid to contain Beijing. Today, Quad foreign ministers gathered in Tokyo. They vowed to keep the Indo-Pacific free and open. India's External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar was also present. He said, Quad is not a talk shop. It can deliver practical outcomes. Our next report tells you what all these efforts, these alliances, deals, drills and meetings have delivered so far.
Diplomatic meetings are often a dull affair. They typically follow a set pattern. Leaders greet each other with a handshake, flash polite smiles for the cameras, then disappear behind closed doors for talks. More often than not, that's where the show ends for the press. If there is an agreement, journalists get a statement in their inboxes. Otherwise, the details remain shrouded in secrecy, much like a secretive talk shop. The Quad, a group of the United States, Australia, Japan and India in particular, often faces this stereotype. But this year was different. Foreign ministers of the Quad met in Tokyo today. They wanted to make a statement.
This is not a talk shop. but a platform that generates practical outcomes.
That was S. Jaishankar, India's External Affairs Minister. Jaishankar, along with his Quad counterparts, tried to make all the right noises. They called out the Chinese aggression in the South China Sea. Beijing was labelled the greatest strategic challenge in the region. The Quad made a pledge as well. They planned to bolster maritime security in the Indo-Pacific. But China was quick to downplay these declarations.
The Quad, consisting of the US, Japan, India, and Australia, have claimed to build a free and open Indo-Pacific, but what they have done was creating tension intentionally, inciting confrontation and containing the development of other countries, which completely goes against the trend in Asia-Pacific of seeking peace, development, cooperation, and prosperity. This won't gain support for sure.
No one doubts the need for alliances like the Quad. They can be an effective counterforce in an increasingly volatile Indo-Pacific. But so far, China remains undeterred by them. Case in point, Taiwan. Taipei is hosting a large gathering of lawmakers this week. They have invited representatives from 35 countries. Politicians from Bolivia, Colombia, Slovakia, North Macedonia, and Bosnia have also been invited. China is pressuring these lawmakers, trying to stop them from going to Taipei. And that's not all. In the East China Sea, China is challenging Japan. Earlier this year, the Chinese Coast Guard docked its ships in the region. They spent at least 158 days in the contested area, the longest recorded presence of Chinese ships. Tokyo is now seeking a more effective deterrent against China. Japan has turned to its biggest military ally, the United States.
The United States will upgrade the U.S. Forces Japan to a joint force headquarters with expanded missions and operational responsibilities. Now, this will be the most significant change to U.S. Forces Japan since its creation, and one of the strongest improvements in our military ties with Japan in 70 years.
The US and Japan are planning a new joint command. The details are still being finalized. But the plan is to grant greater operational authority to the US forces stationed in Japan.
Please have a seat.
Japan hosts over 50,000 American troops, but they currently take their orders from the US Indo-Pacific Command in Hawaii. The goal is to counter Chinese aggression by projecting a united military front. Other regional powers in the Indo-Pacific also dealing with the belligerent China will be closely watching, as America and Japan's actions could set a precedent for other regional alliances to follow.
The Paris Olympics is on right now. I'm sure you've been catching the action. They say swimming is very competitive this time, so let's play a little game. Imagine it's day 2 of the games. You're watching a men's swimming event on TV. Meanwhile, a medal ceremony is also underway for the women's 4x100 freestyle relay. Suddenly, you hear this.
Well, the women just finishing off. You know what women are like, hanging around, doing the makeup.
In case you missed that, let me repeat. This is what the commentator said, and I'm quoting. Well, the women just finishing up. You know what women are like, hanging around, doing their makeup. Just a casual dose of sexism. And not even the original kind. We must have heard the makeup joke a million times by now. It wasn't funny the first time, it's not funny centuries later, but that's Olympics commentary for you. The man you heard is Bob Ballard. He was doing commentary for Eurosport, and he's not some rookie. In fact, he's quite the veteran. He's been covering world events since the 1980s. Eurosport has removed him from the team. He's also released a statement. Let me quote what he said. The comments I made during the Australian freestyle relay victory ceremony of Saturday have caused some offence. It was never my intention to upset or belittle anyone, and if I did, I apologize. Guess what's missing from this statement? An admission of guilt. This commentator is refusing to say that he was wrong. Instead, he's shifting blame to the audience. And that sums up the problem. We know there is sexism in sports, but sexism also exists in sports coverage. Bob Ballard is a clear example of that, but he is not alone. Look at the 2016 Games. US swimmer Katie Ledecky was billed the female Michael Phelps, as if that comparison was a holy grail. Another example is Katinka Hosu, again a swimmer. She pulled off a record-breaking swim in 2016. The cameras panned to her husband and coach. And guess what the commentator said? He called the husband the man responsible for the feat. He wasn't even in the water, but who cares? A third example is Simone Biles, one of the greatest Olympians in history. In 2016, she put up a stunning display on the uneven bars. And guess what the commentator said? I think she might even go higher than the men. Again, as if that was her target, to be compared to male competitors. All of this points to a systemic problem with sports coverage. In fact, the Cambridge Press did a study. They looked at a massive database of sports material, things like articles and social media posts. Look at the most common words that are used for women: aged, older, pregnant, married, and unmarried. Now look at the words that are used for men: fastest, strong, big, and great. Do you see the difference here? Men are judged and described based on their performance, but women are not. Often they are treated as eye candy. Let me show you this message from the Olympic broadcaster to cameramen. Avoid sexist camera coverage. What does that mean? More close-ups than necessary or weird camera angles. You will only see this in the women's draw. In the men's, it's all about the action. Things are so bad that cameramen are being asked to not sexualize female athletes. It's frankly disappointing. This Olympics was supposed to be a game changer. For the first time, half of all athletes are women, meaning that there is gender parity. But clearly that's not enough. We need to root out sexism in coverage as well. The question is how? Strict punishment is an obvious answer. But as Bob Ballard showed, it's not enough to teach the lesson. What we need is more women in the coverage too. Only 20% of sports journalists are women. Same with camera work. You may keep hearing about camera men, but you will rarely hear about camera women. So what we need is a systemic change in attitude and in representation. If not, true gender parity will not be achieved in sports or anywhere for that matter. So sexism is rampant at the Olympics, but that's not all. The Games are known for embarrassing gaffes, and looks like Paris is off to a bad start too. Since the Games opened, here's what the host has done. Wrongly introduced South Korea as North Korea, played the Sudanese anthem in a South Sudan game, hoisted the Olympic flag upside down, and even placed the Olympic rings wrong. This is the world's biggest sporting event, and these blunders do not bode well for Paris. So what are the organizers saying about them? Can Paris avoid more such slip-ups? Our next report tells you.
The South Korean team was excited. Its 143 athletes were waving their flags, floating down the Seine, waiting for their introduction. But it did not go as expected. The announcers did welcome them, but as the Democratic People's Republic of Korea. That's not the name of South Korea. Ironically, it's the official name of North Korea. It was an embarrassing gaffe, and South Korea did not take it well. They launched a strong complaint. They called for a meeting with the Olympic Committee president. After all, who would like to be introduced as their warring neighbor? The Olympic Committee has since apologized, but it wasn't the only faux pas. Looks like Paris is having a hard time getting names and countries right. Look at what happened with South Sudan. It is gunning for Olympic glory, but that run took a nasty turn on Sunday. The men's basketball team was gearing up for the games. They stood for the national anthem, but the organizers played the Sudanese anthem instead of that of South Sudan. It was met with boos from spectators. Soon they realized their mistake. The right anthem was then played, but it wasn't a good look for Paris. The organizers called it a human error, but South Sudan did not let it go easily. The team called it disrespectful. After all, it is the Olympics we're talking about. But Paris is no stranger to controversy. It started right with the opening ceremony, especially this sequence. It was a banquet scene showing drag artists. Many felt it was a parody of the Last Supper painting by Leonardo da Vinci. The famous artwork itself represents a key scene from the Bible.
This was signed off on this.
So it did not go down well with the Catholic Church in France. They called it a mockery of Christianity.
And the reason they're doing this, everyone.
But the outrage wasn't just limited to France. Soon it was all over social media. Conservative politicians, far-right groups, and Christian communities slammed the event. It forced the organizers and creative director to apologize.
Am I right? It's disgusting.
And clearly there was never an intention to show disrespect to any religious group. On the contrary, I think that Majoli really tried to really intend to celebrate community tolerance. That was his word yesterday. And looking at the result of the polls that we shared, we believe that this ambition was achieved. If people have taken any offense, we are, of course, really sorry.
Our intention was never to be impertinent or to be subversive, as I said earlier. Our idea was simply that with this great diversity, we wanted to collectively include everyone.
The list of blunders goes on. During the ceremony, the Olympic flag was raised upside down. The 5 colored rings of the iconic emblem were also in the wrong positions at one point. Looks like the Olympics are off to a tumultuous start. And Paris has a lot to answer for. After all, this is the biggest sporting event in the world. It must ensure there's no more faux pas. Failure to do so will only undermine the
last century. It has seen political and economic turmoil. In the last decade, it has seen hyperinflation, shortages, joblessness and crime. Yesterday, Venezuela held its presidential election. The results are in, and the country's fate is not expected to change just yet. The incumbent president, Nicolas Maduro, has won again.
I can say in front of the people of Venezuela and the world, I'm President Nicolas Maduro Mora, re-elected president of the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela, and I will defend our democracy, our law, and our people.
Maduro has been the president of Venezuela since 2013. He was once a bus driver who became a union boss, then joined Venezuela's ruling party. Maduro worked his way up. He was parliament speaker in 2005, foreign minister in 2006, and then vice president in 2012. In 2013, Maduro finally became president, and since then, he has overseen a period of economic decline. Venezuela's economy shrunk by more than 70% between 2012 and 2020, so a 70% fall in 8 years. About 7.7 million Venezuelans fled the country for better opportunities elsewhere. But despite this record, Maduro has apparently won the election with more than 51% of the vote. His main rival got 44%. This is what Venezuela's Electoral Council has declared. There's one small problem, though. The Venezuelan opposition has rejected the result.
What happened during today's polling day was a violation of all the rules, to the point that the majority of electoral registers have still not been handed over. Our struggle continues, and we won't rest until the will of the people of Venezuela is respected.
That was Maduro's main rival, Edmundo Gonzalez. He's a former Venezuelan diplomat, and he was thrust into the limelight by chance. You see, most other opposition candidates were disqualified for one reason or the other. Gonzalez was the only one to escape the purge. So the entire opposition decided to back him, and they say they will keep backing him.
Edmundo Gonzalez Urrutia got 70% of the votes in this election, and Nicolas Maduro received 30% of the votes. This is the truth, and my dear Venezuelans, this is the Venezuelan election with the largest margin of victory in history. Congratulations, Edmundo.
That victory speech may sound nice, but will it change anything? As of right now, Maduro is still in charge. He has the backing of Venezuela's Electoral Commission, the nation's army, and every other lever of power. If he says he won, who can prove him wrong? A number of countries tried to oust him in the past. After the 2018 election, Maduro's victory was disputed back then as well in 2018, and the country's parliament appointed someone else as interim president. They appointed this man, Juan Guaido. About 60 countries chose to recognize Guaido as the Venezuelan president. Only about 20 supported Maduro, but in the end, it was Maduro who reigned. It looks like the world hasn't learned the lesson, though. Most countries have called the election into question. They're calling for the votes to be verified. Most of them do not trust Venezuela's electoral body and believe that it committed fraud to hand Maduro the victory. Only a handful of countries have congratulated Maduro. From Latin America, you have Cuba and Bolivia, and then you have China and Russia. These are the same countries that backed Maduro in 2018, and they will continue to support his regime. China and Russia are United Nations Security Council members. They can veto UN moves to oust Maduro. So it won't be easy to get the Venezuelan president to step down, and Venezuelan citizens know this. So they seem to be resigning themselves to 6 more years of Maduro.
I am sad because we lost hope for a better Venezuela.
For better or for worse, Maduro will remain in power, and unless the world engages with him, the people of Venezuela will continue to suffer. Now let's look at Nigeria. The country is bracing for protests. There are 3 days to go. Thousands are expected to take to the streets on Thursday, on August 1st. The protest is against a number of issues like inflation, which has crossed 34%. It's at a 28-year high, 34% inflation. There's a cost of living crisis in Nigeria, rising poverty, hunger and unemployment. People are facing a number of problems, and they've decided to voice their frustrations on August 1st. The protests will last for at least 10 days, at least that's the plan. They're being organized online using the hashtag #EndBadGovernance. Some of the protesters have been inspired by similar demonstrations elsewhere in countries like Kenya and Uganda. Nigerians are also taking inspiration from their own protests, like the End SARS protest in 2020. But this time, there doesn't seem to be a clear goal in mind. This is like an umbrella protest against everything going wrong and the people responsible for the mess. In other words, Nigeria's government under President Bola Tinubu. The powers that be are afraid. They're doing everything to dissuade the protesters. We told you what happened last week, how Nigeria's police and army issued warnings, and how the government decided to raise the minimum wage. But those measures did not work. The protests were not called off. So the government decided to roll out more incentives. On Friday, they advertised job vacancies at the Nigerian National Petroleum Company. This is the state-run oil company. It announced vacancies on the social media platform X after nearly a decade. You can imagine how excited some job seekers were, especially considering Nigeria's economic situation. There was so much traffic that the oil company's website crashed. So that was one move to stop the protests. Nigeria has also revived a youth investment fund. It will disburse about $70 million to young entrepreneurs. So those were some more carrots. But the government is also using the stick. It cannot ban the protests outright, so it's trying to make things difficult by asking prospective protesters to register themselves with the police. All the groups who want to protest need to submit some information, like the details of the group leaders, their planned protest routes, their assembly points, expected duration of the protest, and the measures that they're taking to prevent bad actors from hijacking the protest. That is a lot of paperwork, and it seems the onus of stopping goons has been shifted. The government's goal is quite clear here, to exhaust the protesters even before they begin. The Nigerian government is pulling out all the stops. Officials from every rung of the government have called for calm. They want the people to give the government more time. Religious groups have also been pressed into action. Some even met President Bola Tinubu, and then they began opposing the protests. The result is this: Nigeria is even more divided. Most protesters want to demonstrate peacefully, but there are also many who do not want to join them because they fear the negative consequences, like possible looting, destruction of public property, violence and police brutality. The Nigerian government has been highlighting all these risks. So what will be the result on August 1st? Will the protests manage to stay peaceful, or will anarchy be unleashed? We'll be tracking this for you. For our last story tonight, let's talk about the tiger, an apex predator that has roared its way into our collective imagination. Tigers have long left a mark on culture, literature and movies. 29 July is celebrated every year as World Tiger Day. The majestic beast once freely roamed the world, but that's not the case anymore. In the last century, 97% of the tiger population has been wiped out. By the 1970s, their numbers had dwindled to an all-time low. It prompted a global outcry for their protection. Countries like India have since introduced conservation efforts, and the results have been impressive. The tiger population has gone up, but the animal is still endangered. Our next report tells you why it is important to protect the tiger.
Tiger, tiger burning bright in the forests of the night. It's how William Blake starts his famous poem, The Tiger. Blake questions how God could have created something as ferocious as the tiger alongside vulnerable creatures like the lamb. The poem essentially explores religious paradigms, but the focus is on the tiger, especially how it's a miracle of nature. Blake wasn't the only one who was inspired by the tiger's fearful symmetry. From time immemorial, tigers have been cast in the role of the noble savage. Majestic, untamed and yet misunderstood. From myths to legends to traditions and even folklore, tigers are revered as symbols of power, protection and bravery. Indian gods are depicted on them. Indian tribes believe in tiger deities. Some regard the tiger as their protector. And it's no different across Asia. Chinese folklore often portrays the tiger as a guardian against evil spirits. Tiger temples are a common feature across Vietnam. Nepal holds a tiger festival where devotees dress like the animal. The tiger god is an important deity in Taiwan. Japan considers the tiger sacred. Thailand has a culture of worshipping the animal. So tigers are revered across Asia. But the West has a different relationship with the beast. They are a source of fascination across pop culture. Take movies, for example. In the world of animation, tigers are both heroes and villains. There's Kung Fu Panda's Honorable Tigress or the quintessential villain, Sher Khan. And then there's everybody's favourite, Tigger from Winnie the Pooh. Modern cinema and literature have taken a slightly different route, exploring the complex relationship between humans and tigers. Like The Life of Pi. There's a Bengal tiger stranded on a boat with the protagonist. And when these animals aren't portrayed as scary, tigers make for good mascots too. There's Tony the Tiger, featuring on millions of boxes of Kellogg's Frosted Flakes. Or even Shera, it was the mascot of the 2010 Commonwealth Games in India. So why does the tiger resonate with us so deeply? Maybe it's the embodiment of untamed beauty and raw power. But that hasn't stopped us from wiping out most of the tiger population. In the last 100 years, 97% of the global tiger population has been lost. Right now, only about 5,574 tigers remain in the wild. Around a century ago, 100,000 wild tigers roamed across Asia. Now there's only 4%, which is why countries are racing to save these majestic beasts. First is India. It's home to 80% of the world's tiger population. The tiger is the country's national animal, so it's leading the charge with its Project Tiger. And the numbers have only gone up in the last decade. China and Thailand too are contributing to conservation efforts, with the numbers rising in both countries as well. But despite these recent efforts, the battle to save the tiger is far from over. Habitat loss, poaching and human encroachment continue to pose huge challenges. This prowling cat may have clawed its way into our hearts, books and screens, but it's important to ensure that its stripes never fade from the wild.
And now it's time for Vantage Shots, images that tell the story. At least 140 people injured in southern Russia after a train crashes into a truck. NASA astronauts celebrate the opening of the Olympics from the International Space Station, and thousands of firefighters battle the raging park fire in northern California. Finally, we're taking you back in history. On this day in 1958, NASA was created in the United States. NASA stands for National Aeronautics and Space Administration. It was created in response to the Soviet Union's first satellite launch. NASA is responsible for coordinating America's activities in space. We're leaving you on that note. Thank you for watching. We'll see you tomorrow.
On the International Space Station, we've had an absolute blast pretending to be Olympic athletes. We, of course, have had the benefit of weightlessness. We can't imagine how hard this must be to be such a world-class athlete doing your sports under actual gravity. So from all of us aboard the International Space Station to every single athlete in the Olympic Games, Godspeed!
From impeachments to inaugurations, if it's a political story, we are on the scene. The race for the White House is heating up.
Kamala, you're fired!
I say, bring it on.
If it's breaking news, we're live with the latest coverage. From the White House, the State Department, and Capitol Hill. We know the issues, but above all, we know the players to bring you the latest in-depth analysis on all the key stories that we're covering. I'm Eric Ham. Join me from Washington here on Firstpost America. We begin in the Middle East. Tensions between Israel and Hezbollah are now at an all-time high. On Sunday, rockets fired from Lebanon landed in Golan Heights, killing at least 12 and wounding another 15 who were mostly children. Israel says the children were playing soccer when the rockets directly hit the field. Now the Iran-backed Hezbollah has denied any involvement in the attack. Still, in retaliation, Israel launched airstrikes into southern Lebanon, killing at least 15 people. Meanwhile, the United States has pledged full support to Israel after the attack. The White House says that it has shared intelligence with Israel suggesting that the rockets were indeed fired by Hezbollah. However, Secretary of State Antony Blinken says that while Washington supports Israel's right to defend itself, it does not support an escalation of hostilities.
We say that we are deeply saddened by the loss of life that we saw. There is no justification for terrorism, period. And every indication is that indeed the rockets were or the rocket was from Hezbollah. We stand by Israel's right to defend its citizens from terrorist attacks. We're in conversations with the government of Israel, and again, I emphasize its right to defend its citizens and our determination to make sure that they're able to do that. But we also don't want to see the conflict escalate. We don't want to see it spread. That has been one of our goals from day one, from October 7th on.
Now, Israel says it will retaliate against Hezbollah in a manner and time of its choosing. Visiting the Golan Heights, Israel's Defense Minister Yoav Gallant ordered the Northern Command to prepare for war against Hezbollah inside Lebanon.
I moved to the Northern Command to see the response plans. This is Hezbollah we are talking about, Iran's proxy in the region. Hezbollah will not be cleared of this event despite its ridiculous denials. It committed the shooting, and it will bear a heavy price for its actions.
Echoing his defense minister's remarks, the Israeli Army's chief of staff said the military was now preparing for an escalation in the north against Hezbollah.
We are significantly increasing our readiness for the next stage of fighting in the north. At the same time, we are fighting in Gaza. We are also able to attack very far away from the state of Israel. There will be more challenges. We will increase our readiness. We will act strong when needed.
Now, in response to Israel's mobilization, Iran has come out in support of Hezbollah and termed Israel's retaliation an act of terror.
The Zionist regime is manifesting the ugliest face of a gang of criminals. They are not a government. They are a gang of criminals, murderers, and terrorists.
For years, Tehran has been supporting anti-Israel and anti-U.S. proxies in the region, including Hezbollah, Hamas, and the Houthis. Israel vows to extract a heavy price from Hezbollah for the deadly attack on children in the Golan Heights. Watch this space for more updates. Staying in the Middle East, amid skyrocketing tensions in the region, Turkey has decided to increase its anti-Israel rhetoric. Turkish President Recep Tayyip Erdogan has threatened to invade Israel in support of Palestinians in Gaza. Speaking to his country's defense industry, Erdogan said that Turkey could intervene in the war in Gaza as it had done in the past in Libya and Nagorno-Karabakh.
What was our imports-exports in the defense industry, and where have they come to? Dear brothers, let none of these fool us. We need to be very strong so that Israel cannot do these ridiculous things to Palestine. Just as we entered Karabakh, just as we entered Libya, we can do something similar to them. There is no reason for us not to. We only have to be strong so that we can take these steps.
Now, Erdogan was referring to his past actions in 2020 when Turkey sent troops to Libya in support of a United Nations-backed accord. Turkey has also actively supported Azerbaijan with military training and technology in the conflict with Armenia over the disputed Nagorno-Karabakh region. Now, following the threat from Erdogan, Israeli leaders called the Turkish president a wannabe dictator. Israel's opposition leader Yair Lapid has urged NATO nations to condemn the threats made by Erdogan, as Turkey is a NATO member. Meanwhile, Israel's foreign minister has compared Erdogan to the slain Iraqi dictator Saddam Hussein. In recent months, the Turkish president has launched a string of verbal attacks against Israel and its prime minister, Benjamin Netanyahu. And this is not the first time that Erdogan has threatened Israel. In fact, while addressing the parliament in May, Erdogan said that Israel is a rogue state and has to be stopped by Ankara. At the same speech, Erdogan announced that Turkey had ended all trade relations with Israel over the war in Gaza. Now the United States and other NATO members are yet to comment on Erdogan's threats, which have only grown bolder and more direct against Israel in the 10-month-long war against Hamas. And moving to South America, Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro won a historic third term in Sunday's presidential election. However, his re-election has been rejected as fraudulent by the opposition, which claims its leader, Edmundo Gonzalez, had received 70% of the vote. Meanwhile, several countries, including the United States, Peru, Argentina, and Italy, have also raised doubts about the election's credibility. Here's our report with the latest updates regarding the disputed election results.
Felicitamos entonces al nuevo presidente de la República Bolivariana de Venezuela, candidato Nicolás Maduro Moro.
According to the National Electoral Council of Venezuela, the authoritarian leader has secured a third six-year term with 51% of the vote compared to 44% garnered by his opponent Edmundo Gonzalez. However, the results have sparked outrage across the South American country as the tallies from each of the 30,000 polling booths were not immediately released. And while the electoral body has promised to do so in the coming hours, opposition leaders said it's only hampering the ability to verify the outcome. They claimed that Maduro has actually received just 30% of the vote. This is in line with several exit polls that predicted Gonzalez would win over 65% of the vote, while Maduro would be limited to just 31%.
What happened during today's polling day was a violation of all the rules, to the point that the majority of electoral registers have still not been handed over. Our message of reconciliation and peaceful change still stands. We are convinced most Venezuelans also want this. Our struggle continues, and we won't rest until the will of the people of Venezuela is respected.
Edmundo Gonzalez Urrutia got 70% of the votes in this election, and Nicolás Maduro received 30% of the votes. This is the truth, and my dear Venezuelans, this is the Venezuelan election with the largest margin of victory in history. Congratulations, Edmundo.
Meanwhile, Maduro celebrated his victory and said he would not allow for violence to emerge after the election.
I can say in front of the people of Venezuela and the world, I'm President Nicolás Maduro Mora, re-elected President of the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela, and I will defend our democracy, our law, and our people. I tell you, people of Venezuela, they tried to stop the announcement. They tried to rob electoral centers. I didn't say anything, but in the past few days, we captured people in many states. They are convicted and have confessed, who wanted to burn electoral centers. I've asked the General Attorney to have an iron hand with terrorists, with opposition protesters, with violent people. We will not allow them to create a spiral of violence.
Maduro added that he will work for peace, growth and social happiness of Venezuelans who are suffering from poor economy and imperialism.
In this new term you've given me, in this new term you've given to yourselves, I swear I'll give my whole life to carry out all the changes and transformations our country needs to head for a destiny of prosperity, of growth, of peace, of social happiness, to rescue all the rights vulnerated by the economic war and imperialist missiles.
The president further said the election results were transparent, but alleged unidentified hackers infiltrated the voting system. However, Maduro's words have not sat well with Venezuelans living abroad, who've expressed anger and alleged fraud in the July 28th election.
We've fought against this dictatorship for 25 years. We demand the international community to act. Today, the defeat of the miserable dictator Nicolás Maduro was obvious. Enough. We defend our 3 colors, our 7 stars. Today, we want Venezuela to be free and respect the people's decision. Glory for the courageous people that will get out to defend their rights.
We were robbed again of our freedom, the smile of seeing the family again, and not seeing them on a TV or seeing them on the phone and asking them, "How are you? What did you eat? We want to go back home."
Leaders across the world have also reacted to Maduro's win, with the United States expressing serious concerns over the results.
We have serious concerns that the result announced does not reflect the will or the votes of the Venezuelan people. It's critical that every vote be counted fairly and transparently, that election officials immediately share information with the opposition and independent observers without delay, and that the electoral authorities publish the detailed tabulation of votes. The international community is watching this very closely and will respond accordingly.
Joining the US are Chile, Argentina, Guatemala and Uruguay, who are also raising doubts about the credibility of the election. Spain, Italy, Colombia and the European Union also demanded transparency, while Costa Rica rejected Maduro's re-election and Peru recalled its ambassador to Venezuela for consultation over poll results. Meanwhile, Bolivia, Honduras, Cuba and China congratulated 61-year-old Maduro on his historic electoral triumph. Since 2013, Venezuela has seen its GDP drop by 80% under Maduro's presidency. This has pushed over 7 million of the 30 million citizens to flee the country. Maduro has also been accused of locking up critics and harassing the opposition. And now it remains to be seen what the future holds for Venezuelans under Maduro's presidency, who has already been in power for 11 years.
And from one election to another, here in the United States, Vice President Kamala Harris and former President Donald Trump upped the ante at their rallies with just 100 days to go until Election Day. In Minnesota, Donald Trump verbally attacked Kamala Harris and said that she would deliver chaos and mayhem to the United States if elected in November.
Harris presidency means 4 more years of extremism, weakness, failure, chaos, and probably World War III. I really believe it. They have no, that's why this happened today in Israel. Shocking that it happened out of nowhere. A Trump victory will bring back leadership, competence, common sense, and strength to the Oval Office. That's what we had. We had no wars. We had no wars.
Continuing with rhetoric from last week, the Republican called Kamala Harris a person with radical left ideologies.
Now, Kamala, we have a new victim. We have a brand new victim. And honestly, she's a radical left lunatic. And she is, when you find out about her, all I have to say is defund the police. That was her big thing. Let's defund the police.
And joining Donald Trump in attacking Kamala Harris was his running mate, J.D. Vance, who gave a fiery speech about his loyalty to the country.
I'd like to ask the Vice President, what has she done to question my loyalty to this country? I served in the United States Marine Corps. I went to Iraq for this country. I built a business for this country. And my running mate took a bullet for this country. So my question to Kamala Harris is, what the hell have you done to question our loyalty to the United States of America?
Now taking on both Donald Trump and J.D. Vance, Kamala Harris rallied in Massachusetts and urged Americans to vote against fear-mongering and hate. The Democratic Party's presumptive presidential nominee also accused Donald Trump of spreading lies about her.
And you may have noticed, Donald Trump has been resorting to some wild lies about my record, and some of what he and his running mate are saying, well, it's just plain weird. I mean, that's the box you put that in, right?
The vice president also said that the momentum shift was shifting to her side, and despite being seen as underdogs, the Harris campaign was able to raise the most funds in 24 hours in presidential history.
We have a fight ahead of us. We've got a fight ahead of us. And we are the underdogs in this race, okay? Level set. We're the underdogs in this race. But this is a people power campaign. And we have momentum. The day after I announced my candidacy, we saw the best 24 hours of grassroots fundraising in presidential campaign history.
Now, with the election just 100 days away, young voters remain split between Donald Trump and Kamala Harris.
You can't win if you don't engage, and the greatest way to engage is through social media. And the Kamala Harris team has reached new heights. Things that she was getting criticized for 2 years ago are things that make her personal now. It makes her look human, and it makes her look as if we, as Americans, are one.
I think right now, Trump is in the lead when it comes down to social media, because one thing he has not stopped doing, he has not stopped tweeting, he has not stopped posting, sending out press releases, whether it's him or his team, he's leading in the social media stats because he's always on the platform.
Now, as the race for the White House reaches another milestone with exactly 100 days to go, early polling suggests a closely contested outcome with many key battleground states as toss-ups. Still, all eyes are on Harris as her nascent campaign continues to gain steam, and many political watchers are now wondering if the Trump campaign can find a way to blunt her growing momentum. And finally, astronauts Sunita Williams and Butch Wilmore are still stuck in space. What was supposed to be a one-week mission has now stretched to more than 50 days. This after their Boeing Starliner faced several helium leaks and thruster failures. Now the aerospace giant says it cannot provide a return date for the astronauts, at least not yet. Meanwhile, NASA is reviewing its backup options, including the SpaceX Dragon capsule, to bring Williams and Wilmore back home safely. Here's our final report with more about the harrowing outer space adventure.
Let's get going.
Imagine you're stranded in space with no idea when you'll see home again. Scary, right? But it is an unfortunate reality for veteran astronauts Sunita Williams and Butch Wilmore. It's been 54 days since the duo successfully blasted off on a Boeing Starliner's inaugural crewed flight on June 5th. But what was supposed to be a week-long trip to the International Space Station turned into an unending one. Their spacecraft faced several helium leaks and thruster failures, prompting Boeing and NASA to keep them in orbit for longer, over fears that the return journey could end in disaster. Last week, NASA and Boeing officials said they were not ready to announce a return date for the astronauts yet. Now the aerospace giant has been testing the propulsion systems of Starliner's capsule to identify the cause of the issues. Officials say the spacecraft is probably safe enough to fly Wilmore and Williams back home. Over the weekend, the Boeing team test-fired the capsule's thrusters while it was docked to the space station. Boeing said the helium system was found to be stable and the team was happy with the performance of the thrusters. But in order to get the green light for the return mission, NASA needs to review Boeing's engineering, which may not happen till the first week of August. Boeing officials have repeatedly said that the astronauts are not stranded in space, and if there is an emergency situation, they could fly back home in Starliner. However, their remarks have only raised further questions that if the spacecraft really is safe, why Wilmore and Williams cannot just fly back home. Meanwhile, NASA says there are some other backup options that are being reviewed to bring the astronauts back home. This includes the Dragon capsule of Elon Musk's SpaceX. Dragon has been flying crews to the ISS since May 2020 and accommodates 2 to 4 people. However, it can also fit more people in case of an emergency. In the meantime, Williams and Wilmore have been conducting science experiments, like performing ultrasounds on their veins to understand how space affects the human body, and growing plants in microgravity. The astronauts have also been keeping themselves busy with chores like cleaning toilets and making phone calls to their families in their free time. They even incorporated the Paris game spirit and participated in their own version of Olympics, and that too in space. They've also expressed confidence that the very same Starliner that has trapped them in space would be fixed to return them home safely.
I feel confident that if we had to, if there was a problem with the International Space Station, we can get in our spacecraft and we can undock, talk to our team, and figure out the best way to come home. Like I said, we've practiced a lot, so I have a feeling, I have a real good feeling in my heart that the spacecraft will bring us home, no problem.
I can tell you that this is the world of test. This is a tough business that we're in. Human spaceflight is not easy. in any regime. And there have been multiple issues with every spacecraft that's ever been designed, and that's the nature of what we do. You know, that mantra you've heard, failure is not an option. That's why we are staying here now.
With no end in sight to Williams and Wilmore's near 2-month ordeal, only time will tell when their faulty Boeing spaceship will be ready to fly again.
That's our show for today. We certainly thank you so much for tuning in. We hope to see you right back here again tomorrow. Thanks again for watching. From impeachments to inaugurations, if it's a political story, we are on the scene. The race for the White House is heating up.
Kamala, you're fired.
I say, bring it on.
If it's breaking news, we're live with the latest coverage. From the White House, the State Department, and Capitol Hill. We know the issues, but above all, we know the players to bring you the latest in-depth analysis on all the key stories that we're covering. I'm Eric Ham. Join me from Washington here on Firstpost America.
Firstpost reports from the world's second largest continent. Hello, I'm Alison LaGrange. A very warm welcome from Durban, South Africa. We get you the news and the newsmakers from Africa. From elections to climate change to innovations and opportunities. As the world's attention shifts, we report from Africa, the heart of the global South. Join me every weekday live on First Post. Hello and welcome to First Post Africa, where we get you the top stories from the continent and from across the world. I'm Alison LaGrange, coming to you live from Durban, South Africa. Hello and welcome. We begin with the latest from South Africa's politics, where the ruling African National Congress has reportedly expelled former President Jacob Zuma. Citing a leaked document, South African media reported that the disciplinary committee of the ANC has decided to oust Jacob Zuma for leading a rival group into elections in May. As per the documents, 5 out of 7 members of the panel voted in favor of Zuma's expulsion. Earlier this month, the Grand Old Party launched disciplinary proceedings against the former president. Now Zuma has the right to appeal to the National Disciplinary Committee of Appeal within 21 days. In January this year, the scandal-tainted leader was suspended by the ANC, a month after he threw his weight behind the newly formed MK Party. In the May 29 election, the MK Party cut into the ANC's vote share, taking third place with 14.5% votes. Jacob Zuma now leads the party, which has 58 lawmakers in the 400-seat National Assembly. This year, he has been a key catalyst in South Africa's changing political landscape. The African National Congress secured only 40% of the votes, its weakest vote share since it came to power in 1994, replacing the apartheid government. Jacob Zuma joined the ANC as a teenager in 1959. He spent 10 years in Robben Island prison with Nelson Mandela after being convicted of conspiring to overthrow the apartheid government. Since 1990, Zuma quickly rose through the ANC national leadership and became the national chairperson in 1994 and deputy president of the party in 1997. In 2009, Jacob Zuma was elected the president of South Africa and stayed in power until 2018. when he was forced from office under the cloud of corruption allegations. Zuma was then replaced by long-term rival Cyril Ramaphosa. In 2021, the former president was sentenced to 15 months in jail after he refused to testify to a panel probing financial corruption during his tenure. When Zuma was arrested, South Africa witnessed the worst episode of violence since the fall of apartheid. More than 350 people died in riots. He spent only 2 months in jail and was released over health grounds. In 2022, a report concluded that Zuma played a central role in state corruption during his 9-year rule. However, the 82-year-old leader still carries considerable political clout in South Africa. He even enjoys support within some factions of the ANC. So, what could this outcome mean for South Africa's politics? Will it deepen the divide within the ANC? Could Zuma's party now become a greater challenge for Ramaphosa in the National Assembly? For more on this, we have with us Ayanda Sishiwigzil, a political commentator joining us live from Johannesburg, South Africa. Thank you for being with us, Ayanda.
Thank you very much for having me, Alison, and thank you to the Firstpost viewers as well.
Great, I can hear you loud and clear now. Ayanda, what impact will Zuma's expulsion from the ANC have on South African politics? We know that Zuma joined the MK party, and this affected the ANC's electoral performance. As we saw, the ANC suffered its worst result in 30 years, leading to a coalition government.
I think that the expulsion of Jacob Zuma has really had an effect on the election results, especially when he announced that he was going to be backing another political organization in December. We already saw the collateral damage that had done. But I think that in terms of the African National Congress and the future of the party in general, I think that the party is going to carry on. This is not the first time that there've been these kind of factional battles or where leaders have been expelled. Historically, if you think about leaders such as Pixie Kaseme, they have had their rise to becoming the presidents of the ANC at that time is really fraught with a lot of factional battles. We also see that playing out a lot in the history of the African National Congress. So really where the ANC sees itself right now isn't something new. This is something that has really been playing out along history. I think what is interesting, though, is that the African National Congress really took their time in order to deal with the Jacob Zuma problem, because we know that in December, on the actual anniversary of the forming of Mkhonto weSizwe, which is the armed wing of the African National Congress, that is when Jacob Zuma decided to take the opportunity to let the South Africans know that he is no longer going to be campaigning for the African National Congress. And according to the constitution of the African National Congress, under Rule 25, which says that which speaks to the conduct of ordinary members of the African National Congress, that actually goes against the constitution of the African National Congress. When you cited the history, Alison, of where it is that Jacob Zuma had found himself since joining the African National Congress to where he is now, what you see is a history of the party actually protecting Jacob Zuma even throughout his scandals. When we look at the arms deal, when we look at state capture, when we look at actually before state capture, we can even mention the BBS scandal and the Nkandla homestead in which he built, and then turns out that he had to actually pay that money back to the government. And the African National Congress really did protect Jacob Zuma there. So I think that in the grand landscape of politics in South Africa, I think that we will move forward with or without him. But I think that in the grand scheme of things, we'll be okay with or without Jacob Zuma. But he is here to stay, obviously. But in terms of the African National Congress, they'll be fine without him.
Right. Ayanda, and Jacob Zuma now has 21 days to appeal this decision. He's been a member of the ANC since 1959. What, in your view, will he do now? Will he appeal this, and will this cause more of a divide in the ANC?
I think that, look, if he was a smart man, he would not appeal. He absolutely would not be, because I don't think that outside of appealing that he will have any other recourse to stay a member of the African National Congress. Because when you actually read the constitution of the ANC and look at the misconduct charges that he has actually been charged against and found guilty, let's actually tuck into that. He has been campaigning for another political organization outside of the Tripartite Alliance, and the Tripartite Alliance consists of COSATU and the Communist Party. He has been convicted and imprisoned by the courts of law and was not given an option of a fine, which is also in contravention of Rule 25.17. Also, he has been leading and being a leader of another political organization that is outside the Tripartite Alliance, and he is not allowed to do that when he explicitly said that he's going to be decampaigning, he's going to be campaigning against the African National Congress. So those rules alone, I do not think that he'll be able to have space in order to legally, within the confines of the constitution of the African National Congress, really appeal that, because he is incredibly guilty of that. I think what Jacob Zuma needs to do now is really concentrate on his new political party that he's formed, because now they are the third biggest party in the country within a short space of time that they have existed, and they are making huge grounds within Parliament. But I definitely believe that his time in the African National Congress is officially now over. As Esma Khashule said during Jacob Zuma's tenure as the president, it's cold outside the African National Congress, and now Jacob Zuma is using the MK party as a blanket to warm himself, and I do wish him the best of luck. But when it comes to his future in the African National Congress, I don't think that he can go any further than appealing with these 21 days, and I don't think that that appeal will be successful. So he definitely will not be dying as a member of the African National Congress.
Yeah. And looking forward, could Zuma's MK party now become a greater challenge for President Cyril Ramaphosa in the National Assembly?
I think that they already are a challenge just in general. If you look at their results and how quickly they entered into the political space, and now they have 58 seats in Parliament, I think that African National Congress needs to pay attention to the fact that the electorate is now turning against them. And I think that even if the MK party did not exist, there's going to be another political party that was going to take up that space. Because if you look at the voter turnout, it's 58.74% of people who actually voted, and those people who voted, they significantly did not vote for the African National Congress, so they made sure that they lost their majority. And so outside of the MK party, I think that Cyril Ramaphosa really has a lot to worry about, because the electoral decline of the African National Congress cannot be solely blamed on the MK party. It would have been blamed on another political party or on somebody else or something else. But the moral of the story is that the decline of the African National Congress is something that has been spoken about for a very, very long time. And now we are seeing the results because of the high cost of living that people have to contend with, and the fact that they are not really meeting the expectations of the people in the subsequent 30 years of democracy that we have now seen. We have a 45% level of unemployment for youth, and the 32.9% national average of unemployment. I think that this country is in a lot of trouble, and a lot of people are blaming the African National Congress as a result of that. And now we are seeing that in the electoral results. So I think that the MK party, yes, is definitely a political organization that the African National Congress needs to contend with. But the African National Congress also needs to contend with the fact that they are just really not meeting the expectations of a lot of South Africans, and they really have a lot of work ahead of them in the 7th administration.
Yeah. And as always, great speaking with you. Thank you for being with us on Firstpost Africa.
Thank you for having me.
Moving on to Nigeria, where the Bola Tinubu government is trying to placate the youth as anger continues to simmer over rising cost of living, economic woes, and poor governance. In a bid to quell anger, the Nigerian government is trying to convince its citizens to not hit the streets. It is doing so by offering concessions. In the latest, the Tinubu government is offering jobs in the state oil company, along with billions of naira worth of grants, among other incentives to discourage protests. For the first time in nearly a decade, Nigeria's state oil firm posted new vacancies, and soon after it announced new jobs, it received a flood of applications. Not just this, the government also relaunched a $70 million youth investment fund that was started in 2020, which aims to provide grants to Nigeria's youth to generate jobs. Last week, Nigerian lawmakers passed a new minimum wage, more than doubling the amount the least paid worker will earn monthly. The Tinubu government is fearing anti-government rallies similar to those in Kenya and Uganda. Kenya has been witnessing weeks of violence that forced President William Ruto to bow down to several demands made by protesters. More than 50 people have died in protests, while the capital Nairobi remains on edge. The protests have snowballed into a campaign against the president, with demonstrators demanding William Ruto to go. Uganda too witnessed protests and arrests of activists, with security still on alert. The protesters here are demanding an end to corruption in Uganda. The Nigerian government has also roped in religious clerics, traditional rulers, and other prominent Nigerians to discourage young people from protesting. The police and army leadership have also warned against the protests, saying that they could get violent and out of control. Even before the protests have begun, the government has blamed foreign elements for stoking anger. Nigerian government had urged for more time to end Nigeria's economic hardships. Inflation in Nigeria has risen to a 28-year high of over 34%, while food inflation is over 40%. The prices spiked after President Tinubu removed fuel subsidies after he took charge last year. Now activists and youth leaders have been mobilizing protests against the government online, calling for people to begin protests from the 1st of August. They have dubbed their rallies as End Bad Governance in Nigeria. They say they have a right to peaceful demonstrations and have called the government's warnings of violence a smokescreen for a potential crackdown. Shifting focus to Mali in West Africa, the Mali junta has suffered a major setback in its fight against separatist groups in the northern part of the country. A separatist coalition has claimed a major victory over Mali's army and its Russian allies in the north. The coalition, named CSP-PSD Alliance, consists of mainly Tuareg ethnic separatists who have been fighting for independence since 2012. Large-scale fighting broke out on Thursday between Mali's army and the separatists in the Tinzanquen district on the Algerian border. Now, the district has witnessed multiple battles between separatist forces and the army over the past decade. The separatist group says that it has killed several Malian soldiers and Russian mercenaries who have surrendered and fled the area after 3 days of intense fighting. As per reports, the provisional death toll is at least 17. While the group says it has seized armored vehicles, trucks and tankers. And the rebel group also said that it damaged a helicopter which crashed in the town of Kidal, hundreds of kilometers away. However, the Malian army said in statements that only 2 soldiers had been killed and 10 others injured. Meanwhile, several Russian military bloggers reported that at least 20 from the Wagner group were killed in an ambush near the Algerian border. Russia's Wagner mercenary group has been operating in Mali since at least 2021. It is helping the Mali junta in its fight against rebels and Islamist groups who are operating in the region. An al-Qaeda-linked group, JNIM, has also claimed that they had attacked a Malian army convoy and Wagner allies in the district where the fight erupted. The group said it killed 50 Russians and 10 Malians, although these claims are not verified. Tuareg rebels have denied the group's involvement and accused it of trying to steal their spotlight. However, the junta's loss is a big blow, as it is trying to regain control of lost territories to separatists, while it also highlights a major challenge for Russia, which has been making inroads into the region after the exit of Western troops. Our last story today is about the ongoing Olympic Games and its host Paris. For months, France had been preparing for it, but instead of getting a pat on the back for doing well, they are getting a growing list of faux pas. Their latest goof-up was embarrassing the South Sudan's basketball team by playing the wrong national anthem right before their match with Puerto Rico. The stadium, which should have been filled with the sound of the musical national anthem, the stadium reverberated with echoes of boos, as instead of South Sudan, the hosts played the national anthem of Sudan, a separate country. What's worse, this was not their only gaffe. Our final report gets you all the details.
The long-awaited sporting spectacle of the year has kicked off in Paris, with hundreds of athletes from around the globe converging on the City of Love to prove their mettle. The French authorities too have gone to great lengths to ensure everything runs smoothly at this year's Olympic Games. But in reality, is it? Is it humanly possible to host such a grand event without any slip-ups? With so many variables at play, perfection is a tall order, and France is providing ample proof. Here's the latest blunder in their comedy of errors. Just as the men's basketball team from South Sudan was gearing up to sing their national anthem before their match against Puerto Rico, the French authorities played Sudan's national anthem instead. What should have been a proud moment turned into a cringe-worthy gaffe, hence offending the South Sudanese players and their supporters. The stadium, intended to resonate with the dignified strains of national anthems, instead echoed with boos. The organizers hastily corrected the audio after an embarrassing pause. But the damage was done on this global stage. A South Sudanese player expressed the team's disappointment, stating that such errors should not occur at the world's biggest event. Despite the disrespect, the team chose to move on without making a fuss and went on to win the match, defeating Puerto Rico 90-79. In a world full of billions of digitally active people, every action has an equal and opposite reaction. Social media also erupted with reactions. Some questioning how such a mistake could happen during South Sudan's first Olympics. Others declared these games among the worst ever, while some others labelled the error as sheer ignorance. Then they issued an apologetic press release. They deemed the goof-up as a human error. In exact words, they gave their most sincere apologies to the team from South Sudan and their supporters. They went on to say that they fully understand the gravity of the situation. But do they? In a span of not even a full week since the Olympics began, France is setting the precedent that there might be more. Adding to the growing list of French faux pas, during the opening ceremony on July 26th, the organizers introduced South Korea as North Korea. This blunder occurred while the excited South Korean team waved their flag, causing significant diplomatic tension given the historical and ongoing division between the two Koreas. The South Korean Sports Ministry was so distressed that they planned to lodge an official complaint. Once again, France issued a deep apology, expressing regret over the announcement. It seems France is not keen on getting into the intricate details, but the world certainly cares about these. All's well that ends well, they say, but the end of these games is not yet in sight. And if France's track record so far is anything to go by, the world should brace themselves for more. This could just be the beginning of a series of blunders. The games will end on the 11th of August.
And that's it on the show for today. We will see you again tomorrow at the same time. Thank you for watching, and goodbye.
Hello, Namaskar. This is Firstpost and you're watching Vantage with me, Palki Sharma.
cómo enfrentar estas situaciones y cómo vencer a los violentos.
Presidente electo es Edmundo González Urrutia.
These are dramatic scenes in Venezuela, statues being toppled, massive street protests and a brutal crackdown. Yet President Nicolas Maduro remains defiant. We told you about this yesterday. Venezuela held its presidential elections over the weekend. Maduro was expected to lose. And most independent agencies say that he did. He lost the election, but not the official poll body. They say that Maduro won with 51% of the vote. Sounds fishy, right? Well, it's on point for Maduro. He's been president of Venezuela for 11 years now. In this time, he's cracked down on the opposition, consolidated power, and pushed more Venezuelans into poverty. So hijacking the poll body is just a normal Sunday's work for him. But this time, there is pushback. Thousands of people have mobilized in major cities. They're accusing Maduro of rigging the election. Take a look. And how is Maduro responding? Well, how do cornered autocrats usually react? They crack down. Riot corps have been deployed across cities. They're firing rubber bullets and tear gas at the protesters. The idea is to stop them from assembling. But that's not all. Maduro is also playing information warfare. You see, the president belongs to a leftist party, so he's tapping into core left-wing fears, like right-wing intervention from neighbors or some imperial American agenda. It's a pitch that usually works in Venezuela, so Maduro has brushed it out.
The same countries that today question the Venezuelan electoral process, the same fascist ultra-right that has come together today, all the fascist ultra-right, the Vox group from Spain, Alvaro Uribe Vélez, Iván Duque from Colombia, the Nazi fascist, sociopath Milei, Bolsonaro, the same ultra-right, and the same groups directed by the North American empire that are rehearsing the same operation.
Now, don't get us wrong, the Americans have meddled in Latin America, and that too many times. But these protests in Venezuela appear organic. Under Maduro, Venezuela's economy has shrunk 70%, 70. Around 65% of the country earns less than $100 per month. Inflation is at 50%, so almost a quarter of the population has fled. They've just left the country. Then there is oil. Venezuela has the world's largest reserves of oil. Yet oil output has fallen. It was around 3 million barrels in the year 2000. Now it's less than 1 million barrels per day. American sanctions stop countries from buying Venezuelan oil. Plus, the oil companies are poorly run. They lack proper investments and are mired in corruption. So there is real anger among the people. Which brings us to the other side. Who do these protesters want in charge? Edmundo González. He was the opposition's candidate for president. They say that he got 73% of the total votes.
At this moment, I am very excited to tell everyone that we have 73.2% of the voting tallies, and with this result, our president-elect is Edmundo González Urrutia.
Now you have two sides claiming victory. So what's the way out? Well, normally the election body would step in, they would publish the detailed voting tally to settle the debate. So why haven't they? Because the poll body is controlled by the government, Maduro's government. So if Maduro did lose, the data would confirm it, which is why this deadlock is so worrying. Maduro still has control of state institutions. If need be, he can call in the army. And you just heard his statements. He is in no mood to concede the presidency. Then what options does the opposition have? Well, one is to continue the street protests. They're not just targeting Maduro, they're targeting his socialist movement. It's called the Bolivarian Revolution. It was started by former President Hugo Chavez. And what does it stand for? Mainly socialism and anti-colonialism. Maduro, too, is a product of that revolution. He served Chavez in multiple government positions. When Chavez died in the year 2013, Nicolas Maduro took over. So protesters are also attacking that revolution. In fact, a statue of Hugo Chavez was toppled today. Many are comparing it to a similar moment in Iraq when Saddam Hussein's statue was toppled. Maduro will crack down, but if the protesters are defiant, who knows? Stranger things have happened in Latin America. Also, Maduro's plan requires loyalty from security forces, but that is not guaranteed. Some cops have started ditching their official duties. They're refusing to repel the protesters. Which brings us to the second strategy, gaining outside support. 7 Latin American countries have questioned Sunday's results. Guess what Maduro did? He cut diplomatic ties with those countries. This list includes Argentina, Chile, Costa Rica, Peru, Panama, Dominican Republic, and Uruguay. Maduro has pulled out envoys from all these countries. Some of them have responded in kind. Panama, for example, has cut diplomatic ties with Venezuela. Plus, there is pressure from the United States. Washington has imposed dozens of sanctions on Venezuela. This election row could invite more of them. So there is mounting international pressure on Maduro to step down. But will that be enough to unseat him? Or will he use it to fuel his claims of outside interference? It's a tricky question. Maduro does have allies like China and Russia. But if the protests at home escalate, even they may abandon ship. It's a big moment for Venezuela and for Nicolas Maduro. It's not every day that long-time rulers are challenged by the people. Let's see if they see this through. Now let's turn our attention to West Asia, where tensions are running high between Israel and Lebanon. There was a fresh round of attacks today. 10 rockets were fired from Lebanon into Israel. 10 rockets, 1 Israeli civilian was killed. And this has only added to the threat of another war between Israel and Lebanon. Israeli forces could attack any time, and the West is scrambling to prevent this, to prevent a wider war in West Asia. Governments are not taking any chances. Many countries have asked their citizens to evacuate Lebanon. The UK says the situation could escalate. It has asked all its citizens to leave. The UK's Foreign Office has told them to not depend on London for evacuation. That's what they've said. Don't depend on us for taking you out. Similar advisories have come from 3 more countries, the United States, Germany, and France. So what are they worried about? An attack on Beirut. Netanyahu has issued a warning. He says Israel's response will be harsh.
These are our children, the children of all of us, and the state of Israel will not and cannot ignore this. Our response will come, and it will be harsh.
He's referring to what happened last week. The Hezbollah launched a rocket attack. It struck a football field. 12 Israeli children were killed. The rocket fell here in the Golan Heights. It's a rocky piece of land controlled by Israel. It belonged to Syria, but Israel captured a part of it in a war in 1967. And then in 1981, Israel annexed the whole of Golan Heights. It's been with them since. And this is the area that came under attack. Now, Israel says that Hezbollah have crossed a red line here, and they will pay a heavy price for it. And what has Hezbollah said? Well, they've denied responsibility for the attack. But this denial does not hold much water. Israel blames Hezbollah, and so does America, although it doesn't want another war. The US says Netanyahu should exercise restraint.
No nation can be expected to tolerate the kind of severe threats that Israel is facing. At the same time, we believe that there is still time and space for a diplomatic solution.
Hectic diplomacy is on. American diplomats are working behind the scenes. They're trying to contain the situation. U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken is making phone calls. He spoke with Isaac Herzog, the Israeli president. And Blinken's message to Israel was quite clear. Do not escalate this. Avoid a bigger war. In fact, Italy is saying the same. Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni is visiting China, and she has expressed concern about the evolving situation in West Asia.
It means that there are different regional players aiming for escalation and always aiming to force Israel to react. I also say this to urge Israel not to fall into this trap.
Don't fall into this trap. That's a message for Netanyahu. What about the people of Israel? What do they want? Well, we can tell you what they do not want. Their prime minister. The war has made Netanyahu deeply unpopular. He paid a visit to Druze, the town in Golan Heights where the rockets fell. And there Netanyahu was greeted by protests.
ראש ממשלה בחתן יתקבל כמו כל בחתן אחר.
רצחת את העם שלך! ועכשיו אתה רוצח את הדרוזים עכשיו! אתה רוצח את הדרוזים!
So while he's pointing fingers at Hezbollah, Israelis blame him for the attacks. It's another matter that none of this will deter him. He wants to retaliate, he wants to launch a major strike on Lebanon, and he's trying to rally global support for it. The Israeli government has released a video, and I must say this could be disturbing. Disturbing to what? So we advise viewer discretion. So Israel won't back down. Where would it strike? So far, the fighting has been limited to the border areas, the southern part of Lebanon. That's where the Israelis have been attacking. They've targeted Hezbollah bases there. But what if Israel aims for Beirut, the capital of Lebanon? Well, then Dahieh could be a potential target. This is a stronghold of Hezbollah in the heart of Lebanon's capital. It would be a very risky attack, though, and ill-advised, because Hezbollah will not take it lying low. An attack on Beirut will have major consequences.
I think they are smarter than hitting Dahieh. Hitting Dahieh, it means to Hezbollah that they'll hit Haifa, they hit Tel Aviv. We cannot control that as a government. And I think this is dangerous. It means big escalation.
So Israeli forces will have to prepare for a retaliation. Do they have the bandwidth for this, for a multi-front war? The IDF, the Israeli Defense Force, is already dealing with a shrinking fighting force. Many reservists are not reporting for duty. Israel also needs more firepower. Reports say they're facing a shortage of military equipment, also munitions. So as Israel prepares to attack Lebanon, it must also look within. Its people do not want a war, its army is stretched thin, and its allies are upset. Can and will Netanyahu defy all of this? I guess we'll find out soon enough. Israel has a lot on its plate. The war in Gaza, the tensions on the Lebanon border. What's worse, there is chaos within. And we're talking about the military here. On Monday, hundreds of people stormed 2 military bases in Israel. Hundreds of Israelis stormed 2 military bases. They were there to prevent the arrest of Israeli soldiers. And why were the soldiers being arrested? They were accused of torturing and assaulting prisoners, so they were being taken for questioning, Israeli soldiers. But some people were against this, so they stormed the military bases and tried to free the soldiers. And all of this went on for 12 hours. It was dramatic and worrying. And this episode shows the deepening divide in the Israeli society. Our next report brings you the details.
This is Seteman in the Negev desert, around 30 kilometers from the Gaza border. It's a military base for the Israeli Defense Forces, but since the Gaza war, it also doubles as a detention center. This is where Israel holds detained Palestinians. A few weeks ago, a prisoner at this base was rushed to the hospital. He was bleeding from his private parts. He was unable to walk. And he wasn't the first. At least 30 detainees have died at the facility since October 7th. There have been allegations of abuse, sexual assault, and even rape. So the Israeli army launched an investigation. The probe looked into the action of 9 reservists. They served in the Force 100 unit. On Monday, Israel's military police unit arrived at the base to detain those reservists. But things got out of hand. The reservists confronted them. They refused to come in for questioning. Some even used pepper spray against the unit. After a while, news of this got out on social media. Posts talked about a military raid at Seyteman. So politicians jumped in. Far-right ministers Itamar Ben-Gvir and Bezalel Smotrich condemned the arrests. They asked their supporters to show up at the base. Soon, hundreds of far-right protesters arrived at Seyteman. Lawmakers joined them. Together, they broke into the base.
The soldiers in this country are a consensus. If they touch our soldiers, we'll build a shield wall. The people will rise up against the government, be it left or right or whatever. Nobody can touch our soldiers.
The protests then spread to another base, the Beit-Led military base in central Israel. This is where the reservists were taken for questioning. So the protesters broke into that as well, trying to release them.
So it's first time in Israel that the police army, the military police, arrest soldiers from the reserve because they have a lot of claim against them. And it's actually, in the end of the day, it's the army against the army.
All of this continued for nearly 12 hours. So the Israeli army had to act. The IDF chief of staff arrived at the scene. He was met with slogans and more protests. Soon, combat units were called in, and finally the protesters left almost around midnight. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu condemned the incident, calling for immediate calm. But only 2 Israeli ministers have slammed the incident. The others have either stayed silent or supported the reservists. This is one of the biggest incidents of political violence in Israel since the war. It also reflects on the tensions in the IDF. Their chain of command is under threat, and that endangers Israel's security, especially at a time when the army is fighting in Gaza and weighing its options against Hezbollah. But this is not the first time Seyteman has been under the scanner. Ever since the war broke out in October, there have been multiple reports of abuse. Israel has brushed it under the rug. But earlier this month, there was an international outcry. The detention center was shut down, but it's still raising questions. The world backed Israel when Hamas attacked on October 7th. But its actions in Gaza and incidents at bases like Seyteman are fast eroding that support.
Now let's turn to another war, the Russia-Ukraine conflict. The war was fought in a new theatre last week, far from both Russian and Ukrainian territory. The latest Russia-Ukraine clash took place in Africa, in the West African nation of Mali. Now this was not direct warfare. It was an indirect battle between Ukrainian intelligence and Russian mercenaries. Mercenaries from the infamous Wagner group. Some of you may remember Wagner. It was involved in some of the heaviest fighting in Ukraine until the group revolted in June 2023. Their former leader, Yevgeny Prigozhin, marched towards Moscow. His coup failed. He died 2 months later in a mysterious plane crash. And Wagner was put under the Russian Defense Forces. But Prigozhin had built up a large presence in Africa by then. So this division, the African arm, was renamed. It was called the Africa Corps. Basically a rebranded Wagner group in Africa. It's now operational in Mali, where it works with Mali's ruling military junta. Now, apparently, they work together to combat terrorists and separatists. But last week, these Russians suffered a setback, thanks to Ukraine, in Mali. Let me explain how. Starting with the battle. It took place near Tinzaouaten. It's a small village near Mali's border with Algeria, and it's a militant stronghold. There are multiple insurgent groups in this region. You have the separatist Tuareg people who've been fighting for independence since 2012. Then you have terror groups like the JNIM, which is affiliated to the Al-Qaeda. There are also other outfits allied with the Islamic State and other terrorists. Basically, this entire region is quite dangerous. Now, Mali's junta and the Russian mercenaries have been fighting against all these groups, terrorists and separatists. And last week, they engaged with the Tuareg rebels. There were skirmishes early last week, but the real fighting began on Thursday, and initially it seemed to be going well for Mali and the Russians. They seem to have been pushing the rebels back until nature intervened. A sandstorm reportedly broke out, forcing the junta and the Russians back. This gave the rebels time to regroup and to get back up. Now here's what Wagner says. The rebels increased their number to 1,000 people. The Malians and the Russians were heavily outnumbered and they were surrounded. And that is when the rebel onslaught began. Now, we don't know the final death toll. There are conflicting reports. Some reports say that 20 Russians were killed. Others say that 82 Russians were killed and 15 were captured. Now, if the second report is true, it would mark one of the worst defeats for the Wagner group, at least outside Ukraine. And ironically, Kiev may be the reason for this defeat, because Ukraine's military intelligence agency says it played a part in this battle. The agency spokesperson made an announcement on Monday. He said that the rebels were given necessary information and more. What is more? Maybe drones. Ukraine-style unmanned drones. They were used in the attack against Wagner. So this information and more apparently helped them rout the Russians. It sounds like an outlandish claim that Ukraine would be working with separatist rebels in Mali. But then this photo has been doing the rounds. It was allegedly taken after the battle, and it shows the rebels holding up two flags, their own and Ukraine's. Now, if Ukraine did have a role to play here, it won't be a first because Kiev has done this before. They worked against Russia in overseas battles in Syria and the Sudan. But this is the first known Ukraine-Russia clash in Mali. And it also poses a unique dilemma. Ukraine claims that it is fighting with the Tuareg separatists, and it's working to eliminate Russian war criminals. At least one Wagner commander was killed. The fate of another is still in doubt. A Russian war blogger tied to the Wagner group is also reportedly dead. So Ukraine will be treating this as a victory, both for them and the Tuareg rebels, who, by the way, did not work alone. I mentioned that this area is home to multiple terror groups. Apparently, all of them supported the Tuaregs to defeat the Malian and the Russian force. And this should pose an ethical dilemma, at least for Ukraine's backers in the West. Because if all of these reports are true, Kiev is working with terrorists. Russia says that Ukraine even has boots on the ground in Mali and it is training the separatists and terrorists there. Moscow might be exaggerating, but will the West at least investigate these claims? Or will it turn a blind eye to all the Ukrainian activity, no matter how destabilizing, as long as it keeps hurting Russia? calm is over. Bangladesh is protesting again. And these are not violent protests like before. They're more scattered. But Sheikh Hasina is not taking any chances. She has deployed riot police across Dhaka. The idea is to contain the situation to make sure that it does not spread. But I know what you're wondering. Didn't the court agree to the students' demand? Well, they did. The Supreme Court of Bangladesh has cancelled most quotas. Around 93% of jobs are now quota-free. And this decision was made on the 21st of July, after which the protests were called off. But the story did not end, because the fallout of the protest was not addressed. You see, more than 200 people had died in the violence. Thousands were left injured, and almost 10,000 protesters had been arrested, 10,000. So student groups issued an ultimatum. They had two demands from the government. One, release student leaders and protesters from jail, and two, an apology from Sheikh Hasina, the Prime Minister. That's what they wanted. Now, neither has happened yet. So on Monday, the protests resumed. Around 20 people were arrested from the outskirts of Dhaka. There are also reports of sporadic violence. The question is, will it spiral out of control? The United Nations is certainly worried about that.
The Secretary General remains deeply concerned about the situation in Bangladesh. He notes the reports of the resumption of student protests today and reiterates his call for calm and restraint. He is also alarmed by emerging reports about the excessive use of force by security forces and credible evidence of human rights violation.
How is Sheikh Hasina responding to this? She doesn't seem like the apology kind. As for the arrests, there is no timeline. The government will decide whether to prosecute or release them. But she is considering one move: to ban the Jamaat-e-Islami. Now, the Jamaat-e-Islami is an Islamist group in Bangladesh. They were part of the quota protests. Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina has blamed them for orchestrating the violence, and she could be right, because the Jamaat has a violent past in Bangladesh. They are known for hijacking protests. In 2018, the Jamaat was deregistered as a political party, and now they could be banned altogether. A minister has already confirmed this move, so it's only a matter of time. And it's a good move. No more political mobilization, no more radical press conferences, and no more hijacking. It is the right way to deal with extremists. But what about the students? What is the government's policy towards them? We have to say it's far from ideal. Just consider what happened this month. The students organized protests against job quotas. How did Sheikh Hasina respond? She compared these students to Razakars. That's people who collaborated with Pakistan in 1971. Basically anti-nationals. Razakar is considered a huge insult in Bangladesh. And that comment from the Prime Minister made things worse. Then there was a crackdown, a very brutal crackdown. Was it really necessary to issue shoot-and-sight orders? Or to use live ammunition on crowds? In hindsight, it wasn't. This whole issue could have been handled better, and that's the lesson here. Large-scale violence is never the answer. Maybe the demands are unfair, maybe it's beyond a government's mandate, but still you cannot lash out, because all said and done, these are still your people. These are still the citizens of your country. And don't get us wrong, sometimes you do have to use force to maintain order, but killing 200 protesters is extreme. So our message to leaders is pretty simple. Your words and actions matter. It can be the difference between protest and anarchy. So be mindful of that. Sheikh Hasina still has a chance to redeem herself. The country needs closure after days of violence and deaths, and she can provide that. Now is the time to rise above political differences, to heal the divisions, and to call for unity. Let's see if the Prime Minister of Bangladesh seizes the opportunity. Our next story is about McDonald's. One of the biggest fast food chains in the world. The brand is synonymous with affordability and junk food. But for now, we'll focus on the affordability part. McDonald's burgers are known for this. So much so that they're used to study price differences, currency exchange rates, and even inflation. But now the story is shifting. McDonald's is struggling. The brand is reporting a drop in sales worldwide. They're down by 1%. McDonald's shares have tanked by 15%. Why? Because customers find their burgers too expensive now, and many prefer to eat at home instead. Our next report tells you why.
Who doesn't like McDonald's? Whether it's breakfast, lunch or dinner, there are few who would turn it down. The idea of having a McDonald's meal. The world's most famous burger joint has something for everyone. For decades, the brand has appealed to all age groups, from kids to world leaders, even former presidents.
But this thing you've pulled off, it's amazing. A big and tasty for just $1?
But today, McDonald's universal appeal is being tested. The company has reported a minor drop in sales. They fell by 1% between April and June. Going by the numbers, this may not even appear significant, but McDonald's is showing some significant signs of stress. The drop in sales is the first since 2020, when a global pandemic forced millions of people to stay at home and businesses to remain shut. The post-pandemic recovery has been challenging for the burger maker. After an initial bout of optimism, there's been a slowdown of sorts. In February, McDonald's CEO Chris Kempczynski made an admission. He said that McDonald's stores are receiving fewer orders. Customers earning below $45,000 a year have stopped ordering. These are low-income customers. In America, that's around 40 million households, or 100 million Americans. A large chunk of these were McDonald's customers, thanks to its affordability. They are now choosing to cook at home. For them, even a McDonald's burger now seems expensive. The prices of some of the items on McDonald's menu have skyrocketed. For instance, at an outlet in the US, one cheeseburger is priced at around $8. Earlier, the same burger was on the company's $1 menu. These soaring prices are not sitting well for some of McDonald's most loyal customers. They have taken to social media to call out the company. McDonald's is struggling overseas as well. In China, McDonald's stores are getting fewer customers. And in West Asia, the boycott calls over Israel's war in Gaza ended up hurting the business. But the biggest factor remains the cost. McDonald's is trying to address this. It's trying to bring the prices down. But amid a cost of living crisis, it is proving to be difficult. McDonald's is not the only one struggling. More food chains like Starbucks, KFC and Pizza Hut have all reported a decline in sales. Fast food wasn't supposed to be a luxury, but increasingly, it appears to be so.
It was a good day for India at the Olympics. We bagged another medal, this time in the 10-meter air pistol mixed event. India was up against South Korea in the bronze medal match. The Indian duo won 16-10, and guess who was part of this team? Manu Bhaker. This was her second medal in Paris. She won bronze in the women's 10-meter event, and now she has won bronze in the mixed event too. It's a feat that no Indian has achieved since independence. 2 medals in the same games, and her journey is quite inspiring. Bhaker had a heartbreak at the Tokyo Olympics when her pistol malfunctioned, but she's come back stronger. She spoke exclusively to Firstpost just a short while back, and she spoke about the lows of Tokyo and the highs of Paris. Listen in.
Tokyo taught me much needed lessons. And from there, I would say that this journey was much more success because of the experience that I got in Tokyo. The things did not go as per my way, definitely. But now I can look at my medals and be like, okay, what is done is done. Let's just focus on the next. Because again, the next Olympics will be after 4 years. So rather than celebrating now for this medal, the 2 medals that I've got, I would rather try my best in the next event, and then I can celebrate all together.
Her partner was Sarabjot Singh. Again, an inspirational story. Sarabjot tasted disappointment over the weekend. He narrowly missed the finals of the men's 10-meter event, but what a comeback he's made. From a near miss to a bronze medal. This is why sports is so inspirational. But tonight we're going behind the scenes. We're not looking at the podium. We're looking at the journey to reach there. Basically, how is a medalist made? We say it boils down to 3 C's: cost, culture and commitment. Let's look at Manu Bhaker. The Sports Minister of India has come out with some numbers. He says the government spent 2 crore rupees on her. That's around $230,000. And where was this money spent? On training, on travel, and on hiring coaches. In fact, I have a list for you. The government has spent 41 crore rupees on the men's hockey team, 5.7 crore rupees on javelin ace Neeraj Chopra, more than 3 crores on PV Sindhu, 1.5 crore rupees on Rohan Bopanna, and 1.3 crores on table tennis player Manika Batra. And these are just some examples. Put together, the government of India has spent 400 crore rupees. Of course, the cost will differ because some events require more investment. Some athletes may require more training, so the cost varies from case to case. But money alone is not enough. You need to create a culture of winning, whether it's including sports in schools or holding your nerve in the finals or creating a safe space for athletes. That's the difference between a competitor and a medalist. So how is the government doing that? With the Khelo India Games. Think of it as an annual Olympics for young Indians. The idea is to find grassroots talent from across the country. You have the Khelo India Youth Games. You also have the Khelo India University Games. They create a pipeline of talent. Plus, it helps in conditioning. Such large-scale events teach athletes how to handle pressure, how to perform when huge crowds are watching. And it's a priority for the government. This budget, this union budget, has set aside 900 crore rupees for Khelo India. That's 26% of the total sports budget. Which brings us to the final C, and that is commitment. It's pretty much self-explanatory. Governments can only help to some extent. In the end, it's all up to the athletes. Our Olympians are giving their 100% in Paris, so clearly commitment is not an issue. But how do we check the remaining 2 boxes? How do we increase India's medal tally? Well, there are 2 routes available. One is the US model. Their Olympic committee does not get money from the government. It's all private donations. Same with athlete selection. Most of them belong to the NCAA, the National Collegiate Athletics Association. It's a non-profit that manages college sports in America. Now, the US has sent around 600 athletes to Paris, and out of these, out of 600, 400 are current or former NCAA athletes. So the American model is simple. Let the colleges and private agencies figure it out. And then we have the second route, the Chinese model. Beijing is the biggest public spender on sports. Their expenditure is almost $3.2 billion. In India, it's only $406 million. Look at the gap. But China's model also comes with problems. It puts children under immense pressure at a young age. Ideally, India needs a mix of the two. We need a lot of spending by the government, but we also need private participation. Of course, that could also trigger a whole new debate. Who deserves credit for the success? In fact, that debate has already started. Indian companies have released congratulatory ads for Manu Bhaker. LIC has done it. So has Bajaj Foods and Fiji. Now, Manu Bhaker's managers are planning legal action. They say only brands sponsoring Bhaker can use her picture. Others cannot. Now, on the face of it, nothing wrong here. You did not support her Olympic journey, so why are you piggybacking on her success? But there's opposition too. There's the other side of the argument. The government says it spent 2 crore rupees on Bhaker's training. That's 2 crores of taxpayers' money. So shouldn't everyone be allowed to celebrate her too? I know it's a complicated debate, but it's also an important one because we cannot depend on the government alone to improve our medal tally. We need an all-round campaign. One that brings together colleges, companies, and families. Our next story is from Ethiopia. It's a country in East Africa in the Horn of Africa region. Ethiopia is Africa's second most populous nation, home to almost 110 million people, and all those people have made a gamble. Or rather, their government has made a gamble for them. I say this because the Ethiopian government has just secured a loan from the International Monetary Fund, or the IMF. Ethiopia is getting a bailout to help stabilize its economy. They will receive $3.4 billion from the IMF. $3.4 billion over the course of the next 4 years. The first tranche, worth about $1 billion, should be disbursed almost immediately. And that's not all. This loan is the first of many. Ethiopia is also expecting money from other lenders like the World Bank. Those loans should come up to $7.3 billion. So overall, Ethiopia is hoping to unlock more than $10 billion in external loans. That is the Ethiopian government's latest gamble. Now, normally, a loan should not be considered a big risk. After all, loan amounts and interest rates are all meticulously calculated. You also have predefined loan tenures. So this should be a well thought out move. A move made keeping a country's financial health in mind. But that only happens under normal circumstances, when a country is not under tremendous pressure or crumbling economically, which is not the case in Ethiopia. Inflation in this country is over 20%. There's a cost of living crisis caused by the Wuhan virus pandemic, the multiple wars taking place across the world, and a devastating drought in parts of Ethiopia. They're also recovering from a brutal civil war in the Tigray region. Plus, there are other ongoing conflicts all over the nation. So Ethiopia is far from normal circumstances, which is why it turned to the IMF, the so-called international lender of last resort. It's an ominous nickname, and for good reason, because if the IMF gives you a loan, it always extracts its pound of flesh, sometimes to deadly effect. Ask Ethiopia, they're already feeling the pinch. Yesterday, the country's central bank released a statement. It announced a major revision of Ethiopia's exchange rate system. Up until yesterday, they had a fixed exchange rate. Their currency, the Ethiopian birr, would trade at a fixed rate. That's the system they had. On Friday, this was a bit more than 57 birr for $1. But yesterday, this fixed rate was scrapped with immediate effect. Do you know what happened then? Their currency crashed. It lost about 30% of its value. At the end of the day, it was trading at about 75 birr to the dollar. The IMF says this is a good thing. It says all currencies should have market-driven exchange rates, and in the long run, this will help Ethiopia. Now, this may be true because Ethiopia was facing a chronic foreign exchange shortage, because the fixed rate did not accurately reflect the value of their currency. So no one really wanted to give Ethiopia dollars at that price. A market-driven exchange rate will be more accurate, and it should help bring in more dollars. But there's a problem here. What happens if the currency, the birr, keeps plummeting? What happens if the markets decide that the currency is worthless? The birr could go into free fall. And this could further crush the Ethiopian economy because the country is facing a drought. It needs to import food and other essentials. What happens when those crucial items keep becoming more expensive because your currency keeps losing its value? And this is not some theoretical problem. Just look at Nigeria. Nigeria did the exact same thing last year. It ended its fixed exchange rate and let the markets take over, again at the insistence of the IMF. Look at the result. Last June, 400 Nigerian naira were worth $1. A few days ago, it was about 1,500 naira to the dollar. Nigeria's currency has crumbled. It shows no signs of recovery or stabilization, and this has led to a surge in inflation, affecting the poorest sections of society. The most vulnerable Ethiopians now face the same risk, thanks to the IMF's loan conditions. Now, you know that protests are breaking out across Africa. They began in Kenya last month. The people were protesting against Kenya's annual budget. The budget called for increasing taxes. Do you know why? So that the Kenyan government could appease the IMF. This is what sparked the protests in Kenya. Protests are about to begin in Nigeria as well on the 1st of August. And part of the reason is the cost of living crisis there. Again, caused in part by the IMF. So it is a pattern. The IMF comes in, it promises to give loans, but demands a steep price, eventually leading to hardship and chaos for the poorest sections of society. The IMF is based in Washington, D.C. It's a Western financial institution, and it is breaking the backs of the poor. Obviously, that reflects poorly on the West. The US and its allies want to influence Africa. They don't want to lose the continent to their rivals, Russia and China. But at the same time, a Western lender is impoverishing African nations. It is no wonder that some of these countries prefer loans from China, no matter how steep the cost. Because it seems the IMF loans are somehow always worse. And that is why I said that Ethiopia has just taken a gamble, because these days taking an IMF loan is like gambling with your life. For our last story tonight, let's talk about obesity. Science calls it a chronic disease. If you're obese, it means you have excess body fat. Some call it a modern day condition, others say it has always existed. Globally, 1.1 billion people are obese. That's 14% of the global population. By 2035, that number could rise to 51%. So it's a big problem for the world. But right now, it's an even bigger problem for North Korea. Its leader, Kim Jong-un, is battling obesity. Forget nuclear superpowers. Looks like Kim's biggest struggle is with his weight. Now, North Korea is one of the most secretive countries in the world. It's called the Hermit Kingdom. So you may be wondering, where is this information coming from? Well, it's from an intelligence report released by South Korea's top spy agency. They keep track of every activity in the north, and this is what they chanced upon: Kim's health struggles. Now, some background here. Kim Jong-un was born in 1984, so he's 40 years old. He's around 5 feet 7 inches tall. He weighs around 140 kilos. 140. That puts him in the very severely obese category. In 2021, Kim Jong-un lost some weight, around 20 kilos. He looked visibly slimmer. His face appeared thinner, and this broke hearts across North Korea. People were worried about their leader. They thought he was ill, that he was suffering from some disease. Some even cried at the sight of him. That's not the reaction you would want after a makeover, but Kim did not seem to mind. After all, North Korea is a very different society. It's cut off from the rest of the world. It struggles with a food crisis. Half of its citizens are impoverished. There is rampant malnutrition. So in a country like that, being overweight is a sign of wealth. It's like a status symbol, apparently. And as the country's leader, Kim Jong-un must be a reflection of that. So his weight loss journey did not go down too well with his people. What's worse, it did not even last. Kim gained all his weight back. On top of that, he smokes every day. He's a heavy drinker. He's often under stress. And all of that is now leading to health problems. He apparently has high blood pressure. He's suffering from diabetes. And if this continues, there could be heart problems too. Now, this is a national crisis for Pyongyang. It's also hereditary. Meet Kim Il-sung, the founder of North Korea and the grandfather of the current leader, Kim Jong-un. In 1994, the senior Kim collapsed after a heart attack. All efforts to revive him failed. So his son took the reins of power. That's Kim Jong-il, the current leader's father. In 2011, he too died of a suspected heart attack. So the Kim family has a history of heart diseases, and it has not ended well for them. Officials fear that the latest Kim in power could meet the same fate. So they're scrambling to find new drugs, to procure medicines from abroad. But what if none of it works? What would it mean for the kingdom? That's what North Korea is, where power is transferred from father to son. Kim Jong-un is the third leader from the Kim dynasty. He's still relatively young. He's 40. He was expected to rule for the foreseeable future, but his health is a wild card. So they're zeroing in on a successor, someone who can take over if something were to happen to Kim. And who would that be, the successor? Reports point to this child, Ju-ae. She's Kim Jong-un's daughter. She's around 10 years old. She's been accompanying him to events. North Korean media calls her Kim's most beloved child. And he is said to have other children, but not much is known about them. So right now, Ju-ae is the favorite. She's being groomed to take over, but she's still very young. Imagine a child ruling the kingdom that has been firing missiles and challenging world powers. Sounds absurd, but that's North Korea for you. Nothing is too outlandish for them. As for Kim Jong-un, it shows that even the most formidable leaders are not immune to the trials of the flesh. Our next story comes from Jakarta, the capital of Indonesia, at least for now. Why do we say this? Because Jakarta is running out of space and it is sinking. So the outgoing president, Joko Widodo, has proposed an ambitious plan. He wants to change the capital of his country to Nusantara. It's a forested region. More than 1,000 kilometers away from Jakarta, Indonesia is turning it into a planned city at the cost of $33 billion. This plan was announced in 2019. Since then, the progress has been painfully slow. The city is only about 15% ready, but the president remains undeterred. He started working from Nusantara instead of Jakarta in a brand new presidential palace that is still under construction. How unusual is the president's bid? What does it take to build a new capital, and has it been done before? Here's a report.
Imagine that you're the president of a country. Where would you like to work from? Possibly a fancy office in the capital city. But what about an under-construction building? How about 1,000 kilometers away from the country's capital? As absurd as it sounds, that's exactly what Joko Widodo is doing. He is the outgoing president of Indonesia. He's spending his remaining time in office in a new city, in a brand new presidential palace which is not fully complete yet.
Today, I have started receiving officials for meetings here in the president's office, but I cannot take you to see the meeting because there are still a lot of workers around, so we don't want to disturb them.
That's quite the working environment. And what's behind this self-inflicted torture? Right now, Jakarta is the capital of Indonesia. Since the country's independence, it has expanded from less than 1 million people to about 30 million people. It's running out of space. There are traffic problems and toxic levels of pollution. On top of this, Jakarta is sinking. There are too many residents and they are draining the groundwater. Plus, thanks to climate change, seawater levels are rising. So in 2019, President Widodo announced an audacious plan. He wanted to change the capital of Indonesia. And his pick was this, Nusantara. The city is located in Kalimantan on the island of Borneo. Nusantara is about 1,200 kilometers from Jakarta. Kalimantan is 4 times bigger than Java. Shifting capitals is an ambitious plan and an expensive one. It will cost Indonesia $33 billion. Widodo doesn't have that kind of money. The state is shouldering 20% of the cost, and for the rest, he's relying on private investments. He has signed a presidential regulation to grant investors land rights in Nusantara. He is also working out of the would-be capital in the hopes that investors support the project. But the inflow of money has been slow, and so has the progress. Construction is moving at a snail's pace. Deadlines have been missed repeatedly. Top officials looking over the project have resigned unexpectedly. But the president is undeterred.
This is a massive project. With a timeline of 15 to 20 years, this isn't a 1 to 2 year project. A lot of people think we're chasing deadlines. No, we're doing this according to what progress is there, and according to plans and the stages we've set.
On August 17th, Nusantara will hold its first ever Indonesia Independence Day. It's expected to be the official transfer of the capital city. And on October 20th, President-elect Prabowo Subianto will be sworn into office. At least, that's the plan. Nusantara will only be 15% complete by Independence Day. The whole city is expected to be complete by 2045. What Indonesia is doing is unusual but not unheard of. In 2005, Naypyidaw replaced Yangon as the capital of Myanmar. In 1960, Brasilia replaced Rio de Janeiro as capital of Brazil. So it has been done before. But it remains to be seen when the new capital will be relocated officially. For now, the sinking Jakarta remains the capital of Indonesia.
And now it's time for Vantage Shots, images that tell the story. In Paris, the floating Olympic cauldron draws thousands of spectators every day. Nearly 200,000 people celebrate the Torch Festival in China. And a vacuum cleaning robot dog hits Italian beaches to collect trash. Finally, taking you back in history, on this day in 1930, Uruguay hosted and won the first ever Football World Cup. They defeated Argentina in the finals. The World Cup started as an invitational tournament with just 13 teams. Today, it is one of the biggest sporting events in the world. We're leaving you on that note. Thank you for watching. We will see you tomorrow.
de l'autre côté. Ouais.
From impeachments to inaugurations, if it's a political story, we are on the scene. The race for the White House is heating up.
Kamala, you're fired.
I say, bring it on.
If it's breaking news, we're live with the latest coverage. From the White House, the State Department, and Capitol Hill. We know the issues, but above all, we know the players to bring you the latest in-depth analysis on all the key stories that we're covering. I'm Eric Ham. Join me from Washington here on Firstpost America. We begin in the Middle East, where Lebanon-based Hezbollah says they do not want war, but will fight Israel without any limits if provoked further. A spokesperson for the Iran-backed group says they have begun arming and preparing their long-range precision-guided missiles for war. The group also fired multiple rockets into northern Israel last night. Now tensions between Israel and Hezbollah reached an all-time high after the group fired rockets into the Golan Heights, killing at least 12 children on Sunday. In retaliation, Israel carried out multiple airstrikes in southern Lebanon, killing over 20. Lebanon's foreign minister says they are prepared for an escalation in hostilities, but are urging both sides to prevent a full-blown war.
We think that there would be a little bit of escalation, but not that big, because the Israelis themselves are going to be hit. And if they go against Lebanon, it's going to be a big war. And they know that. And I don't think they want to do it. They want to solve the whole problems diplomatically.
The Lebanese foreign minister has also claimed that his government would not be able to stop Hezbollah from escalating tensions against Israel.
We don't want any expansion of the war. We don't want escalation. And we're working on it this way. We don't want escalation. The most important thing is that it's an opportunity for them to do something, it shouldn't be big, because we know we cannot control Hezbollah retaliation as well. So Hezbollah is going to retaliate if they have it, if they have it in the normal situation.
Meanwhile, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu visited the Golan Heights and met families of the children who were killed by Hezbollah. During the interaction with the parents, Prime Minister Netanyahu vowed to respond to Hezbollah with lethality. However, instead of being welcomed, families of the victims protested the Israeli Prime Minister's visit.
He is an unwelcome person in our place. He is a liar and corrupt. He is coming to use the bodies of our children to be on TV. We will not allow this to happen.
We are fighting. Our children are at the front. Where are his children? In Miami. Our children are on the front. Our children are fighting. Where are his children?
In an effort to calm rising tensions, the United States has rushed a diplomatic delegation to Israel, hoping to ward off further escalation. The American mediators are expected to meet both Israeli and Lebanese officials in a desperate attempt to prevent another war in the Middle East. Here in the United States, top intelligence officials say Russia, Iran, and China are recruiting Americans to spread propaganda ahead of the presidential election in November. The concerning revelation comes after a stormy few weeks in the United States politics, which saw an assassination attempt on former President Donald Trump and President Joe Biden exit the race. Now, the Office of the Director of National Intelligence has warned Americans that whatever content they consume on social media could be foreign propaganda coming from fellow Americans. The disinformation could be about presidential candidates or hot-button issues like immigration or the war in Gaza. And fake websites impersonating American media outlets and AI-generated social media profiles are just two of the primary methods which to spread disinformation. According to U.S. intelligence officials, Russia continues to pose the greatest threat to the presidential election. Networks linked to the Kremlin are reportedly hiring marketing and communications firms to create digital propaganda. While the intel officials did not mention the names of presidential candidates, their comments suggested that Russia is in fact trying to help Donald Trump secure re-election. After the assassination attempt, Russian agencies reportedly amplified claims that Democratic rhetoric led to the shooting. They even circulated conspiracy theories suggesting that President Biden or the Ukrainian government was behind the attack. Meanwhile, the intelligence report warns that Iran is trying to influence the election by undermining Donald Trump's candidacy. This stems from the former president ending the Iran nuclear deal with Tehran, reimposing sanctions and ordering the killing of the Iranian general Qasem Soleimani. The report further adds that Iran is also supporting anti-Israel protests in the United States over the war in Gaza. And intel officials say China is more cautious about the U.S. presidential race when compared to Russia and Iran. In fact, Beijing is more likely to use disinformation to target congressional candidates who have voiced their opinions against President Xi Jinping or have raised the issue of freedom in Tibet. Now, Russia, China, and Iran have all refuted allegations of meddling in the U.S. elections. However, the concerning intel report highlights that covert attacks are being carried out against America's democratic values. And now shifting focus to South America, thousands of anti-government protesters marched through the streets toward the presidential palace in Venezuela's capital, Caracas, on Monday. This after incumbent President Nicolas Maduro was declared the winner of Sunday's presidential election. Maduro's re-election has come under massive scrutiny, with the opposition alleging fraud in the counting of votes. On Monday, at least one person died and 46 people were arrested as security forces tried to disperse the demonstrators. Police fired tear gas and rubber bullets on the furious protesters who challenged the victory claimed by Maduro. In fact, some of them even ripped Maduro's campaign posters from lampposts and set them on fire. Meanwhile, at least two statues of Maduro's mentor and predecessor, Hugo Chavez, were toppled in the country.
I'll fight for my country's democracy. They stole from us because he is genocidal. We must fight for democracy in this country. We need to keep on fighting for the young people, the youth, and my grandchildren, and my children who left this country. They left.
Yes, we are tired. I have 23 years living under the same government, and it has always been the same. No, that's enough. I want a future for my daughter. I have not been able to study. I got out of high school, and I could not go to college because I had to work.
Now, calling his re-election fair, Maduro says he knows how to handle the anti-government protesters.
We have been following all of the acts of violence promoted by the extreme right. I can tell the people of Venezuela that if they have done harm, we are acting. We already know this movie, so once more, along with the civil, military, and police union, we are acting. We already know how they operate. We have witnessed a group of violent events. Right now I could show you 100 videos of violent attacks. We could label them criminal and terrorist.
Public anger swelled after the National Electoral Council of Venezuela formally gave Maduro a third term in office and extended his Socialist Party's 25-year rule. The polling body said Maduro won 51% of the vote, while his main opponent, Edmundo Gonzalez, secured 44% of the vote. However, the opposition called the results fraudulent and said Gonzalez gained over 70% of the vote.
I want to tell the entire Venezuelan people, with total responsibility, that we will enforce respect for the will expressed yesterday through your votes. This is the only path to peace. We have in our hands the tallies that demonstrate our categorical and mathematically irreversible victory.
I believe it is relevant to say that in these 73% of tallies, the votes that they include are more than 2 million for Nicolas Maduro and over 6 million for Edmundo Gonzalez Urrutia.
Meanwhile, Venezuela's electoral body, which is controlled by Maduro's loyalists, haven't released tallies from all of the 30,000 polling stations. Along with Venezuelans, several countries, including the United States, as well as international bodies such as the United Nations, have called on the Venezuelan authorities to release the results of individual polling stations.
The Secretary General calls for complete transparency and encourages the timely publication of the election results and a breakdown by polling stations. The Secretary General trusts that all electoral disputes will be addressed and resolved peacefully and calls on all Venezuelan political leaders and their supporters for moderation. He recalls that electoral authorities should undertake their work independently and without interference to guarantee the free expression of the will of the electorate.
Meanwhile, Argentinian President Javier Milei has refused to recognize Maduro's victory, and in response, Caracas has recalled its diplomats from Buenos Aires.
This is a message for the heroic Venezuelan people. The fraud that the dictator Nicolas Maduro has carried out and perpetrated is nothing more nor less than a worthless victory. He may have won a battle. He may believe he has won a battle. However, the most important thing is that the Venezuelan lions woke up, and sooner or later, socialism will end. This impoverishing model is going to end because socialism is always and everywhere murderous, starving, and impoverishing phenomenon. Cheer up, dear Venezuelans, you will succeed. Keep fighting, don't give up. Long live freedom.
And now several other nations in the Americas, including Costa Rica, Ecuador, Guatemala, Panama, and Peru, have all expressed concerns about the Venezuelan election. Now, as the re-elected Maduro faces criticism both domestically and globally, it remains to be seen what he does next to quell the rising protests. And in the Caribbean, Haitian Prime Minister Gary Conille narrowly escaped a violent attack by armed gangs near a recently reclaimed hospital in Port-au-Prince. Even though the Prime Minister's office said there were no injuries or deaths, security officers were seen scrambling to protect the leader and had to fire shots to cover his exit from the hospital. This harrowing incident highlights the intense struggle between Haitian authorities and powerful criminal gangs vying for control of the capital. Here's our story with more about the brazen attack.
Haiti's Prime Minister Gary Conille narrowly escaped an ambush on Monday after gangs opened fire near a hospital he was visiting in Port-au-Prince. Conille was conducting an interview with CNN when long volleys of gunfire echoed through the nearby streets. Remarkably, Conille continued the interview unperturbed, highlighting the grim normalcy of such violence in the capital. Then, after the interview, as the Prime Minister prepared to leave, the gunfire intensified. The Prime Minister and his entourage were quickly ushered into cars, with security forces providing cover to the fire. Police officers ran for safety amid the hail of bullets. According to a joint statement from the Haitian National Police and the Multinational Security Support Force, there were no confirmed injuries and the Prime Minister safely returned to his office. Criminal gangs still control roughly 80% of the capital city, turning daily life into a perilous endeavor for its residents and officials alike. The turmoil started to erupt after the President Jovenel Moise was assassinated in 2021. But the situation exceptionally intensified this year in February when gangs started attacking critical infrastructure in the capital, including Port-au-Prince International Airport and Seaport. This plunged millions into acute food insecurity, with many facing starvation.
This is the way we live, sitting here every day. There is no food unless an organization sends us something to eat. After that, there isn't anything else. They gave us some soap and toothpaste to brush our teeth and kits with other things. Then we can wash our clothes with this soap. This is life without work or trade.
The most urgent matter with children in camps is that when these children move with their families to a camp, it's because they have problems with healthy nutrition, and our role is to help them to develop.
Considering the severity of the situation, the Kenyan-led security mission, which is part of an international effort to stabilize Haiti, began deploying troops to Port-au-Prince in late June. The mission's goal is to bolster the beleaguered Haitian police force in its fight against the gangs. And the hospital's reclamation is seen as a tentative first step towards re-establishing state control in the city. When the Haitian Prime Minister toured the hospital in early July, he said hospitals should not be a war zone. The tour also showed the damage and debris left by the gangs in the medical facility. In recent months, gangs have destroyed and looted several institutions in the country, keeping the health system in crisis.
It's really important for us to regain control of our hospital. In every country in the world, hospitals are not war zones, they're not conflict zones, and they're not confrontation zones either. They're places where people who are ill come to get treatment for their health. People who are already in a vulnerable situation have come to be treated. It should not be a war zone, and we will not accept that.
The interim government, led by Kony, has pledged to restore order and prepare the country for new elections. However, the road to stability is fraught with challenges. Kony, who previously served as Prime Minister from 2011 to 2012 under President Michel Martelly, stepped into the role after his predecessor, Ariel Henry, resigned in March. Henry's resignation followed months of mounting pressure and widespread discontent over his handling of the crisis. So, as Kony navigates the treacherous political landscape, his resolve to bring stability to Haiti remains unwavering. The international community watches closely with the hope that Haiti can emerge from this period of chaos. But for now, the battle for control of Port-au-Prince continues, with the safety of its leaders and citizens hanging in the balance.
And finally, from Turkey, where a controversial new law has been passed targeting the country's stray dog population. The new law allows the government to send up to 4 million dogs to the pound, sparking nationwide protests. While critics fear this could lead to mass culling, the Turkish government insists it's a necessary measure for public safety. Our final report brings you all the details.
On a balmy Monday evening, the Turkish parliament steeped in history and political drama. Politicians buzzed with fervor as the controversial bill was passed. Legislation which was aimed at addressing the fate of Turkey's estimated 4 million stray dogs now includes a clause for culling them. This measure, officials argue, is essential to curb dog attacks and the spread of rabies. Yet for many, it symbolizes an emotional tragedy. As the news broke, the mood on the streets of Istanbul and beyond shifted from quiet apprehension to outcry. Protests erupted not just among seasoned activists, but among ordinary citizens who have shared their lives with these street furballs.
If they had enforced the law they had passed in the past up until now, this crowd would not be here right now, and these animals would not have been killed, or such an attempt would not have been made. We say again, we will not give them any of them. We are resisting this, and will continue to do so.
The emotional resonance of the debate also awakened memories of a dark chapter in the nation's history, rekindling the ghost of a 1910 catastrophe when Ottoman authorities rounded up over 60,000 stray dogs in Istanbul and marooned them on a deserted island in the Sea of Marmara. With no sustenance, the dogs succumbed to a horrific fate, tearing each other apart in their desperation. And in the shadow of that tragedy, animal rights campaigners fear a repeat, cloaked under the guise of public safety.
We will not give you one single life of ours. Come veto this law. No member of parliament should vote yes for this law. We will make sure all supporters of the law are on the wrong side of history.
While the government asserts that it is a necessary measure for maintaining safe streets, critics remain skeptical. They argue that mass euthanasia is neither humane nor effective. Instead, they champion a large-scale sterilization campaign as a more compassionate and sustainable solution.
Those who are attacking us with a policy of war, we tell you, do not stand against the people.
Women, animals, nature, the youth, workers, laborers will bring down your order on your head. They will bring it down. Do not forget this.
Within the walls of the parliament, lawmakers who opposed to the measure staged a poignant protest, donning white cloths stained with fake blood to symbolize the lives at stake. The opposition Republican People's Party, which governs major cities including Istanbul, has vowed to resist the law, with mayors declaring they will not comply if it passes. The Turkish government ascertains mayors who refuse to implement the law could face imprisonment. Turkey now stands at crossroads. The choice between a future of compassionate coexistence or a repeat of past cruelties weighs heavily on the conscience of people. For now, the residents of Turkey are working hard to find future homes for the street-trotting furry canines.
That's our show for today. We certainly thank you so much for tuning in. We hope to see you right back here again tomorrow. Thanks again for watching. From impeachments to inaugurations, if it's a political story, we are on the scene. The race for the White House is heating up.
Kamala, you're fired.
I say, bring it on.
If it's breaking news, we're live with the latest coverage. From the White House, the State Department, and Capitol Hill. We know the issues, but above all, we know the players to bring you the latest in-depth analysis on all the key stories that we're covering. I'm Eric Ham. Join me from Washington here on Firstpost America.
Firstpost reports from the world's second largest continent. Hello, I'm Alison LaGrange. A very warm welcome from Durban, South Africa. We get you the news and the newsmakers from Africa. From elections, to climate change, to innovations and opportunities. As the world's attention shifts, we report from Africa, the heart of the global south. Join me every weekday live on Firstpost. Hello and welcome to Firstpost Africa, where we get you the top stories from the continent and from across the world. I'm Alison LaGrange, coming to you live from Durban, South Africa. Hello and welcome. We start with the biggest story in Africa today that comes from Mali. As the Russia-Ukraine war drags on in the heart of Europe, its tremors are being felt all the way in Western Africa. Last week, Russian fighters suffered their biggest battleground losses yet in Africa at the hands of separatist rebels in Mali. And now Ukraine says it played a key role in it. Ukraine has claimed involvement in the big Russian defeat in Africa. The Ukrainian Military Intelligence Service says it provided Mali rebels with the necessary information. Ukraine's intelligence has called it a successful military operation against Russian war criminals. Ukraine has not said whether its personnel were involved in the fighting or present in the country. Ukrainian officials restrained from providing any more details on their operation, but have said that more will be revealed later. Meanwhile, Ukrainian media outlet Kiev Post also put up a picture showing Mali rebels holding Ukraine's flag as they claimed victory. Last week, fighting erupted between the Mali junta and a separatist coalition in Mali's north. Mali junta was fighting the rebels alongside allied Russia's Wagner group in a fierce battle that went on for 4 days. However, both junta and Wagner group have now admitted that they have suffered heavy losses after the intense battle. They were fighting the separatist coalition named the CSP-PSD Alliance. The coalition consists of mainly Tuareg ethnic rebels who have been fighting for independence from Mali since 2012. On Sunday, they claimed the major victory over the Mali junta and its Russian allies. The rebels said their enemies had surrendered and fled the area, while many of their fighters were taken prisoner. While no official death toll has been put out, the Malian army has said it suffered a large number of deaths. Russia's Wagner mercenary group, also known as Africa Corps, has said that it suffered severe losses, including a commander. A pro-Kremlin media outlet has reported that at least 20 Wagner fighters have been killed. However, some sources have put the Russian death toll up to 80. If true, Russian losses in Mali would be its heaviest outside Ukraine since 2018. When up to 200 fighters were killed during a clash with U.S. forces in Syria. Now, Russia's Wagner group has been operating in Mali since 2021, after the country's pro-Western president was toppled in a military coup. They have been training and fighting along the armies against Islamist and other insurgents, and the ruling junta has sought closer ties with Moscow and has also received Russian weapons supplies. Not just Mali, but other junta-ruled states in Western Africa like Niger and Burkina Faso are forging closer ties with Moscow as they have pushed the Western troops out. While Russia has been able to make inroads in the Sahel region due to a growing anti-Western sentiment, the recent blow in Mali has highlighted a major challenge for Russia's on-ground presence in the region. And it appears that Ukraine is now trying to play a proxy war in the area as it challenges Russian influence in Africa. Ukraine has opened several new African embassies in order to strengthen diplomatic, economic and military partnerships. Ukraine's forces are believed to be active in Sudan, another African country where Wagner troops have been heavily involved in fighting. Last year, Ukraine's foreign minister promised to free Africa from Russia's grip. So the war between Ukraine and Russia has certainly taken on a new global dimension. For more on this, we have with us Freedom Onoa, a professor of political science at University of Nigeria, Nsukka, and the coordinator at Security, Violence and Conflict Research Group. He is joining us live from Nsukka, Nigeria. Thank you for being with us, Professor.
Thank you very much for having me.
Now, the Sandstorm ambush was a major attack in which an estimated 20 to 50 mercenaries from the Africa Corps or Wagner Group were killed. The CPS-PSD has claimed responsibility for this, and now Ukraine intelligence claims to have been involved. What is your analysis, Professor, of this claim?
Well, I think we are yet to have another layer of confirmation of the level and the nature of the enabling contribution of Ukrainian intelligence to that very audacious, successful ambush in Sandstorm, which is just a border town of Tinzutan. But I think what is very important and what this signals in terms of the strategic outlay of the evolving confrontation between Russia and Ukraine is that this singular act has tended to scale up the potentials for proxy war between major rival powers in Africa. The challenge of proxy war has been a major threat to peace and stability in Africa during the Cold War era. But with the latest developments regarding the ambush of the Malian forces and their Wagner group that resulted in a devastating losses on the part of the Wagner group, which is now known as the African Corps. I think that the Russians will now try to dig deep to understand to what extent has the Ukrainian intelligence played a key role in the sources of this ambush. And I think that is going to create a whole lot of problem because then the Russians may also need to begin to think of opportunities of expanding their own attacks on Ukrainian interests. But I think it's also a very dangerous trend on the part of Ukrainian intervention because that creates a whole lot of diplomatic issues, which means that they are also enabling a rebel group that is fighting a sovereign state in Africa. So it's not just about an attack on Mali, an attack on Russia. I think it now, raises the level of concern to an attack on an African state, and that's going to create a whole lot of problem. I think that we need to wait for a much more robust, confirmation that the Ukrainian intelligence played a key role in this ambush. My concern really is, why would we have this kind of successful ambush? Why would they go for this kind of operation, for example, without having sufficient means in terms of...
And Professor, Russia has been making...
Go ahead.
Yeah. Sorry, let me interrupt you there. Russia has been making inroads into Africa in various ways, including through defense cooperation ties and using the Africa Corps in a number of countries in Africa. What is Russia's objective here, and has this defeat been a somewhat sobering experience for Russia?
Yeah, I think fundamentally what is driving Russia in terms of its aggressive inroad into African countries, particularly West and Central African countries, is the desire to curry more favor, to cultivate more diplomatic support against the backdrop, of Western push and criticisms and condemnation of its invasion of Ukraine. So what Russia is trying to do is to make sure that it has garnered a whole lot of support in terms of diplomatic support that it will gain in the United Nations, particularly when this issue comes to table. Please don't forget the fact that, and that has already started playing out, in 2022, for example, Mali, for example, abstained from voting when the United Nations Security Council wanted to vote, on that global UN demand for Russia to leave Ukraine. But by 2023, Mali did not even abstain. Mali actually voted against that UN resolution, which does suggest, therefore, that Russia is making a whole lot of inroad into these African countries as a way of shoring up its own support in the United Nations security architecture, given the fact that it has lost a whole lot of support again from Western countries.
Right.
In the aftermath
and
of the
on
invasion of Ukraine.
Africa is, of course, facing challenges. Yes, and Africa is facing challenges related to food security, inflation, and financial instability, as well as security concerns due to the Russia-Ukraine conflict. Considering all of this, how is the Russia-Ukraine war shaping up in Africa, and how does this affect the African continent?
Well, it is important to know that an estimated 149 million persons, people in Africa, face food insecurity, and to very large extent, the outbreak and sustenance of the Russia-Ukraine crisis played a key part in this unfortunate development, essentially because Africa depends on Ukraine and Russia for the importation of wheat, which plays a key role, in terms of the food security, the staples, production of bread and other elements of food requirements in Africa. So with the outbreak of that conflict, the supply of food, particularly the supply of wheat, declined substantially. And more importantly also, because Africa also depends on Russia for the importation of fertilizer in order, to sustain its agricultural productivity. That in itself has impacted, on the global supply chain of these critical enablers for food security in terms of wheat, in terms of fertilizer. Now, that is already impacting on Africa from the food security point of view. But we can then see also that it is even going beyond the diplomatic in terms of the consequences for this latest Samsung ambush. But more importantly, it's also going to go into the political realm, because The more African population are exposed to challenges connected to food security, the tendency also that disgruntled and frustrated population can then even begin to revolt against their democratic government, and that is going to create a whole lot of regional stability challenges. And that is what we are now seeing, although conversations are not even being weaved around this important fact. Problem we are having in Zambia, the problem we are having in many parts of Africa, even the problem we are even foreseeing to happen in Nigeria against the backdrop of the planned protest, against bad governance, against hardship, against poverty, against food insecurity, may likely swell, may likely explode against the backdrop of the pressure, the layered pressure that comes from the dynamics of the Russian-Ukraine crisis, which has put tremendous pressure on availability of food. And so I think that crisis is already having serious political, economic, diplomatic implications for Africa. And I don't think that Africa is really braced to deal with this problem.
Professor, thank you very much. We'll have to leave it there. Thank you for being with us on First Post Africa and for your valued analysis and insights there.
Thank you very much.
And now shifting focus to Uganda, where several opposition members have been charged with terrorism. A magistrates' court in Kampala has charged 36 opposition party members with terrorism-related offences following their deportation from Kenya. Those charged were affiliated with the Forum for Democratic Change, or the FDC, one of Uganda's major opposition parties. As per their lawyers, they had travelled to Kenya's western city of Kisumu to attend a seminar aimed at improving young leaders' leadership and communication skills. But they were detained by Kenyan authorities and then deported to Uganda. The prosecution alleges that they had travelled to Kenya with the intent of providing or receiving terrorism training. As per the Ugandan police, these persons were engaged with covert activities that are suspected to be subversive. The police added that they are closely collaborating with their Kenyan counterparts for investigation without giving any more details. But the opposition members have denied the charges. They have called it a witch hunt and abuse of power. They have labelled the charges as ridiculous.
These people were kidnapped from Kenya because the forces from Uganda illegally crossed the borders and carried out an illegal arrest, which in our own assessment and understanding amounted to a kidnap because it was not a lawful arrest. So you cannot kidnap people. I want to sum it up this way. You cannot kidnap people from Kenya and try them in Uganda. It's not possible.
Now, the case comes amid youth-led anti-government protests in both Uganda and Kenya. Police in Uganda arrested at least 104 people during the protest against corruption this week. These protesters have been inspired by widespread rallies against the William Ruto government in neighbouring Kenya, which have been ongoing for over a month. Uganda's President, Yoweri Museveni, who has ruled with an iron fist for almost 4 decades, had warned the demonstrators that they were playing with fire if they went ahead despite a police ban. However, protesters did defy the ban and showed up on the streets in large numbers. As per reports, additional rallies are being planned by the protesters while the security remains on alert. Our next story is from Zimbabwe, a country in the African continent where an American has managed to stir up a controversy. It is the comedian and actor Tiffany Haddish, the artist who seems to have a knack for landing herself in hot water, and this time she sparked a firestorm all the way from Harare in Zimbabwe, where her recent TikTok escapade has raised more than a few eyebrows. The video that you see on your screen shows Haddish strolling through a supermarket in Zimbabwe's capital, expressing shock and awe at the sight of groceries. The funny woman, known for her sharp wit and candid humor, seemed genuinely flabbergasted to find a humongous, fully stocked grocery store in Africa. This just didn't end here. She gawked at organic strawberries and sugarcane as if she'd stumbled upon an oasis in the desert. Her commentary only escalated as she explored further, marveling at the availability of soft drinks, alcohol, and even a frozen food section. Now, unsurprisingly, her astonishment did not sit well with many on social media. Critics quickly pointed out the disdain in her surprise, questioning why her dish appeared to be under the impression that Africa is devoid of such basic amenities. Comments flooded in, asking if she thought the continent was stuck in the Stone Age. In her defense, her dish later explained that her video was an attempt to dispel the outdated and negative stereotypes about Africa, suggesting that many in the US hold misguided beliefs that the continent is perpetually embroiled in war and poverty. She shared these thoughts in a now deleted tweet, where she lamented the false narratives she's been taught about Africa. She also expressed that her visit was an eye-opener, despite some coming to her defense, suggesting she was merely trying to demystify the misconceptions. The damage had been done. Her dish, it seems, has had a tough time navigating the choppy waters of public opinion. Just this year, she faced backlash for her comments about pro-Palestinian college protests. Tiffany Haddish's foray into the grocery store anthropology might have been well-intentioned, but sometimes, even in comedy, a little cultural sensitivity goes a long way. Perhaps her next lesson will involve a crash course in what not to say when abroad. As the saying goes, better to remain silent and be thought a fool than to speak and remove all doubt. But then again, where's the fun in that? And with that, we've come to the end of this edition of First Post Africa. Thank you for being with us, and stay tuned to First Post.
Hello, Namaskar. This is First Post and you're watching Vantage with me, Palki Sharma. West Asia is on the brink of another war. The entire region is in chaos. In the last 24 hours, we have seen a dramatic escalation. Israel has struck two countries, Lebanon and Iran. Both strikes have been in the capital cities, Beirut in Lebanon and Tehran in Iran. In Beirut, a top Hezbollah commander is believed to have been killed. In Tehran, a top Hamas leader has been killed. Israel is said to be behind both these attacks. Needless to say, the situation is tense and precarious. We've been telling you about this. In fact, yesterday we discussed how an Israeli attack on Lebanon was imminent. And it happened within hours of our report. Israel struck Beirut in an act of revenge for what happened on Saturday. There was an attack in the Golan Heights on Saturday, reportedly by Hezbollah in Lebanon. 12 Israeli children died in that attack. So Israel was expected to strike back, and it did. But it's the operation in Tehran that has taken everyone by surprise. It was designed to take out this man, Ismail Haniyeh, the political chief of Hamas. Just hours before his death, he was with Iran's top leadership. In fact, he was in Tehran for the swearing in of the new president, Masoud Pezeshkian, the new president of Iran. So Hania met President Pezeshkian. He also met the Iranian Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, and he was spotted at the Iranian parliament. It's a close association. Hamas, after all, is a proxy group of Iran. Its top leaders are protected by Tehran, so Hania's killing means that Iranian defenses were compromised. A top Hamas leader was taken out on their watch, and that too in the heart of Tehran. Ismail Haniya should have been safe there. He ended up being killed. The details of the attacks are still sketchy. Here's what we know so far. This attack happened at 2 a.m. local time. It was an airstrike. Haniya was in northern Tehran. He was staying in government accommodation at a home built for Iranian veterans. And he wasn't alone. His bodyguard was with him. The airstrike killed both of them. Soon after the news broke, Haniya's daughter-in-law sent out this message from Gaza.
With hearts satisfied with God's judgment and destiny, I mourn a man whose name fills up the earth and sky upon being mentioned. May God reward us in our misfortune and grant us better situations. The pain is great.
Iran and Hamas have blamed Israel for his death. Officially, Israel is not claiming responsibility. They never have. Israel rarely takes responsibility for any operation behind enemy lines. But the reactions of Israeli leaders give it away. Several Israeli ministers have spoken about this assassination, and look at what they're saying. Haniya's death makes the world a little better. I'm quoting. Right way to clear the world from this filth. These are Israeli ministers. Yes, all your enemies will perish, O God. And finally, we have this. Careful what you wish for. Israeli citizens are also celebrating.
I think the assassination of Haniya is a great news, and I think it was supposed to happen, and I hope Sinwar will be next.
I think it's good news, both the assassination of Haniya and the assassination of the number 2 of Hezbollah yesterday. It's good news for Israel.
Israel says it has no new operations planned, but today's events change everything. Ismail Haniya was leading the Gaza ceasefire talks for Hamas. Those negotiations are now dead. More importantly, how would Iran respond to what has happened? It's a serious provocation for them. Their sovereignty has been breached. So the regime wants to respond in kind. Iran's supreme leader sent a warning to Israel today. The Iranian press relayed a message from him.
The criminal and terrorist Zionist regime with this action has prepared the ground for a harsh punishment for itself, and we consider it our duty to avenge the blood of him who was martyred in the land of Islamic Republic of Iran.
Iran says it will avenge Haniya's death. It will observe 3 days of national mourning. The funeral will be held in Tehran. Then Haniya's remains will be flown to Qatar, where he will be buried. There is outrage on the streets of Tehran. Supporters of the regime took out a march chanting death to Israel.
Allahu Akbar! Allahu Akbar! Allahu Akbar! Akbar Israel! Akbar Israel! Allahu Akbar! Akbar America! Akbar America! Rahbar Azade! Amadim Amad. So the Iranians are angry. It will be very hard for the regime to let this go, and a lot will depend on their response. The region is bracing for impact. There's growing tension across the board, especially in the West Bank, where Palestinian groups have called a protest. Regional stakeholders are all nervous. World leaders are weighing in, starting with the United States here. Secretary of State Antony Blinken is still stressing on a ceasefire in Gaza.
Of course, I've seen the reports, and all I can tell you right now is I think nothing takes away from the importance of, as I said a moment ago, getting to the ceasefire.
Well, America could not sound more disconnected from reality. Meanwhile, China and Russia have condemned the Israeli operation.
Решительно осуждаем
It is clear that the organizers of this political assassination were aware of the dangerous consequences of this action for the entire region.
Qatar, Jordan and Lebanon have also slammed Israel, as have the Houthis in Yemen. Just like Hamas, the Houthis are also backed by Iran. Now, what remains to be seen is this. Will Tehran mobilize its proxies to respond, or will it attack Israel directly? Whatever they choose, West Asia is plunging into a wider conflict. Striking one enemy capital is risky enough, but Israel has struck two. Before hitting Tehran, they hit Beirut, the capital of Lebanon. Israel had blamed Hezbollah for an airstrike on Golan Heights, an attack that killed 12 children. So a response was always on the cards. The only question was the scale. Would Israel strike deep inside Lebanon, or would they target the border regions with Israel? Well, we have the answer. Beirut is as deep as it gets. The airstrike hit a southern suburb of the city, an area which Hezbollah controls. It's also a very populated part of the city of Beirut. Projectiles hit an apartment building in the area. Officials say it was located just a few meters from a major hospital. And it wasn't a random airstrike. It was a targeted attack on a top Hezbollah commander. His name is Fuad Shukur. Israel says he plotted the Golan attack.
Fuad Shukur was the right-hand man to Hassan Nasrallah, Hezbollah's leader and his advisor in planning and directing attacks and operations. Fuad Shukur was the commander responsible for the Majd al-Shams massacre, in which 12 children were murdered after Hezbollah fired an Iranian Falak 1 rocket directly at a soccer field in northern Israel on Saturday evening.
Shukur's body has been found from the rubble. There was some confusion about his death earlier. At first, Hezbollah sources claimed that he had survived the strike, but now it looks like he did not. So Israel's operation was successful. But who exactly was this commander? Fuad Shukur was part of the Hezbollah's Jihad Council. It's the group's top military body. He was also in charge of their weapons, your precision rockets, anti-ship missiles, and long-range rockets. All of it was acquired by Fuad Shukur. He was also linked to a deadly attack in 1983. Terrorists had bombed US and French forces in Beirut back in 1983. Almost 300 soldiers were killed in that attack. The US says Shukur plotted it. So he was a key member in the Hezbollah hierarchy. And now he's dead. Israel's strike also killed 3 civilians. Among them were 2 children, a 10-year-old boy and a 6-year-old girl. Just think about the irony. Israel's strike was all about avenging the death of 12 children, but in the process, they killed 2 more. That's what war is. It's not about getting justice. It's about inflicting pain. The question is, what will be the fallout of the strike? Israel says it's not keen to carry on. For them, this was a tit-for-tat attack. You hit us, we hit back. So now we are square.
The performance tonight in Beirut was focused, high quality, and limited. We don't want war, but we are preparing for all possibilities, and within that you have to prepare properly, and we will do our job at all levels above you.
We don't want war. That's the message from Israel, but Hezbollah will not see it that way. In public, they have denied carrying out the Golan attack. The Hezbollah have denied carrying out the attack in Israel. So for them, this is not a response. This is a provocation. Hezbollah leaders are lashing out at Israel. They say they are ready for war.
This confirms 2 things. 1, that this enemy demands war and we are up for it, God willing. We are up for it, God willing. And it confirms another thing, that we will continue as a country, people, resistance and battlefront against the Israeli enemy to take up our duties in full, to confront it and prevent it from achieving its goals through this attack.
The target is key here. Hezbollah knew that an attack was coming. So did Lebanese government officials. But they got the target wrong. Hezbollah thought Israel would hit their southern strongholds, maybe sites near the border, but Israel went deep. They targeted a top leader in the Lebanese capital. That's Israel's way of sending a message, sort of like saying, we can hit you anywhere. But is there appetite for more, for a wider war? Well, that depends on the Hezbollah now. Chances are they will respond to this attack. But again, it's a question of how. How will they respond? Will they stick to Israel's border regions or will they strike Israeli cities? They certainly have the capabilities. This year, Hezbollah released 3 drone videos of Israel. One shows the port of Haifa, the other shows Golan Heights, and the third shows the Ramat military base. It's located around 50 kilometers inside Israeli territory. Now, the point of these videos is quite simple: to showcase capability, to demonstrate that Hezbollah can get drones deep inside Israel. It can shoot strategic sites and then return safely. That was the idea behind these videos. But will they choose this risky option? Let's hope they don't. Most countries have urged both sides to de-escalate, and that includes Israel's ally, the US.
We do not want to see an escalation. We do not want to see an all-out war. It is important for the people of Israel. It is important for the Lebanese people to live in safety, to get back to their homes, and that's what we want to see.
Escalation or not, one thing is quite clear. New red lines have been drawn. Until this year, Iran and Israel only fought shadow wars. But now they're striking directly. Same with Israel and Hezbollah. Israel last struck Beirut in 2006. It was during the Israel-Hezbollah war, 2006. But October 7th changed the equation. In January this year, Israel took out a Hamas official in Beirut, and months later they have struck again. So war or not, Israel has just upped the stakes. How will today's events impact Gaza? More importantly, how will the death of Ismail Haniyeh impact Hamas? The group has issued a stern message to Israel. They've said that Haniyeh's death will not go unanswered. He was an important leader for them. Most Hamas leaders are obscure figures, but Ismail Haniyeh was not one of them. He was the political face of the group, also its main negotiator. Haniyeh was leading the Gaza ceasefire talks for Hamas. He was the one talking to Egypt and Qatar. They've both been mediators, Egypt and Qatar, between Israel and Hamas. And Ismail Haniyeh was their point of contact. And he remained at it despite personal losses in this war. Since October 7th, Haniyeh lost 3 of his sons and 4 of his grandchildren, yet he was seen as a moderate among hardliners in Hamas. Someone who could help end this war without compromising the core interests of Hamas. Haniyeh's death is a big blow to those efforts. People in Gaza already see this as the death of the ceasefire plan.
Haniyeh's assassination was a shock, especially since the man used to travel between Cairo and Doha, between Beirut in order to reach an exchange deal, exchange of the Israeli hostages, and to end this war. His assassination will bring the negotiations and the exchange deal of hostages back to square one, to the start.
Qatar agrees with this assessment. The Qatari Prime Minister has said, and I'm quoting, "How can mediation succeed when one party assassinates the negotiator on the other side?" That statement explains how significant a figure Ismail Haniyeh was. He joined Hamas in the late 1980s during the first Intifada, the uprising against Israel and their occupation in Gaza and the West Bank. That was the first Intifada. During those years, Israel imprisoned Haniyeh several times. In 1992, he was exiled. He was sent to South Lebanon with other Hamas leaders. 1 year later, he returned to Gaza, and from there, he only rose up the ranks. In 2017, he became the head of the political wing of Hamas and shifted base to Qatar. In 2018, the United States declared him a global terrorist. But the key backers of Hamas relied on him, countries like Qatar and Iran, even Turkey. Take a look at this picture. That's Haniyeh sitting with Hakan Fidan, the foreign minister of Turkey. Fidan shared this image today to pay his tributes. So whoever replaces Ismail Haniyeh will have big shoes to fill. And who would that person be? Hamas says it has the bench strength and that Haniyeh's death will not weaken them as a group. But hasn't the war depleted their ranks? There are conflicting reports and claims about this, about the kind of losses that Hamas has suffered. Netanyahu says Israel has killed 14,000 Hamas fighters, but Hamas has challenged these numbers. It insists that it hasn't lost more than 6,000 men. The United States believes that the group can still deploy fighters if needed. Americans estimate that the Hamas still has 9,000 to 12,000 fighters. More importantly, Israel has failed to take out any high-value targets before Haniyeh in the recent past. Leaders like Yahya Sinwar are still around. This is the man who planned the October 7th attacks on Israel. The IDF has not got him yet. And Yahya Sinwar is being seen as a potential replacement for Ismail Haniyeh. One of the three names doing the rounds. The second one is Khalid Mashal. He's believed to be more moderate than Sinwar. And the third name is that of Zahir Jabarin, better known as the CEO of Hamas. He looks after a portfolio of companies. They deliver regular income to the group. And all of these three men have worked closely with Ismail Haniyeh. Now one of them could replace him. Now let's focus on Iran. Israel's enemy number one, the alleged orchestrator of everything that goes wrong in West Asia. This is what Israel and the West believe. Iran is the big brother of all anti-Israel forces, like Hezbollah, Hamas, the Houthis, and every other armed group. Well, one of Iran's little brothers is now dead. Ismail Haniyeh was killed in the Iranian capital, where he was an honored guest. Let me show you those pictures from yesterday again. This is Haniyeh meeting with Iran's new president, Masoud Pezeshkian, just hours before he was sworn in. Haniyeh also met with Iran's supreme leader, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. Khamenei received him with a warm hug, like a dear friend. Then came Pezeshkian's inauguration. You can see Ismail Haniyeh seated in the front row, obviously a place of honor. The now former Hamas chief was seen mingling with the crowd, posing with a victory sign. Little did he know that this would be his last public photo op. Ismail Haniyeh died after the ceremony. He was assassinated this morning, like I told you, at about 2 a.m. local time in Tehran. This was confirmed by both Hamas and the Iranian Revolutionary Guard. Iran's new president put up this tribute. It's a picture of him raising up Haniyeh's victorious hand. Now he says he will have to carry Haniyeh on his shoulders and bury him. President Pezeshkian is seen as a moderate. He was supposed to usher in a new Iran, a more conciliatory, a more agreeable Iran. But look at the post again. This is what it roughly translates to, and I'm quoting. The bond between the two proud nations of Iran and Palestine will be stronger than before, and the path of resistance and defense of the oppressed will be followed stronger than ever. The Islamic Republic of Iran will defend its territorial integrity and honor and make the terrorist invaders regret their cowardly action. That does not sound like a more moderate Iran. It sounds like a threat. Then there's Iran's other leader, the supreme leader, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, and he put out a series of posts in English too, so that they were sure to reach a global audience. This post says, the criminal, terrorist, Zionist regime martyred our dear guest in our territory and has caused our grief, but it has also prepared the ground for a severe punishment. And here's another one. Following this bitter, tragic event, which has taken place within the borders of the Islamic Republic, it is our duty to take revenge. Iran blames Israel for Haniyeh's assassination. Israel has not claimed responsibility, but that doesn't really matter. Iran is baying for blood now. And remember, it's not just about Ismail Haniyeh. Even if Israel proves that it did not kill him, there's still the matter of Lebanon. On Monday, Iran had issued a warning. Pezeshkian had said that any Israeli attack on Lebanon would have serious consequences. Attacks near the Israel-Lebanon border may not have mattered because this has become a regular affair. Iran was warning Israel against striking Lebanon's capital, Beirut. But Israel did it anyway and took credit for it. So within a few hours, Israel crosses the Beirut red line and an honored Iranian guest is assassinated in their capital. There is no way Tehran can let this go, which begs the question, how will they respond? Let's look at the last major provocation. On the 1st of April this year, Israel bombed an Iranian embassy. It was the Iranian embassy in Syria's capital, Damascus, an embassy compound. Israel killed 16 people, including members of Iran's Revolutionary Guard Corps. It was a direct Israeli strike on Iran, a first of its kind public strike, so it couldn't go unanswered. Iran could have chosen to go for an all-out war, but it did not. Instead, it launched hundreds of missiles and drones at Israel. That sounds bad, but look at the aftermath. 99% of those weapons were shot down by a combination of Israel, its Western allies, and even Jordan. They were easily countered because Israel's allies had prior warning. Iran reportedly notified a number of nations so that Israel had a chance to prepare itself. And why did Tehran do that? Because it did not really want an escalation. Iran had to respond to the embassy attack. It had to put on a show for its domestic audience, but it did not want to get dragged into an all-out war, so it announced its attack, thereby preventing an escalation. It was a smart move by the Iranians, and it showed great restraint. But will Tehran maintain that restraint now? Attacking an embassy in Syria is one thing. An assassination in Tehran is quite another. Ismail Haniyeh was killed hours after meeting Khamenei and Pezeshkian, Iran's topmost leaders, which sends a chilling message. It says that Iran's leadership is unsafe in their own capital. The Beirut strike also sends a message that Israel ignored Iran's warning, and it ignored the risk of an all-out war with Hezbollah. So it seems that Israel doesn't care if wider war breaks out. That's the message going out, and it seems to be goading Hezbollah and Iran. If Tehran lets this slide, it will lose face. The various Iranian proxies, Hamas, Hezbollah, the Houthis, they might lose faith in Tehran, so Iran is in a tricky position at this moment. Will it opt for a symbolic attack once again, or will it take real revenge? We'll find out soon enough. Israel is already at war in Gaza, and now it has opened more fronts. Does it have the bandwidth to fight Hezbollah? We've been asking this question all week because it's a critical question. You see, Hezbollah is not Hamas. It's a deadlier force, more experienced, better armed, and battle-hardened. In 2006, Israel and Hezbollah fought a deadly war. It went on for 34 days. Hundreds of people died. Both sides claimed victory. But the fact is, Israel did not manage to achieve its objectives. Its war machine faltered, and Hezbollah withstood everything that Israel threw at it. If another war breaks out, will this one be different? Here's our report.
It was the morning of July 12, 2006. Hezbollah launched a cross-border raid. They attacked an Israeli patrol, killed 3 soldiers, injured 2 more, and took 2 of them hostage. It took the Israeli army some time to figure out that 2 of its men were missing. But once they did, it was the spark that led to a deadly war. Ehud Olmert was Israel's prime minister back then. He called it an act of war. So Israel set out 3 objectives: destroy Hezbollah, rescue the 2 soldiers, and permanently stop rocket attacks on Israel. Thus began a month-long inconclusive conflict. Israel attacked Lebanon. Hezbollah hit back with rocket fire. 119 Israeli soldiers were killed. 43 civilians lost their lives. As for the Hezbollah, they lost around 500 fighters. In a month, both sides declared victory. But who won actually? Let's look at the aim of the war. Israel promised to destroy Hezbollah and release its soldiers. It achieved neither. Plus, there was a lot of scrutiny about its war strategy in the first place. So, judging by that, Israel lost, and it was a win for Hezbollah. But it wasn't so black or white. Hezbollah may not have lost much, but it was Lebanon that paid the price. Over 1,000 civilians were killed. Up to 1 million people were displaced. Almost all of Beirut's vital infrastructure was either damaged or destroyed. The bill for reconstruction was over $2 billion. That cast a shadow over Hezbollah's gains. But what it led to was mutual deterrence. Until recently, the border had been relatively quiet. That changed after October 7th when Hamas attacked Israel. There have been tensions at the northern border. The two sides have exchanged fire. There have been strikes, counterattacks, a lot of posturing, but no active conflict. And you can understand why. The Hezbollah is not the Hamas. Its military power is far superior. Their current arsenal includes at least 150,000 missiles and rockets. They also have ballistic missiles, anti-aircraft missiles, anti-tank and anti-ship missiles. During the 34-day war in 2006, the Hezbollah fired 4,000 rockets. That means nearly 117 rockets every day. This time it could be far more. Plus, they have trained fighters. Hezbollah chief Hassan Nasrallah says they have 100,000 men. Many of them have had combat experience during the Syrian war. Also, Hezbollah holds sway over large swathes of southern Lebanon. It has built multiple tunnels and hideouts there. In 2006, Hezbollah dealt with everything Israel threw at them, and they were still standing by the end of it. This time, Israel fears Hezbollah's response will be stronger. So the Hezbollah is no pushover. But will that be enough to deter Israel? Until now, both Israel and Hezbollah have held back from an all-out conflict. But the events of the last few days threaten to jeopardize this, and West Asia could now be looking at a repeat of the events of 2006.
Israel may be holding the gun, but the West is equally complicit. Whether it's applying weapons or giving endless political support, the question is, will that attitude continue? Or will they tighten the screw now? Don't hold your breath. The West has dusted out its usual statement. We support Israel's right to self-defense, but we don't want an escalation. This statement basically has two problems. One, it changes based on domestic compulsions. Just look at the United States. Washington has been piling pressure on Israel. They have been asking Prime Minister Netanyahu to exercise restraint, but each time he has ignored them. Normally, countries would be unhappy about this, the US especially. But in this case, the US is giving a free pass to Israel. Just consider the strike on Beirut. Before the strike, American officials warned against an escalation. After the strike, they endorsed it.
We also don't want to see the conflict escalate. We don't want to see it spread. That has been one of our goals from day one, from October 7th on.
Israel has a right to defend itself, and I unequivocally support Israel's right to remain secure and to defend the security of Israel. What we know in particular is it has a right to defend itself against a terrorist organization, which is exactly what Hezbollah is.
What explains this? Domestic politics. Jews make up around 2.4% of the US population, and they're an influential group. Since the 1930s, most of them have voted for Democrats, but that's slowly changing. Look at the 2020 election. Between 1/3 and 1/4 of all Jewish voters voted for Trump, which is why Kamala Harris is worried. She is locked in a dead heat against Trump, so Jewish vote could prove to be the difference. Hence the flip-flops. That's the first problem with Western policy. The second problem is the lack of intent. Yes, words carry weight in geopolitics, but you must enforce those words. Let's look at Germany. They're quite worried about the recent escalation. Berlin wants cool heads to prevail.
We call on all actors to use maximum restraint. The logic of reciprocal retaliatory acts is the wrong path, and what's most important now is to keep a cool head and to react with a cool head.
The same Germany is also arming Israel. Around 25% of Israel's defense imports come from Germany, the second highest after the US. And what kind of weapons are these? Submarines, warships, aircraft engines, and torpedoes. So look at the absurdity of all of it. First, Germany arms Israel to the teeth, then they ask Israel to keep calm. Do you know what's a better idea? Cut off the weapons. It's like that child who keeps drawing on the wall. You can either ask them to stop doing it, or you can take away the pencil. The West is sticking to the first option. They're not holding up weapons. They are simply asking Israel to de-escalate. And look where it's got us. More than 38,000 civilians are dead. Gaza is a wasteland. Even Tehran and Beirut are coming under attack. It's the definition of a failed policy. So what can the West do differently? Well, a lot depends on the US. Kamala Harris has an election to fight, so Joe Biden will not risk major policy changes. But afterwards, things could change. Just look at the UK. The Labour Party was once far left on Israel. They were quite critical of Netanyahu. But Keir Starmer struck a balance. He promised to continue the UK's support for Israel, as a result of which his party lost key Muslim seats as well. But look at his policy since. Earlier, the UK had challenged the bid to arrest Benjamin Netanyahu. Keir Starmer has now decided to drop that challenge. He is also pausing the supply of some weapons to Israel. So clearly, elections flipped the switch here. The question is, which way will it flip in the US? Donald Trump has promised a pro-Israel policy, but Kamala Harris's position still remains ambiguous. So I guess the takeaway is quite clear here. Do not depend on the West to resolve your issues. They will make big claims, they will organize talk shops, add some weapons to the mix, but finally leave you worse than before. It's West Asia today. You wonder what's next. On June 27, Joe Biden was in Atlanta. It was for his debate with Donald Trump, and it did not go well. Biden stuttered, his voice was raspy, his words were inaudible. He made Trump look better, which sounds almost impossible, but it did happen. So all in all, it was a disastrous performance, the final nail in the coffin for his presidential campaign. Since then, a lot has happened. Biden dropped out of the race. He passed the torch to Kamala Harris. She is now the presumptive Democratic nominee. Yesterday, Kamala Harris returned to Atlanta. She was in the city for a rally, and it could not have been more different.
When the beat drops, we got to pick that thing up. Y'all ready?
There was music, even some dancing. Looks like the Democrats got their mojo back, and we can understand why. They have a younger candidate, a fresh boost of cash, and a chance to create history.
So the momentum in this race is shifting. And there are signs that Donald Trump is feeling it. You may have noticed. So last week, you may have seen, he pulled out of the debate in September he had previously agreed to.
Kamala Harris seems to be in high spirits, and why wouldn't she be? Look at this poll, a new poll. It looks at 7 battleground states. Kamala Harris is leading in 4 of them. In Michigan, she's up by 11%. In Arizona, Wisconsin and Nevada, it's a 2% lead. In Georgia, Harris and Trump are tied. In Pennsylvania, Trump has a 4% lead. In North Carolina, he's up by 2%. This new poll is a turning point. Until now, Donald Trump was leading in these states. He had the advantage, but Kamala Harris has now wiped those gains. She's closing the gap, at least according to polls, and the two look locked in a dead heat. Now, quick primer here. American states are typically blue or red. That means they either vote Democrat or Republican. Blue for Democrats, red for Republicans. It rarely changes. But then there are battleground states, also known as your swing states. They can vote either way. They swing. Whoever wins these states wins the White House. And Kamala Harris is conquering these swing states now. In fact, she's making nationwide gains. Here's another poll. 43% say that they will vote for Harris. 42% say that they support Donald Trump. So it's another lead for her, albeit slim. Remember, she joined the race just weeks ago and looks like her campaign is already working. She's tapping into the Gen Z, calling Trump weird and trying to rally America's minorities. But here's something we must add. Polls can often go wrong. Take 2016, for example. Hillary Clinton was in the lead, yet it was Donald Trump that won the election. Which brings us to the former US president. Until 3 weeks ago, Trump looked invincible. He was the younger candidate. He survived an assassination attempt. He was being crowned America's hero. How did he squander those gains? Well, maybe it was complacence. With Biden, Trump did not have to do much. He just had to stay quiet and wait for the US president to mess it up. He put Biden's health at the center of his campaign. But now he faces an entirely different candidate. A black female vice president who's almost 2 decades his junior.
Well, Donald, I do hope you'll reconsider to meet me on the debate stage. Because as the saying goes, if you got something to say,
Trump's VP candidate J.D. Vance is telling donors that this is a setback for their campaign. So what is Trump's game plan now? It appears to be airtime. Donald Trump is going back to his showman roots. He's doing interviews and launching attack ads against his new opponent.
Donald J. Trump, and I approve this message.
This is America's border czar, and she's failed us. Under Harris, over 10 million illegally here. 250,000 Americans dead from fentanyl. Brutal migrant crimes. And ISIS now here.
Will this work? Immigration has been Kamala Harris's weak point. In the Biden administration, she was in charge of dealing with immigration from Central America. She failed. She couldn't stop border crossings. In fact, on her watch, they were at a record high. So the Republicans call her a failed border czar, but Kamala Harris is trying to flip that script.
As president, I will bring back the border security bill that Donald Trump killed, and I will sign it into law. Trump what real leadership looks like.
Harris has even launched a new ad campaign hitting back with the same message. So the US presidential race is heating up again. Right now, Kamala Harris has the momentum. Donald Trump is sharpening his attack. And both candidates are flooding the airwaves. With just 98 days to go, this could go either way. We're tracking it for you. Now let's turn our attention to the UK. A brutal stabbing has shaken the nation. 11 children and 2 adults were stabbed on Monday in the town of Southport in northwest England. 3 of the children died. They were young girls, 6, 7 and 9 years old. The attacker was a 17-year-old boy. His motives are not known yet, but we do have some information about him. The attacker grew up in Cardiff in Wales. His family had migrated there from Rwanda. They moved to Southport in 2013. That's all we know for a fact. But facts mean little in the age of social media. After the attack, some rumors started doing the rounds. Rumors about the suspect's religious identity. Some people from out of Southport decided to act on the rumors. Hundreds descended upon the town in mourning and unleashed violence at a mosque near the site of the stabbings. Here's our report.
A dance class workshop was underway on Monday morning in the seaside town of Southport in northwest England. About 25 children had signed up to participate in the Taylor Swift-themed workshop. But then, a knife-wielding attacker showed up.
My officers were called to reports of a stabbing at 11:47 this morning and at a address in Southport. When they arrived, they were shocked to find that multiple people, many of whom were children, had been subjected to a ferocious attack and had suffered serious injuries.
By the time the police reached the scene, 11 children and 2 adults had been stabbed. 2 young girls were already dead. 6-year-old BB King and 7-year-old Elsie Stancombe. At least 7 of the other children were in a critical condition. So were the 2 adults. The attacker was arrested.
A 17-year-old male from Banks in Lancashire, who is originally from Cardiff, has been arrested on suspicion of murder and attempted murder. And he's been taken to a police station where he will be interviewed by detectives.
9-year-old Alice da Silva Aguiar died in the hospital early Tuesday morning. The others are stable, but they aren't out of danger. Yesterday, the town was in mourning.
Something like this that has unfolded here yesterday is something that is what can only be described as a devastating nightmare.
Locals gathered to pay their respects. The British Prime Minister, Keir Starmer, was also there.
I came here to pay my respects to the victims and families who are going through raw pain and grief that most of us can't imagine. I can't imagine as a dad myself. I think it touches a nerve with the whole country.
During the vigil, some outsiders entered Southport. The mob gathered outside a mosque close to the attack site, and they began rioting. The mob attacked the mosque and the police officers protecting it. They hurled bricks, bottles and fireworks at the mosque and the police. They set cars on fire, including a police van. At least 50 police officers sustained injuries. The mosque was also damaged. But why did the rioters choose to attack a mosque? Apparently, some rumors were doing the rounds on social media, suggesting there was an Islamist angle to the stabbings. The British police have said that this is not true. The 17-year-old grew up in Cardiff. His family had migrated there from Rwanda. They moved to Southport in 2013. This is all the information that has been made public. But some people chose to believe the rumors instead. An organization called the English Defence League was allegedly involved in yesterday's riots. The group has been described as a bunch of far-right thugs. It is known for its Islamophobia. Starmer claims that they hijacked yesterday's vigil and insulted the grieving community of Southport. The Prime Minister has condemned the violence and promised that the rioters will feel the full force of the law.
Let's turn to Pakistan now. Imran Khan has agreed to talks with the army. About time, really. Toppled prime ministers do not do so well in Pakistan. They usually retire or flee. But Imran Khan chose a bold/foolish option. He chose to rebel, and that landed him in jail. But looks like the jail life is not suiting him, because Imran Khan now wants talks. Basically, he wants to negotiate his way out of this crisis. It's quite a turnaround. Imran Khan has blamed the army for everything wrong with Pakistan, but now he wants talks with that same army. The change of heart has been a gradual process. Last week, Imran Khan asked his sister to meet Army Chief Asim Munir. That possibly set the stage for this. He has also nominated a negotiator for him, Mahmood Khan Achakzai. He leads the opposition alliance in Pakistan, so Imran Khan wants him to represent his party. But is this offer genuine? Well, Imran Khan has set 3 conditions for the talks. And that should give you an idea. Condition number 1, return his party's stolen mandate. Condition number 2, release all detained party workers. And condition number 3, hold transparent elections. These are non-starters for the army. They rigged a whole election just to keep Imran Khan out of power. Would they undo all of that? Which is why the army has rejected the request. They say Imran Khan plotted to attack military offices, so no talks are possible. Pakistan's government has also rejected the offer. They're calling it a new conspiracy by Imran Khan. Now, all of this raises 2 questions. 1, what made Imran Khan change his mind? And 2, why is he making such outlandish demands? The first answer is quite straightforward, because he's running out of options. Imran Khan was betting on the recent elections. If the voting had been fair, he may have won it. But the army made sure that did not happen. So the election was a dead end. Then he bet on outside support. Imran Khan gave interviews to Western media. He wrote letters from jail. He even used an AI avatar to tell his story. At first it worked. He was portrayed as a persecuted messiah. But now the world has moved on. Plus his legal troubles don't seem to end. There are more than 150 cases against him. It could take years or decades to sort out all of them. So Imran Khan knows his options are limited. Maybe that's why he wants talks. Now to the second question. Why make such outlandish demands? Perhaps to hide his desperation? Or maybe the time in jail has actually made him delusional. I'm afraid we can only speculate here. Having said that, this offer does carry political significance. After all, it is a U-turn. Imran Khan was firmly against talks with the army. Look at his statement from April. This is what he said. I will remain in jail if I have to for 9 more years, but I will never strike a deal with those who have enslaved my nation. Well, now he's proposing exactly that, a deal with the army. I must say his tactics are getting desperate. First, he wanted to become Chancellor of Oxford University. Now he wants to sit down with the army. Looks like the dying flames of a revolution. And it reaffirms the only truth about Pakistan's army. You cannot count on them to win wars, but you can count on them to crush politicians. Our next story is from India, from the state of Kerala in the south. Torrential rains have lashed the state, particularly Kerala's Wayanad district. In the early hours of Tuesday, the rains led to a deadly landslide. It took place near a tea estate on some hills. It was around 1 a.m. The landslide engulfed the houses of the tea estate workers. Many were buried as they slept. A second landslide followed at about 4 a.m., leading to more deaths and destruction. Rescue efforts have been underway since. So far, more than 250 people have been declared dead. More than 200 are still missing. And there's a race against the clock to find survivors. Here's our report.
These are the visuals coming in from Wayanad. It's a district in the Indian state of Kerala known for its hills and tea estates, and for the Chaliyar river which begins near this region. But those same hills and river have turned deadly. Kerala has been facing the monsoon for a few weeks now, but on Monday the rains turned torrential. It battered the hills of Wayanad, loosening the soil. At about 1 a.m. on Tuesday, as the heavy rains continued, the ground gave way. A landslide took place in the hills. The flowing earth hit the village of Mundakai. It's home to a number of tea estate workers, many who lived in makeshift accommodation. Most of them were asleep as the landslide swept through their village, and many were buried alive.
My family was in Mundakai. They are all dead. They found 2 bodies, but they have yet to find the bodies of 6 to 7 other family members. I don't have a place to live now. I don't have the ability now to find work and build a home. So, I am sitting here distressed, wondering what to do next.
Some of the villagers were swept away. Many are still missing, and the authorities are having a hard time locating them.
Main issue is that some of the bodies, around 33 bodies were recovered from 25 kilometers away, that is nearby Nilamur. The incident happened here at Mundakai, and the body is recovered from 25 kilometers away.
But the horror didn't end there. At about 4 a.m., a second landslide occurred. It hit the town of Churalmala. It led to another round of casualties and more people being swept away. Reports say 250 people have died. More than 200 are still missing. Search and rescue operations have been underway since Tuesday morning. The Indian Army is leading these efforts. Some people have been airlifted out of the region, but progress has been hampered by the rain, which has not stopped. The Wayanad district is still under a red alert for heavy rain. Time is running out for survivors, especially those who may still be sealed under their houses because of the landslides. Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi says he is monitoring the situation. He has announced compensations for the victims. He promised 2 lakh rupees to the families of those killed and 50,000 rupees to the people injured. Meanwhile, opposition leader Rahul Gandhi plans to visit Wayanad tomorrow. The district is one of the 2 that elected him to India's lower house of parliament, the Lok Sabha. Later, he gave up the Wayanad seat. Meanwhile, a political blame game seems to have begun. India's Home Minister, Amit Shah, says that Kerala was given early warnings about the heavy rain. However, Kerala's Chief Minister, Pinarayi Vijayan, has refuted Shah's claim. But while the situation in Wayanad remains volatile, all hands are needed on deck to save as many lives as possible.
And now it's time for Vantage Shots, images that tell the story. Firefighters in Croatia battle multiple blazes as wildfires rage across the country after weeks of heatwave. Paris Olympics mascots sell like hotcakes across the country, and a security camera captures the moment a tornado flips a trailer in Tennessee. Finally, we're taking you back in history. On this day in 2012, swimmer Michael Phelps won his 19th Olympic medal to become the most decorated Olympian of all time. Phelps would finish his career with a total of 28 medals. 23 of them were gold. We're leaving you on that note. Thank you for watching. We'll see you tomorrow.
From impeachments to inaugurations, if it's a political story, we are on the scene. The race for the White House is heating up.
Kamala, you're fired.
I say, bring it on.
If it's breaking news, we're live with the latest coverage. From the White House, the State Department, and Capitol Hill. We know the issues, but above all, we know the players to bring you the latest in-depth analysis on all the key stories that we're covering. I'm Eric Ham. Join me from Washington here on Firstpost America. We begin with stunning news out of the Middle East. Hamas political chief Ismail Haniyeh has been killed in Iran's capital city of Tehran. Now, according to the Palestinian group, Haniyeh and one of his bodyguards were targeted in an airstrike by Israeli forces. Hamas says Israel's act will not go unpunished. Meanwhile, Iranian media reported that the Hamas leader was at his residence in Tehran when the attack took place at 2 a.m. local time on Wednesday.
In the early hours of today, Ismail Haniyeh's residence in Tehran was hit. One of his bodyguards was martyred too. The cause and dimensions of this incident is under investigation, and the results will be announced later. The Revolutionary Guard offers condolences to the heroic Palestinian nation, the Muslim Ummah, fighters of the Resistance Front, and the noble nation of Iran.
Now, Israel has remained silent on Haniyeh's death, and media reports say that Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's office has ordered cabinet ministers not to make any comments. Still, Israel's far-right heritage minister celebrated Haniyeh's death on social media, saying that the killing makes the world a little better. Now, also joining him were Israeli citizens who called Haniyeh's elimination good news.
It's a very good news that Haniyeh deserved to end like that,
and that I hope that we will get the second of Hamas, Sinwar. I don't think it will impact the hostage deal. I think it will weaken the Hamas and that it's time for them to understand that Israel is the strongest.
We eliminated Ismail Haniyeh, and we need to eliminate all the leaders of Hamas and Hezbollah and the terror organizations that kill civilians in cold blood. They need to be removed.
The 62-year-old Hamas chief flew from Qatar to Tehran to take part in the swearing-in ceremony of Iran's new president, Masoud Pezeshkian, on Tuesday. Now, Pezeshkian says he will make Israel regret the cowardly killing of Haniyeh. And Iran's Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei says that avenging Haniyeh's death is Tehran's duty. The Iranian government has also announced 3 days of public mourning after the incident. And several Middle Eastern nations, including Jordan, Syria, Qatar, and Turkey, have condemned the killing of Haniyeh. Lebanon-based Hezbollah said that Israel is an enemy that demands war, and the group is ready for it.
Today, in addition to this great loss that we lost in martyrs and wounded in this area, there is another attack now on the other side of the Israeli-Arab conflict where leader Haniyeh was targeted in Tehran also. This confirms two things. One, that this enemy demands war and we are up for it, God willing, and it confirms another thing, that we will continue as a country, people, resistance and battlefront against the Israeli enemy to take up our duties in full, to confront it and prevent it from achieving its goals through this attack.
Meanwhile, Russia and China have called Haniyeh's killing an unacceptable political assassination.
We strongly condemn the assassination of Ismail Haniyeh, head of the political department of the Palestinian Hamas movement, in a missile attack on his residence in Tehran. It is noteworthy that this attack was carried out on Iranian territory, where he was on an official invitation to the inauguration ceremony of Iranian President-elect Masoud Pezeshkian. It is clear that the organizers of this political assassination were aware of the dangerous consequences of this action for the entire region.
We pay high attention to this incident. We firmly oppose and condemn the act of assassination. We are deeply concerned that this incident may lead to escalation and turbulence in the region. China has always advocated resolving regional disputes through negotiations and dialogues. The Gaza Strip should achieve a comprehensive and permanent ceasefire as soon as possible to avoid further escalation of conflicts and confrontations.
Now, Secretary of State Antony Blinken says that despite the Hamas chief's killing, a ceasefire in the region can still be achieved.
All I can tell you right now is I think nothing takes away from the importance of, as I said a moment ago, getting to the ceasefire, which is manifestly in the interests of the hostages and bringing them home. It's manifestly in the interests of Palestinians who are suffering terribly every single day, children, women, men, in Gaza who've been caught in this crossfire of Hamas's making.
Now, with Haniyeh's elimination and global condemnation, all eyes are on Israel and Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu to see if he claims responsibility for the attack or escalates the situation to war on several fronts. Staying in the Middle East, all Hamas leaders are considered prime targets by Israeli forces. And now, with the Palestinian group blaming Israel for Ismail Haniyeh's killing, Israel has turned its watch list into a hit list. The Israeli military has already eliminated 3 Hamas leaders this year, including the chief Ismail Haniyeh. Our next report takes a look at the other targets on Israel's radar.
This is Ismail Haniyeh, Hamas chief, head of its political wing, former Prime Minister of Palestine. From Qatar, where he has been staying in exile, he flew to Tehran, where he attended the inauguration ceremony of the new Iranian president. Later, he was seen meeting Iran's supreme leader and the new president in a closed room. These were Ismail Haniyeh's last recorded visuals. He then returned to his house in Tehran, unaware that he would never be able to step out of it again. At 2 a.m. local time, an air-launched missile hit Haniyeh's house, bringing it down to rubble, killing the Hamas leader. The Palestinian group has pinned the blame on Israel, vowing that the act will not go unpunished. So has Iran. However, Israel is yet to claim responsibility. For years, Israel has had Hamas leaders and commanders on its watch list, some even considered as serious targets. So most Hamas leaders maintained a discreet public presence, while others have spent much of their lives evading assassination attempts. But since the October 7 attack by Hamas, Israel turned this watch list into a hit list, aiming to eliminate top leaders of the Palestinian group. From key fighters to top Hamas commanders, Israel's list has been long. 3 from Hamas's top brass, including Haniyeh, have already been eliminated. The remaining could now be on Israel's hit list. First, Yahya Sinwar. Israel calls him the public enemy number 1. Sinwar is the founder of Hamas's security service that tracks down Israeli spies. He spent more than 20 years in Israeli prison and was among thousands of Palestinians who were released in exchange for an Israeli soldier in 2011. Nicknamed the Face of Evil, Sinwar was appointed in charge of Hamas in the Gaza Strip in 2017. And just 2 years before that, the United States labeled him as an international terrorist. Second on Israel's hit list, Mohammed Deif. He's said to be the mastermind of the October 7 attack on Israel that triggered the ongoing destructive war in Gaza. The Israeli government has been hunting Deif for decades, but has failed. This is why he's known to Israelis as the cat with 9 lives. Israel last imprisoned him in 2000, but he escaped and since then has left behind little trace. In 2002, Deif survived one of the most serious assassination attempts and lost one of his eyes. In 2014, Israel again failed to kill Deif. However, his wife and 2 children lost their lives in the attack. Deif currently leads the military arm of Hamas. And he's also engineered the construction of underground tunnels in Gaza. Third, Khalid Mashal. He's considered one of the founders of the Hamas movement. In 1997, Israeli spy agency Mossad tried to assassinate Mashal under direct instructions of Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. The Hamas leader was living in Jordan when Mossad agents entered the country and injected Mashal with a toxic substance. Later, the late King Hussein of Jordan asked Netanyahu to provide an antidote for the poison. Bowing to international pressure, Netanyahu provided the antidote and saved his enemy's life. Mashal is considered a living martyr by his sympathizers, and he now lives in Qatar. He handed over the political bureau of Hamas to Ismail Haniyeh in 2017. The fourth is Yahya Sinwar's younger brother, Mohammed Sinwar. He's on Israel's most wanted list with a reward of over $3 million. At 48, he's the youngest senior Hamas figure and is an extremely close aide of Deif. Together, they are thought to have planned many suicide bombings in Israel. In 2014, Mohammed Sinwar was assumed to be dead. However, he's appeared in a video during the recent Gaza conflict. And lastly, the oldest Hamas leader, Mahmoud Zahar. The 79-year-old is the co-founder of Hamas and a member of its political leadership. Israel tried to assassinate him in 2003 when an airplane dropped an explosive on his house in Gaza City. The attack killed his eldest son and left Zahar with minor injuries. Although the most radical, Zahar could be the last target on Israel's hit list, as he's not directly involved in Hamas's day-to-day operations. These Hamas leaders could next join Hamas's former deputy commander-in-chief, Marwan Issa, the founding commander of the group's military wing, Saleh al-Aruri, and Ismail Haniyeh, all of whom are believed to have been eliminated by Israel, with no end in sight to the war in Gaza.
Continuing with high-stakes escalations in the Middle East, the Israeli military has killed Fuad Shukr, Hezbollah's most senior military commander, in a rare strike in Lebanon's capital, Beirut. The Israeli official said the militant commander was behind the deaths of 12 children in a weekend rocket attack on the Golan Heights. The Israeli forces added that Shukr served as the right-hand man of Hezbollah chiefs and was the senior-most wartime operations advisor.
This evening, the IDF carried out a targeted strike in Beirut on Fuad Shukr, also known as Said Muhsin, Hezbollah's most senior military commander and the head of its strategic unit. The IDF will not tolerate terrorist attack on Israeli civilians. We have been responding to these attacks with precise strikes on Hezbollah commanders, terror operatives, and military infrastructures in Lebanon.
Blaming Hezbollah to have crossed the red line, Israeli Defense Minister Yoav Gallant said, quote, "Shukr has the blood of many Israelis on his hands. Tonight, we have shown that the blood of our people has a price and that there is no place out of reach for our forces to this end," end quote. Now, shortly after the strike, the Hezbollah chief condemned the attack and described it as a failed assassination attempt. However, the Hezbollah chief then made a U-turn and confirmed that the authorities were in fact searching for Shukr's body. Now, the Biden administration was informed of the strike in advance and has also reiterated support for Israel. Vice President Kamala Harris said she supports Israel's right to defend itself, but urged for more diplomatic efforts to de-escalate the situation.
Israel has a right to defend itself, and I unequivocally support Israel's right to remain secure and to defend the security of Israel. What we know in particular is, yes, it has the right to defend itself against a terrorist organization, which is exactly what Hezbollah is. But all of that being said, we still must work on a diplomatic solution to end these attacks, and we will continue to do that work. Thank you all.
Now, this strike represents the most significant Israeli military action in Lebanon since the intensification of hostilities following the October 7th Hamas attacks on Israel. Iran condemned the Israeli strike in Beirut, saying that Israel and the United States will be responsible for the expansion of the crisis in the region. As tensions mount and world leaders urge restraint, the potential for a broader conflict involving Iran and its regional proxies remains a pressing concern. The next coming days are critical as the region braces for what might unfold next. And now, shifting to the race for the White House, Vice President Kamala Harris launched a searing attack on former President Donald Trump. Addressing her biggest campaign rally yet, Kamala Harris said that the momentum was shifting in the race as she dared Donald Trump to debate her face to face.
So he won't debate, but he and his running mate sure seem to have a lot to say about me. And by the way, don't you find some of their stuff to just be plain weird? Well, Donald, I do hope you'll reconsider to meet me on the debate stage. Because as the saying goes, if you got something to say,
Now, during the rally, the vice president also went on the offensive on immigration, countering Donald Trump's attacks on the issue that has been at the center of the political battle.
Donald Trump, on the other hand, has been talking a big game about securing our border, but he does not walk the walk. As president, I will bring back the border security bill that Donald Trump killed, and I will sign it into law and show Donald Trump what real leadership looks like. But while inflation is down and wages are up, prices are still too high. On day one, I will take on price gouging and bring down costs. And we are not going back. So the momentum in this race is shifting. And there are signs that Donald Trump is feeling it.
In her first trip to Georgia as part of her election campaign, Kamala Harris pledged that Democrats would win the battleground state. The presumptive Democratic nominee is also expected back in Georgia next week and will announce her running mate as they embark on political rallies across 7 swing states. Meanwhile, both Kamala Harris and Donald Trump released dueling campaign ads. The Democrats' fearless ad was her first since she became the de facto Democratic nominee after President Joe Biden withdrew from the race and endorsed her. Donald Trump's ad, "I Don't Understand," uses a small clip of Harris speaking on immigration policy and bolsters a hardline message about drugs, crime, terrorism, and the southern border. Now, the former president is losing ground in recent polls as well. A new Reuters Ipsos poll shows Kamala Harris holding a marginal 1 percentage point lead over Trump, closing the gap that opened in the final weeks of President Biden's re-election bid. And according to a Bloomberg News Morning Consult poll, Kamala Harris has gained ground against Donald Trump in 6 of the 7 swing states since President Biden dropped out of the race. The poll also shows the Democrat leading her Republican rival in Michigan by a whopping 11 percentage points, while in Arizona, Wisconsin, and Nevada, she's holding to a 2-point advantage. Meanwhile, Donald Trump is ahead of Kamala Harris in Pennsylvania by 4 points and in North Carolina by 2. It also shows that both nominees are tied in Georgia. Now, there are only 98 days left in one of the least predictable campaign seasons in recent history, and Democrats are opening new pathways to victory, with a nation appearing to come to terms with the prospect of the first woman as President of the United States. And finally, horrific news out of the United Kingdom. Violent protests erupted in Southport as hundreds of demonstrators clashed with the police following a deadly knife attack on children attending a Taylor Swift yoga and dance workshop. Rioters attacked a mosque and set a police van on fire after social media speculation wrongly linked the attacker to Islam. The 17-year-old attacker currently remains in police custody on suspicion of murder and attempted murder. While his motives remain unclear, British authorities have ruled out terrorism. Our final report gets you up to date with the latest.
Stones and bricks pelted, vehicles set on fire, violent clashes, and complete mayhem. The seaside town of Southport in the United Kingdom was gripped in never-seen-before chaos. Anger spilled onto the streets and riots erupted after 3 young girls were killed in a heart-wrenching mass stabbing incident. The horrific event unfolded on what should have been an unremarkable summer morning, when a group of girls were enjoying a dance class on Hart Street, with their laughter and excitement filling the room as they moved to Taylor Swift songs. The class, which also included yoga and bracelet making, was nearing its end when a 17-year-old attacker stormed in, armed with a knife, and unleashed chaos. The first to fall victim was 6-year-old BB King and 7-year-old Elsie Stancombe, who tragically succumbed to their injuries on the spot. And despite the frantic efforts of emergency responders, 9-year-old Alice De Silva also died in the hospital early the next day. The assault left at least 9 other children and 2 adults injured.
Something like this that has unfolded here yesterday is something that is what can only be described as a devastating nightmare. You know, it's so shocking. We're in a seaside town. Children should be able to enjoy their summer holidays, and the beginning of it, this tragedy has happened, and it's just so utterly, you can't describe in words how upsetting it is.
While the motive behind the attack remains a mystery, authorities have ruled out terrorism.
It is with great sadness today I'm here to advise that 2 children have died as a result of the injuries sustained in this morning's knife attack. 9 other children have been injured and 6 of them are in a critical condition. A 17-year-old male from Banks in Lancashire, who is originally from Cardiff, has been arrested on suspicion of murder and attempted murder, and is being taken to a police station where he will be interviewed by detectives.
The town's collective grief was palpable at a vigil held outside the Atkinson Cultural Centre. Hundreds of mourners gathered to lay flowers, light candles, and share a minute of silence in remembrance. Teddies, flowers, and handwritten notes piled up as families paid their respects, their faces etched with sorrow.
It's hard to find the correct words to say with such a dreadful, horrendous time. And when I went over to lay some flowers, it hits you. It really, it gets you. You can't help but cry because of the outpouring of grief, the sadness, the fact that we're actually having to do that.
Well, I think it's just unimaginable what has happened, this devastating and horrific attack. And I think all of our thoughts will be with the families who have been affected, the loved ones who have been lost, and the children who are injured. And it's really important that they get all the support they need.
How many more children have died?
Prime Minister Keir Starmer also visited the cordon, meeting with emergency workers and offered condolences to the grieving community. His visit, though meant to provide comfort, also sparked anger among some people who felt helpless in the face of such a senseless act.
I am very worried about high levels of knife crime, and I'm absolutely determined that my government will get to grips with it. But today is not the time for politics. Today is the time to focus entirely on the families who are going through such pain and grief.
But as the night fell, the grief of the day took a darker turn. A protest near the vigil turned violent, with supporters of the far-right English Defence League clashing with police. Bottles and garbage cans were hurled, a mosque was targeted, and a police van was set alight. Police have cautioned against spreading misinformation, which has exacerbated tensions and fueled unrest. Taylor Swift, whose music had brought joy to the dance class, expressed her shock and sorrow on social media. "The horror of yesterday's attack in Southport is washing over me continuously," she wrote, struggling to find words to convey her sympathies to the families. King Charles III and Queen Camilla also issued a statement expressing their profound shock and offering their condolences.
That's all we have time for today. We certainly thank you so much for tuning in. We hope to see you right back here again tomorrow. Thanks again for watching. From impeachments to inaugurations, if it's a political story, we are on the scene. The race for the White House is heating up.
Kamala, you're fired.
I say, bring it on.
If it's breaking news, we're live with the latest coverage. From the White House, the State Department, and Capitol Hill, we know the issues, but above all, we know the players to bring you the latest in-depth analysis on all the key stories that we're covering. I'm Eric Ham. Join me from Washington here on Firstpost America.
Firstpost reports from the world's second largest continent. Hello, I'm Alison Lagrange. A very warm welcome from Durban, South Africa. We get you the news and the newsmakers from Africa. From elections to climate change, to innovations and opportunities. As the world's attention shifts, we report from Africa, the heart of the global south. Join me every weekday live on First Post. Hello and welcome to First Post Africa, where we get you the top stories from the continent and from across the world. I'm Alison Lagrange, coming to you live from Durban, South Africa. Hello and welcome. We start with a key development in North Africa. In an unprecedented move, France has shifted its stance over the disputed Western Sahara. It now backs Morocco's limited autonomy plan for the disputed territory, a move that has angered and drawn strong reactions from Algeria. In a letter to Morocco's King Mohammed, French President Emmanuel Macron boldly declared that the president and future of Western Sahara lie within the framework of Moroccan sovereignty. France now backs a 2007 proposal by Morocco that gives Western Sahara limited autonomy but keeps it under Moroccan control. Macron said that agreeing to this proposal is the only way to solve the conflict. This marks a shift from France's earlier position when Paris had called the Moroccan proposal a serious and credible basis for discussion, but not the only basis. Now, the dispute over Western Sahara dates back nearly 50 years. After former colonizer Spain withdrew from the territory in 1975, Morocco, which lies just north of it, annexed it. However, the indigenous ethnic groups resisted Morocco's claim over the region. This prompted a 16-year armed conflict between Morocco and the Polisario Front, an independence movement representing Western Sahara's indigenous Sahrawi ethnic group. Now, Morocco controls most of the territory, while the Polisario is limited to parts of the desert interior. But the conflict has more players. The Polisario Front is backed by Morocco's neighbor Algeria, although Algeria does not have any claim to Western Sahara itself. But it is wary of Morocco's expansion in the region. Algeria has also provided aid to the Polisario Front. Algeria has rebuked Macron's support to Morocco and has withdrawn its ambassador to France. Dozens of countries, mostly in Africa, have formally recognized a Sahrawi republic, though the world's major powers and the United Nations have not. Former colonizer Spain has also backed Morocco's claims. Under Donald Trump's presidency, the United States recognized Moroccan sovereignty in exchange for Morocco normalizing relations with Israel. Now France joins the growing list of countries who are seeking closer ties with Rabat. The move by Macron is seen as a game-changer by Morocco and a major diplomatic win. France has walked a diplomatic tightrope between the former protectorate Morocco and former colony Algeria on the Western Sahara issue. Though Morocco-France ties have soured in recent years, both nations are working to boost economic ties. France is now Morocco's second-largest trade partner and a major investor. Meanwhile, France has been seeking to reset ties with its former colony Algeria. It had apologized for the torture by French forces during Algeria's independence war that ended in 1962, and also established a commission to review the two countries' colonial history. However, the latest move to favor Morocco over the Western Sahara signals a setback to its Algeria outreach. Now, for more on this, we have with us Musa Mdunge, a political analyst who is joining us live from Dundee in the UK. Thank you for being with us.
Thank you so much for having me. Good afternoon to you and to the viewers.
Good afternoon. Now, France has officially recognized Morocco's sovereignty over the disputed Western Sahara region. This marks a significant policy change. How important is this shift that effectively aligns France with Morocco?
Well, this shift in France's stance in regards to its recognition of Moroccan sovereignty over Western Sahara is quite consequential, especially when you consider the fact that this is happening at a time where France's foreign policy and its ability to exert influence outside of Europe is being questioned, particularly when you consider what is happening in West Africa, with many countries in that region turning their back away from France and embracing other players such as Russia. So in many ways, France's support of Morocco in this regards is in response to this pushback that it has been experiencing, certainly in the past 5 to 10 years, and more particularly under the presidency of Macron. Macron, who wants to change or revitalize, rather, the image of France and its role in international affairs, seeing a particular role for France as it regards to Europe, but not only Europe, also issues in the global south, particularly in West Africa, in Africa, where it has historical influence.
Yeah. And Algeria, which backs the Polisario Front, has responded by withdrawing its ambassador to France. How do you assess this move by Algeria?
Well, this move by Algeria is unsurprising, given the support that it has given, both logistically, financially, but militarily as well, to the Polisario Front. It would be very surprising for them to have been mute on such a decision as taken by their former colonial masters, but also a former colonial master that is a critical economic and regional player for that country. But also it's a move that has precedence, given that they took such a move against Spain as well. So in many ways, you could argue that to Algeria, the issue of Western Sahara is a passionate issue in the same likeness as what you could attribute to the Israeli-Palestine conflict when it comes to South Africa's own approach when it comes to that particular issue. And so unsurprising in terms of Algeria's response, but it really cements sort of the regional tensions and competition that finds itself in that particular region, as both Morocco, both Algeria are very key regional powers. They are bridge builders in that particular region, and they are huge investors and economic players in the continent. You know, if you think about Morocco, for example, it is the second largest investor in the continent out after South Africa. And so that has brought it quite a lot of influence, in the continent. And that is seen by the fact that just in 2017, they were readmitted into the African Union. So all of this is really coming at a time where Morocco is reestablishing itself in the region and France is facing its own questions. So in many ways, this decision is about mutual benefit for both these countries.
Right. And do you see this as a major victory for Morocco? As you've mentioned there, it's seeking to deepen trade ties with other African nations.
Certainly, I do see this as a victory for Morocco. If you look at a map of their relations, particularly in Africa, you'll note that particularly in West Africa, they enjoy quite a lot of support, even in East Africa as well as Central Africa. But their key challenges lie in North Africa and Southern Africa. And unsurprising, particularly when you think of Southern Africa, where you have a very recent history in terms of the liberation struggle. So many of the liberation movements which continue to be the ruling parties in those countries. If you think of South Africa as an example, where the ANC, albeit in a coalition, continues to govern, has shown huge support for the Western Saharan cause. And this was shown by the support it showed last year in supporting summit interventions that would find a political resolution to the struggle of the people of Western Sahara as it relates to the issue of self-determination. And so certainly for Morocco, it is a coup to some extent, But whether it will shift countries like South Africa and others in Southern Africa as well as North Africa, I don't see that particularly happening. And the only thing that could really be of an assistance now is really a political solution that really tries to give inspiration to the aspirations of the people of Western Sahara. Only a political solution will do.
Absolutely. Musa, thank you very much. Great to speak with you. Thank you for your valued insights.
Thank you so much for having me.
Shifting focus, tensions continue between neighbours Democratic Republic of Congo and Rwanda. The Democratic Republic of Congo has now accused Rwanda of jamming its airspace and putting flights at risk in the conflict-ridden eastern part of the country. DRC said Rwanda was interfering with the aircraft global positioning system, or the GPS signals, through jamming and spoofing. It is a type of cybercrime that involves creating a false identity or impersonation. DRC said this posed a significant risk to both commercial and humanitarian flights. Kinshasa did not indicate the scale of the impact on air traffic, but it said the GPS signals over parts of eastern province North Kivu, particularly the capital Goma, had been badly affected. North Kivu province has been the epicenter of the war in the DRC between the Congolese armed forces and the M23 rebel group. The M23 group, which is fighting for the rights of the Tutsi minority, has captured a significant part of the province, and Rwanda, whose president, Paul Kagame, belongs to the same ethnic group, has been accused by the DRC and the United Nations of backing the rebels. Rwanda has not yet commented on the accusations of jamming DRC's airspace. However, in the past, it denied allegations of involvement in the security situation in DRC. Earlier this month, the UN accused Rwanda of having up to 4,000 troops in DRC to help the M23 rebels. Rwanda did not outrightly reject the allegations in its response, but said the Democratic Republic of Congo government lacked the political will to resolve the crisis. As per estimates, fighting in North Kivu has driven more than 1.7 million people from their homes. There are also reports of killings, sexual violence, and lack of basic resources for civilians, such as clean water and food. Our next story is from the ongoing Olympic Games in Paris. Competing in the Olympics is like embarking on a pilgrimage to a sacred destination. It's a dream for most athletes across the globe, an opportunity to showcase their skills on the most prestigious stage of all. The Olympics aren't just a venue for sport. They are the ultimate test of endurance, skill, and mental fortitude. Athletes spend years honing their craft. So much so that they often train in high-altitude locations to push their limits and achieve peak performance. It's not just the sportsman's body that has to endure the pressure, but also the mind. The psychological pressure is immense. As for many, this is a once-in-a-lifetime chance to shine. Yet, Egyptian fencer Nada Hafez took this challenge to an extraordinary new level. Nada Hafez stunned the world when she revealed that she was 7 months pregnant while competing at the Paris Olympics. Although she didn't secure a podium finish, the 26-year-old athlete from Cairo accomplished something far greater this year. On Instagram, Hafez shared that she was carrying a future Olympian as she gracefully parried and lunged on the global stage. Her journey was not just a physical feat, but an emotional battle, as she was balancing the demands of pregnancy with the rigors of high-level competition. Pregnancy, much like a roller coaster, is a thrilling and unpredictable adventure. Hafez admitted that maintaining her athletic prowess while preparing for motherhood was no easy task. Yet she emphasized that every struggle was worth it. She expressed immense pride in making it to the round of 16. A significant achievement that marks the pinnacle of her Olympic career so far. As Hafez transitions into motherhood, the world will remember her remarkable accomplishments in sport. A former gymnast with a degree in medicine, Hafez is a three-time Olympian who clinched gold medals in both the individual and team sabre events at the 2019 African Games. Her recent ranking of 16th in the competition stands as her best Olympic performance to date. Hafez is not the first woman to compete in the Olympics while pregnant. Over 20 women have participated in the Games while expecting. In 2004, Dutch equestrian Ankie van Groensven won a gold medal, and German archer Cornelia Poff had earned a bronze in the year 2000. Then there is the American diver Juno Stover-Irwin, who secured a bronze in 1952. These athletes, like Hafez, have proven that motherhood and elite sports are not mutually exclusive, but can coexist beautifully. Nada Hafez's story is a testament to the resilience and determination of athletes. Her journey serves as a reminder that Olympic spirit is not just about winning medals, but also about overcoming extraordinary challenges. As she embarks on the journey of motherhood, her legacy as an inspiring athlete will continue to shine brightly. And finally, to our special segment, Resurgent Africa. Amid the coups and the crises, there are many positive stories from Africa that often get overlooked, but not on this show. In the heart of the Rift Valley in Kenya, a remarkable story of hope and unity is unfolding. Amidst the rolling plains and under the watchful eye of the Kenya Wildlife Service, a unique operation is bringing together communities once torn apart by conflict. And at the center of this endeavor are the majestic Rothschild's giraffes, whose relocation promises not only to save the species, but also to foster peace between rival communities. Our next report brings you the details.
On a vast sun-drenched farm nestled in Kenya's Rift Valley, the air is thick with anticipation. Amidst the swaying grass, a veterinarian steadies his hand, eyes fixed on a majestic Rothschild's giraffe. Then, with a soft hiss, a tranquilizer dart flies through the air, finding its mark. The towering animal sways gently, then sinks slowly to the ground. This moment marks the beginning of a delicate and crucial mission undertaken by the Kenya Wildlife Service, where these gentle giants will embark on a journey to their new home. Their destination lies some 140 kilometers to the east in the Ruko Conservancy of Baringo County, and their relocation is part of a long-standing initiative aimed at fostering peace between two rival communities, the Pokot and the Ilchamus. In the mid-2000s, wary of the constant conflict and loss, the elders of both communities conceived a bold plan. They decided to bring the Rothschild's giraffes back to an area they once roamed. And the goal was twofold. First, to reintroduce an endangered species to its former habitat, and second, to restore peace through a shared commitment to conservation.
Where we are now today was a battleground for the bandits, and the bandits colonized for quite some time before the elders now started coming in and said we need to do conservation, we need to bring the wildlife as a sign of peace between the two communities, and that is now where they decided to bring Baringo giraffe, which was here initially before the conflict erupted, and forced them to move away.
Kenya, renowned for its spectacular wildlife, has seen giraffe numbers dwindle in recent decades due to poaching and habitat encroachment. Yet, as the giraffes from Sorgoit prepare for their journey, there is a palpable sense of hope.
Giraffe, it's a symbol of peace. Whenever they see giraffe, they see peace. So every time we want to increase the number, it shows or it tells us that the peace is prevailing and we need to bring more giraffes.
16 hours later, when the convoy arrives at the reserve, people from both the Pokot and Ilchamus communities gather in joyful celebration. Songs fill the air and feet dance to the rhythm of hope and reconciliation. These giraffes are then eased into a small pen where they will adjust to their new surroundings before being released into the wilds of Ruko. So, as the sun sets over the Rift Valley, casting long shadows over the landscape, the giraffes stand as silent sentinels of a fragile peace. Their presence here is a testament to the power of nature to heal and unite.
And that's it on the show for today. We will see you again tomorrow at the same time. Thank you for watching and goodbye. Across continents, one powerful news source.
Bringing you diverse perspectives on the issues that matter.
We go beyond the boundaries to give you that little extra about every sporting moment. So thank you for making Firstpost 5 million strong. We're counting on your support, and you can trust us to bring you the news unfiltered and unvarnished.
Climate change is on our doorstep. It's time for a revolution to take root. And it starts with 1.4 billion Indians. It starts with one tree for humanity, one tree for Mother Earth, one tree for our future. Project One Tree, a News 18 network initiative.
On the show today, the T20 World Cup bandwagon has moved across to the West Indies. What can we expect from this?
Hello, I'm Alison Green, coming to you from Durban, South Africa. Today we have a special show.
We start with a report on India's shifting nuclear posture. For the first time since India officially became a nuclear power.
Hello and welcome to Firstpost America. I'm Aaron Ham, coming to you live from the nation's capital in Washington, D.C.
Hello, namaskar. This is Firstpost and you're watching Vantage with me, Palki Sharma. It was a day of funerals in West Asia, in Tehran, in Baghdad and in Beirut. 3 countries, 3 cities and 3 processions. Let's look at Tehran first. The city was mourning Ismail Haniyeh.
the assassinated chief of Hamas. He was in Tehran to attend the Iranian president's inauguration, but Israel took him out. He was killed in an explosion on Wednesday, and the details are slowly coming out. Reports say the bomb was smuggled into the guest house 2 months ago, the same guest house where Haniyeh would stay. After that, it was a waiting game. Israel first confirmed that Haniyeh was inside the building. Then they detonated the bomb remotely. Of course, Israel has not confirmed any of this. They haven't even admitted to killing Ismail Haniyeh. But Iran does not need an admission. They know whom to blame. Iran's supreme leader led the prayers at Haniyeh's funeral. Afterwards, there was a massive procession. Thousands lined the streets to pay their respects. Take a look at this. There's an outpouring of grief, not just in Iran, but across the Muslim world. Protests were organized in Turkey, in Lebanon, in Jordan, in the West Bank, and even in Pakistan. These people may love him, but his legacy is complicated. Ismail Haniyeh led a terror organization, a group that killed thousands of innocent Israelis. Which brings us to the second funeral today. In Beirut, Israel had struck a southern suburb of the city. Their target was a Hezbollah commander. They did manage to take him out, but 3 civilians were also killed. The third funeral was in Iraq. It wasn't Israel's doing, though. This attack was carried out by the United States. They struck a militia base in the Babel province. Around 4 pro-Iran fighters were killed here. Their funeral was held in Baghdad. Hundreds gathered for this procession. So 3 cities are in grief. But will that grief turn into revenge? That's the big worry at this point. A new president has just taken charge in Tehran. He will want to stamp his authority, and reports say the supreme leader has signed off. He wants a direct attack on Israel. Iran is also convening its proxies, the Hezbollah, the Hamas and Houthis. Maybe the idea is to plan a joint response. Now, you may remember the last time Iran attacked in April. They launched hundreds of drones at Israel, but the damage was minimal. Apparently, that was the point. Maximum symbolism, minimum impact. But will Iran do the same thing again? Or will they look to cause significant damage this time? Well, Israel is warning against it. They say revenge attacks will be punished.
Since the strike in Beirut, there are threats sounding from all directions. We are prepared for any scenario, and we will stand united and determined against any threat. Israel will exact a very heavy price for any aggression against us from any arena.
Put yourself in the shoes of the supreme leader. Haniyeh was the political chief of Hamas, not your general or officer, just a proxy of your regime. Do you risk all-out war for a slain proxy? Or would you rather respond with restraint, maybe with performative strikes? Logic says that Iran would not risk an all-out war, but these are rogue leaders taking calls, so who knows? Israel's bigger challenge is the Hezbollah. That attack not only killed a top commander, it also killed 2 children. So public anger is building up there. They want speedy revenge against Israel. Plus, Hezbollah is already exchanging fire with Israel, so it's not a new front. It's an expansion of an existing battle. And most countries have realized this. They've asked citizens in Lebanon to leave immediately, and that includes India. The Indian mission released a statement today. All Indian nationals have been asked to leave. So it looks like the Lebanon front will heat up, especially if Iran asks Hezbollah to hit back. The question is there still room for diplomacy to somehow reduce the tensions? Well, the UN Security Council convened on Wednesday. It went about as well as you would expect a meeting like this. There was bickering, insults, and open threats.
Iran's arming of terrorist groups in Syria, Lebanon, and Iraq is similarly destabilizing and contrary to efforts by the Security Council to de-escalate regional tensions. Every member of this council should call on Iran to stop arming, advising, and financing terrorist groups, and to rein in the actions of proxies and partners who threaten regional peace and security.
The responsibility of the United States as a strategic ally and main supporters of the Israeli regime in the region cannot be overlooked in this horrific crime. This act could not be occurred without the authorization and intelligence support of the US.
A lot of allegations, a lot of threats, but no solutions. Russia and China have sided with Iran. The West is firmly with Israel. So the Security Council is deadlocked. Do not expect any miracles from it. But what about the United States? How do they plan to handle this? If Iran's proxies gang up on Israel, we would be in uncharted territory. Netanyahu would need help from the United States, and Washington stands ready to do it.
If Israel is attacked, we certainly will help defend Israel. You saw us do that in April. You can expect to see us do that again. But we don't want to see any of that happen.
So the US doesn't want a war, but if Israel is attacked, they will join. Plus, they're holding secret talks in West Asia. A White House official was in Saudi Arabia. Meanwhile, a European official was in Tehran. I must say this is shaping up to be a repeat of April, asking Iran to take symbolic actions, roping in the Arab allies and publicly promising to defend Israel. So I guess it's all up to Iran now. Their leaders did show some restraint during the last attack. Let's see if they have more patience left. Palestinian supporters are showing no restraint though. We're talking about the Paris Olympics now. From the matches to the Olympic venues, even on the streets of Paris, there is palpable tension, especially for Israeli athletes. Last weekend, there was a football match. Israel faced off against Paraguay. The crowd gave the Israeli team a hostile reception. Take a look. You heard that right. They were chanting, "Hail Hitler." It's a Nazi greeting to glorify the regime that carried out the genocide of Jews. Remember, 6 million people died in the Holocaust, the horror perpetrated by Hitler and Nazi Germany. This crowd was cheering it. They were also making anti-Semitic gestures and waving the Palestinian flag. This is not a peaceful protest. This is pure hate. And Israeli athletes face this every day, over and over again. They have been targeted with death threats. The French police has opened an investigation. Israel's foreign minister reached out to his French counterpart and he issued a warning. Israel claims that Iran is plotting an attack to target Israeli athletes and tourists in France. Now, this is a very serious charge. France cannot take it lightly, also because there's already been a security breach. Personal information of Israeli athletes has been leaked. Iranian hackers are being blamed for this. They created fake social media channels and made the stolen data public, data about Israeli athletes, their personal information. And they've been sending out messages. This is what they look like. Israeli athletes have been getting messages like these. It's like an invitation to their own funeral. Can you imagine how disturbing this can be for players who are already performing in a high-pressure environment? Security of the Israeli athletes has been tightened. They now have 24/7 protection. Elite tactical units escort them everywhere. And for weeks now, the security challenge has persisted. Israel's participation in these games remains a subject of controversy. The Palestinians campaigned hard to have them blocked, to get the organizers to not let Israel participate.
We have written to both IOC and FIFA and raised all the points I mentioned. We posed a specific question and asked the IOC to clarify whether the breach of the Olympic truce, implementation of the apartheid regime, annexation of the Palestinian territory, and Israeli athletes being members of the occupying forces will bring a change in the IOC policy towards Israel's participation in international sports.
Palestinian athletes have also raised their voice on this, like boxer Wasim Abu Sal. Look at what he wore for the opening ceremony. It's an outfit depicting the war in Gaza. It shows bombs falling on children from fighter jets. So the Palestinians tried their best to humiliate and isolate Israel, but they could not stop them from competing in the games. Public sentiment in France is also divided. Israel is still facing a strong backlash over the war in Gaza, especially over the deaths of thousands of Palestinians. Take a look at this now. Posters like these have sprung up. When it comes to killing for sport, there is no competition. That is what it says. This picture shows an Olympic podium with bombs, dead bodies and flags of Israel. We don't know who is behind these posters, but they have been plastered across Paris. Even spectators are breaking into fights over this.
But now Mali is is destroying them, I think. Israel is not bad. Israel is not bad, but I think Mali is going to destroy them today. No, I'm just talking about football. I'm just talking about football.
The best, no politics here. Okay?
Free, free Palestine. Free, 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 free.
The International Olympic Committee, or the IOC, insisted that the Games this year will be apolitical. But this war has divided the entire world, so how can the Olympics remain untouched? The event has a long history of political protests, from the famous Black Power salute to the boycott of South Africa over apartheid, also the Israel-Palestine conflict. It has been at the center of one of the worst episodes in Olympic history. I'm talking about the 1972 Munich Games, when Israeli athletes were targeted by 8 Palestinian militants. They stormed the Olympic Games village and took Israeli athletes hostage. 11 Israelis were killed in this attack. It shocked the entire world. It sparked an international crisis. The shadow of that attack looms on the Paris Games this year. Israel's war in Gaza is indeed a humanitarian tragedy. There's no defending that. But nothing justifies targeting athletes at the Olympics. This is a security threat, and it must be taken seriously. Now we shift our focus to Nigeria. It is Africa's most populous country, home to over 200 million people, and a lot of those people are angry. Today, after weeks of build-up, protests have begun in Nigeria. The government has been trying to stop them. President Bola Tinubu tried every trick in the book. He increased the minimum wage. His police and military threatened the protesters. He even got the clergy to denounce the protests, but nothing worked. Angry Nigerians took to the streets across the country today, despite numerous obstacles thrown their way. We'll start with the capital, Abuja, where the protesters' movement has been restricted. A court had intervened on the behalf of the government. It confined the protesters to one particular location, to a stadium on the outskirts of the capital. Now, most of the protesters complied, but some were defiant. So they were seen marching towards the heart of the capital, but they were confronted by the police, who fired tear gas shells to disperse the crowd.
Before you go down there, the second one already.
Then there was Lagos, Nigeria's largest city, Again, thousands turned up to protest here. They marched through the streets with banners and posters, wanting to end bad governance and also wanting an end to hunger.
We are tired of being hungry. We cannot even feed our children. One tuber of yam is 5,000. We cannot buy tomato and pepper. Pepper is 1,000. The poor cannot survive. Please, we need you to change the government.
And we are not going to stop until every Nigerian can live comfortably in Nigeria. We are not going to stop until we in Nigeria, we Nigerians living in Nigeria, enjoy similar life or a better life than even countries across the world who don't have half of the resources that we have.
Some of the biggest demonstrations took place in Kano, Nigeria's second largest city, located in the north of the country. Thousands had gathered in Kano to make their voices heard. The Nigerian police fired tear gas and live bullets to scare them away. They also doused the protesters with hot water, but the demonstrators were undeterred. However, things did get ugly in Kano. Some protesters set tires ablaze near the state governor's house. The police shot at them. At least 4 people were wounded. So that's the situation in some of the bigger cities in Nigeria. But the protests are taking place nationwide in some form or the other. They're being organized online under the hashtag End Bad Governance. And the protesters are in it for the long haul, it seems. Look at this post. The protesters have created a list of do's and don'ts. They're telling people to wear comfortable shoes, to carry water and sunscreen and power banks so that their phones are always charged, and they can share videos of police brutality in real time. As you can see, this is an extremely well-organized protest. The demonstrators are determined to bring their government to heel. Why? Because they're angry. Angry about the cost of living crisis in their country. Inflation crossed 34% in June, the worst level in 28 years. Food inflation is even higher. It was above 40% in the month of June. People are struggling to buy food. They're hungry. They want the prices to drop. President Bola Tinubu is being blamed for this inflation. When he came to power last year, he made a number of unpopular changes, or reforms, as he likes to call them. One of these reforms was especially brutal. Tinubu removed a nationwide subsidy on fuel, and this sent prices skyrocketing. Fuel now costs 3 times as much as it did 1 year ago, 3 times higher. And this has had a knock-on effect. You see, when fuel prices rise, everything becomes costlier because you need fuel to transport every single thing. The protesters understand this, which is why their main demand is the restoration of the fuel subsidy. If the subsidy returns, prices are expected to crash and people should be able to afford food again. That's the theory anyway. But will Tinubu listen? We'll find out soon enough. Let's turn to Britain now. The country's ugly truth has been laid bare. All those years of multiculturalism, all those decades of preaching secularism, but it's all coming crashing down. We told you about the recent stabbing in Southport. 3 children were killed in a holiday club. 8 others were left injured. It was a truly horrible crime. But do you know how some Britons responded to it? By attacking the Southport Mosque. They damaged the building, they torched police vehicles and assaulted police officers. Protests were also held in other parts of the country. In London, things got violent. Clashes broke out near Downing Street. Protesters threw flares and beer cans at the Prime Minister's residence. Some of them also had a slogan, "Stop the boats." It's a reference to migrants crossing the English Channel. A popular right-wing chant. Take a look. So let's recap the past few days. The stabbing happened on Monday. A mosque was targeted on Tuesday and protesters chanted "Stop the boats" on Wednesday. I know what you're thinking. The knife man must have been a Muslim migrant. Except he wasn't. He is a 17-year-old born to Rwandan parents in Cardiff in the UK. So neither a migrant nor a Muslim.
A 17-year-old boy from Banks has been charged with the murders of Bibi, Elsie Dot and Alice. 10 counts of attempted murder and possession of a bladed article following the tragic incident in Southport on Monday, the 29th of July.
He appeared in court today. Normally, his name would not be released to public because he is underage, 17 years old. But the judge made an exception in this case. So we can tell you the name of the knife man, Alex Ruda Cubana. He stabbed and killed 3 children in a holiday club. And what was Britain's first reaction? To blame Muslims and migrants. This is blatant Islamophobia. It's the definition of prejudice, and social media contributed to it. Many users spread lies about the attacker's identity. They claimed that he was Muslim. They claimed that he arrived on a boat in 2023. No evidence, no confirmation from the police, just casual hate mongering. And shame on these protesters too. You don't become Islamophobic overnight. Chances are you always were. This attack was just an opportunity to act on it, to attack and vandalize mosques. So these riots were not a sudden outburst. They reveal a deeper problem. I have some numbers for you. Let's look at the period from October to February. The UK recorded more than 2,000 anti-Muslim incidents, 2,000. The year before, this number was 600. So this is a 235% rise in 1 year. Some of it was triggered by the Israel-Hamas war. But like I said, Islamophobia does not happen overnight. It's the product of years of fear-mongering. And British politicians must take some of the blame. I'll give you an example. Nigel Farage leads the Reform UK party. His platform is anti-immigration. Listen to his statement on Tuesday.
I have to say there are one or two questions. Was this guy being monitored by the security services? Some reports say he was, others less sure. The police say it's a non-terror incident. I just wonder whether the truth is being withheld from us. I don't know the answer to that, but I think it is a fair and legitimate question.
That's the definition of dog whistling. He wonders whether the police are lying about the attacker. Well, such wonderings lead to violence. They fuel hate and divide communities, and it's not just Britain. We've seen this elsewhere in the West. Economy not performing, blame the migrants. Crime on the rise, blame the Muslims. Inflation out of control, divert attention by talking about immigration. This is Western politics in a nutshell. But nobody questions them. We are told that Western countries are secular by definition. Hate politics is only for Asia or Latin America. Well, think again. A diverse population has exposed these societies. Look at what happened in France. They wanted a black pop star to sing at the Olympics opening ceremony. Her name is Aya Nakamura. She was born in Mali, but she grew up in Paris. So she is a French singer. But some people couldn't stand it. Politicians and senators pushed back at the choice. They couldn't fathom the idea of a black French singer. This was always the reality of Western society. These latest instances have simply exposed them. Now let's talk about India. Every monsoon, the country witnesses the same scenes. Flooded roads, disrupted services, and citizens wondering if the situation will get better next year. Well, spoiler alert, it won't. Take India's capital, for example. Yesterday, New Delhi witnessed heavy rainfall. Life came to a standstill. Roads are still inundated, and the problem isn't the weather. It's the poor planning. Delhi's drainage plan dates back to 1976. It still follows that nearly half-a-century-old plan. Why is that? Why is India not upgrading its infrastructure, and how is climate change exacerbating this problem? Our next report tells you.
Yesterday, India's capital was caught by surprise. Record rains submerged Delhi. Parts of the city were inundated. Roads were flooded. Even the new Parliament complex was waterlogged. There were traffic jams everywhere. Flights were diverted. The capital came to a standstill. It's the same picture every monsoon season. Rains come and India's cities plunge into chaos. Take Mumbai, for example. It's India's financial capital. The monsoon season lasts for 3 months. It's a known fact. Yet, every year, these are the scenes. Inundated roads, flooded railway tracks, offices and schools shut, and essential services disrupted. So what explains the same pictures every single year? What are Indian cities doing wrong? Well, it's a mix of three things: rapid urbanization, bad planning, and climate change. Historically, Indian cities haven't had much of a problem with this. They had natural drains, so there was minimal flooding. But then came rapid urbanization. Our cities grew bigger. Water bodies turned into localities for people to live in, and thus began the problem. Take Bengaluru, for example. 3 decades ago, the built-up area in the city was 27%. In 2021, it was 86%. And it's the case with every major city in India. In the last decade, urban population has gone from 391 million to 500 million. By 2050, it could reach 900 million. Our cities are overburdened. Space has to be made for the burgeoning population, which means unending construction. Concrete replacing green spaces, canals and water bodies being closed off, leaving these cities unable to absorb or drain water. Then there's bad planning. Look at Delhi, for example. The drainage plan that the city follows is from 1976. That's a 48-year-old plan, and it's still being used. There have been efforts to make a new one, but Delhi hasn't been able to upgrade its infrastructure. It's the same for Mumbai, a city with a population of 22 million people, and its traffic is one of the worst in the world. But the city still doesn't have a functional metro network. It's been in the works for a while now. New York got its metro network in 1904. Shanghai got it in 1993. Even Delhi got it in 2002, so it's long overdue. But urbanization and bad planning aside, there's the added problem of climate change. Just look at what's happening across the country. Landslides in Wayanad. Cloudbursts in Himachal Pradesh. It's freak weather, and it's turbocharged by climate change. But is the country prepared for it? Well, not really. Its climate policy is lacking, and if it doesn't change, it will not only affect how we live, but it will also affect our economy. In 2023, floods in North India led to a loss of over $1 billion. In 2018, the recovery cost after the Kerala floods was $3.5 billion. We can't afford this, so India needs to upgrade its infrastructure and tackle the climate challenge head-on. Or else, we will be left wading in water year after year.
Is there a bubble in the Indian stock market? For several months now, Indian stocks have been running hot. Sensex and Nifty have touched new highs. This year, Indian stock markets made a new record. They became the third most expensive market in the world. India was right behind the US and Japan. And this record-breaking bull run triggered FOMO among investors. FOMO, as you would know, is the fear of missing out. So investors felt that if they did not jump in, they'd miss an opportunity, a chance to make a quick buck. Now, there are all kinds of investors out there. All of them want to make money, of course, but some see stock markets as an easy route to exponential wealth. And for this, they engage in speculative trading, using complex instruments like futures and options. Apparently, millions of people are doing this now, and this has led to a frenzy. So Indian regulators are trying to tame it by introducing more guardrails and more rules. SEBI has prepared a plan. That's Securities and Exchange Board of India, SEBI. SEBI is India's market regulator. It is going after speculative trading. It is raising the entry bar for doing such trade. Here's what SEBI has recommended. The minimum contract size be raised. Earlier, it was $18,000. The new limit could be $24,000. And one more change has been proposed. Stock exchanges could be asked to offer fewer contracts. So the goal of this entire exercise is quite clear: to contain futures and options trading. And this is also known as derivative trading. What is that? Let me explain. Usually when you buy a stock, You buy it on the basis of its current market value, the asking price. That's what you buy it for. But derivative trading is like making a bet on how the price of a stock might behave in future. You're betting on that, on its future prospect. So here's what happens. In this case, in derivative trading, investors do not buy shares. They make agreements. They buy contracts based on their prediction of how a stock might perform. If their prediction is right, they make money. If their prediction is wrong, they lose money. It's a gamble and a risky one. And here is how one board member of SEBI describes it. Let me quote from what has been said. If you want to gamble, if you need diabetes and high blood pressure, then go into this market. So derivatives are not for everyone. There is a high chance that you'd lose your money. But that has not stopped people from gambling their savings on derivatives. And India has seen a huge surge in such trades. In fact, let me show you some more data. Last year, in 2023, Indian investors traded 85 billion options contracts. An option is like a promise to buy a stock at a certain price in future. If a stock reaches a particular price, you buy it. That's the promise you make. 85 billion options contracts. In 2023, they were traded in India, 85 billion. That's the highest in the world. In fact, India accounted for 84% of all equity options contracts traded globally. So who is driving this boom? The retail investors. That's people like you and me. They account for 35% of all options trade. And they're losing money big time. 90% of all active retail investors have suffered a big loss due to derivative trading. In March 2022, investors lost some $5.4 billion from derivatives. These trends are alarming. SEBI says that people are betting their household savings on derivatives. India's Reserve Bank is also worried about this trend. It says investors have been borrowing money to speculate in the market. India's finance minister has cautioned investors in the past about this. Here's what Nirmala Sitharaman said in the month of May, and I'm quoting. Any unchecked explosion in retail trading of futures and options can create future challenges, not just for the markets, but for the investor sentiments and also for household finances. Again, what has caused this surge? Well, two things primarily. First is the explosion of stock trading apps. They've made trading easy, even for complex instruments like derivatives. Thanks to these apps, it's as easy as transferring money, so more people are doing it. The second reason is the finfluencers. There is a rising number of content creators dishing out stock market advice on the internet. Retail investors have been falling prey to them. In July, SEBI ordered a crackdown. It warned 20 such finfluencers. But now it wants to resort to tougher measures. It wants to change the rules of the game itself. Now, there is no denying that the Indian investor has matured over the past decade. More Indians are ready to take risks instead of keeping their money in the bank. They're more willing to invest in the stock market, which is a good thing. But retail investors are also a vulnerable lot. And the allure of easy money can be a trap. So it's good to see the regulators doing more to protect their interests. Our next story is from Pakistan, from the Balochistan province. It's the largest region of Pakistan. It has an abundance of mineral wealth. But the Baloch people are among the country's most impoverished. For decades, they have been neglected by Pakistan's politicians and repressed by the country's all-powerful military. But the Baloch people have not given up. In fact, it's quite the opposite. At this very moment, as we speak, the Baloch people are protesting in Pakistan. A Baloch national gathering is underway in the port town of Gwadar. Thousands have already gathered there. Many more want to join them. But the Pakistani state is doing everything it can to shut down the protests. The gathering began last week. People from all across Balochistan were invited. They were supposed to get to Gwadar by Sunday. Why Gwadar? Because it's the site of a major port. The Chinese built the Gwadar port. It is a key part of China's Belt and Road Initiative. The protesters know that a demonstration here, a demonstration in Gwadar, will get the world's attention. Thousands took to the highways in colourful caravans. They were making their way to Gaza from across Balochistan, but their path was blocked by the Pakistani security forces. There were roadblocks and checkpoints. Progress was slow, the caravans were held up, but the Baloch people persevered. So the Pakistani forces defaulted to a tried and tested method: violence. A caravan was fired upon in the town of Mastum, near the provincial capital Quetta.
लोग इधर जख्मी हुए हैं पब्लिक पे ये YFC वाले गाड़ियों के खैर
At least 14 people were injured here. 5 of them were in a critical state. Reports say other convoys were also attacked all over Balochistan. The visuals you see are from social media, from the groups organizing the Baloch protests. They kept uploading the videos as proof of Pakistan's heavy-handed approach. So Pakistan imposed a complete internet shutdown in Gwadar. Roads to the port city were blocked. It was a siege-like situation. And then it seems that the Pakistani forces ran riot. Here's what an organizer of the protest said last night.
Maran Baloch, the organizer of Baloch Activity Committee. I'm addressing you all from Gwadar. Gwadar is under siege from the last 4 days. In Gwadar, military has taken over the streets and it has injured many people and abducted more than 500 people. And we still don't have the data that how many people are injured because the hospitals are sealed and the injured people have no access for their health facilities.
Why is Pakistan cracking down on this gathering? Why is Islamabad terrorizing its own citizens? To understand that, you need to look at the situation in Balochistan. I'd mentioned earlier that the province was rich in minerals. It is also the largest province in Pakistan and the least populated. There are just about 15 million Baloch people in Pakistan, out of the total population of about 240 million. 240 million Pakistanis, only 50 million Baloch people. So the Baloch people have abundant resources and they aren't too many in number. This should have resulted in them being rich, just looking at the resources per capita. But that is not the case. The Balochistan province has been thoroughly exploited, but the benefits have not been passed on to the locals. The wealth has always flowed to Islamabad. Now with the Gwadar port, it will flow to Beijing. And the locals won't see a dime. That is one of the reasons why the Baloch people are angry. Another reason is enforced disappearances. Whenever the Baloch people protest, the Pakistani state abducts their leaders. The protest organizers just disappear. And this has happened across decades. Families have been torn apart. Fathers and brothers have been taken in the dead of night, never to return. So you'll notice that many of the present generation of Baloch protesters are women. They've been fighting for years, demanding to know what happened to their families. The Pakistani forces have tried to abduct these leaders too, but public pressure has helped keep these women safe so far. These protesters want an end to the abductions. They want a share of Balochistan's wealth, and they want the Baloch people to be afforded dignity. Until that happens, the protests are likely to continue. It's not easy being the host, especially when you are entertaining the King of England. And France is slowly realizing this. Last year, France welcomed King Charles for a state dinner. French President Emmanuel Macron pulled out all the stops. The event was extravagant. The leaders clinked their glasses and feasted on blue lobster and fine cheese. But now the French auditor has released a report, and it says that the dinner cost $515,000. That's right, more than $500,000 of French public money, so that the King of England could enjoy more opulence. It is a shocking sum. But was the cost of this dinner an anomaly? How much do state dinners cost and why? Here's a report.
Have you ever wanted to attend a party really badly but couldn't? If this were the 1700s, that party would probably have been held here. This is the Hall of Mirrors, in the Palace of Versailles in France. Centuries ago, this room was party central for the French monarchy. They blew large sums of money, threw balls, and entertained foreign guests. France's ill-fated monarchy is no longer there, but the Hall of Mirrors still is, and it continues to show a mirror to French society, because this country is a financial mess. Public debt is 110% of the GDP, yet the party goes on. Last September, France entertained the King of England. President Emmanuel Macron pulled out all the stops for the monarch's visit.
In Your Majesty's honor, Her Majesty Queen Camilla, as well as your family, I raise the glass in honor of the United Kingdom. Long live Franco-British friendship.
I cannot tell you how delighted my wife and I are to be with you this evening, and how touched we are by the magnificent welcome that was given to us.
We're only finding out now just how delighted Charles must have been. France's public auditor has published a new report. It says that the dinner held to welcome Charles cost $515,000. That's more than $500,000 of public money. Why? So that King Charles and his wife could feast on blue lobster, crab cakes, champagne marinated chicken, and fine cheese. The catering alone cost $180,000, plus $46,000 for drinks, on top of other costs including furniture, flowers, and decorations. So food and flowers have helped plunge the Elysee Palace's budget $9 million into the red. This comes after last month's warning, when the European Union practically scolded France over its budget deficit, which stands at 5.5% of the GDP, and is one of the highest in the Union. So the Audit Office is now being a grouch. It's asking France to rein in the spending. But that may be a tough ask. We aren't saying this, the dining trend is. In July last year, France held a state dinner for Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi. The cost came to $447,000, though not everyone gets such lavish treatment. This year, when Chinese President Xi Jinping was welcomed in a state dinner, it cost France around $149,000. Now, state dinners are almost always expensive, and not just in France. In 2009, the Obama administration held a state dinner for then Indian Prime Minister Manmohan Singh. It cost a whopping $572,000.
Cheers.
The next year, then Mexican President Felipe Calderón was invited. It cost the US about $563,000. The UK has a similar story. In 2019, it invited Donald Trump. The bill came up to $556,000. So, across nations, across decades, the money averages around $500,000 for any foreign guest of importance. Why? Thanks to dinner diplomacy. State dinners are a big deal. Preparations take months. No detail is overlooked. The event is extravagant. While state dinners can help strengthen ties between countries, there is a payoff. The leaders wine and dine, but it's the public that foots the bill.
Elon Musk once admitted that he has OCD. OCD is obsessive compulsive disorder. He says that he's obsessed with product. He can only see what's wrong. But lately, the Tesla CEO has a new obsession. It's Nicolas Maduro, the president of Venezuela. Just look at his tweets. In the last 4 days, Musk has tweeted about him 50 times, 50 times. Imagine that. What explains this tweet frenzy? Are they new BFFs, or is there something more to this? On Sunday, Venezuela announced the results of its presidential election. Of course, Maduro won. He's ruled the country for 11 years, and he's been accused of rigging the election. So no one was surprised. The opposition cried foul and claimed victory. They alleged voter fraud, and fighting their cause was Elon Musk. On Sunday, he took to X, and he wrote, "Shame on dictator Maduro." The next morning, he wrote that Maduro had committed election fraud. Now, for most people, 2 posts would be good enough. You've made your point and you move on. But Elon Musk is not most people. His ethos is overkill and his posts weren't all civil. Look at this one. Here's what it says. I'm coming for you, Maduro. I will carry you to Gitmo on a donkey. Imagine saying that to a world leader. Maduro did not respond. But 48 posts later, he'd had enough. So the Venezuelan president challenged Elon Musk to a fight.
Elon Musk, whoever messes with me dries up. Whoever messes with Venezuela dries up. Elon Musk, you want to fight? Let's have it. Elon Musk, I am ready. I am a son of Bolivar and Chavez. I am not afraid of you. Elon Musk, let's go at it wherever you want.
He's a leader. So the ball is now in Elon Musk's court, and soon the suspense ended. Musk tweeted he accepts the challenge, and he also raised the stakes. Elon Musk said if he wins, Maduro must resign. If he loses, he will give the Venezuelan president a free trip to Mars. Maduro is yet to respond, and we don't blame him. He's just rigged an election. His country is up in arms. There's international outcry. He clearly has bigger problems than sucker punching Elon Musk. But this isn't Musk's first rodeo. In 2022, he challenged the Russian president to a duel. Of course, Putin ignored him. Then in 2023, Musk chose a more suitable opponent, Meta CEO Mark Zuckerberg. He challenged Zuckerberg to a cage match. Zuckerberg agreed. But unfortunately for the world, the two never made it to a ring. So you can understand Elon Musk's modus operandi. He ridicules you, he challenges you, he makes a fuss about it. But when it comes down to getting his hands dirty, he scoots. Nowhere to be found. Classic bully behavior. But the question is, why Nicolas Maduro? You see, Maduro runs a socialist government in Venezuela. He is a symbol of the left. Musk believes that socialist forces are ruining the world. He believes the left is degrading society. So that puts him at odds with Maduro. Plus, Maduro is the perfect target. Elon Musk has nothing to lose here. Venezuela does not have a Tesla factory. It doesn't have Tesla stores. There are no Starlink satellites in the country, plus very few advertisers for X. So all of Elon Musk's companies are in the clear. In boxing terms, Venezuela is what you would call a soft target. Elon Musk can pull all the punches he wants. It won't hurt him. But he won't try something like this with China. Musk would never. Even though Xi Jinping is as much a dictator as Nicolas Maduro and way more dangerous. But Musk won't call him out, let alone challenge him. Because Beijing is crucial for Tesla. His money is at stake there. And that's what this bravado really boils down to. It's not about who throws the hardest punch. It's about posturing. It's about publicity. And who knows that better than Elon Musk? He's drawn to chaos like a honeybee to nectar. He's either arguing with random ex-users or sharing conspiracy theories or challenging world leaders to duels. Musk is what Gen Z would call a Karen, overdramatic and always ready to put on a spectacle one tweet at a time. Our next story tonight is about the tea of the town, matcha. The bright green-colored powder. Matcha is a type of tea. It originated in Japan, and for generations it has been consumed in traditional tea ceremonies. But now matcha is having its moment the world over. Celebrities are raving about it. Social media is filled with matcha trends. And the tea has gone through a complete makeover. There are matcha lattes, chocolates, ice creams, even energy drinks. Its global market is valued at more than $2 billion. So how did matcha take over the world? And is it actually healthy for you? Our next report spills the tea.
Walk into any coffee shop or a health food store, maybe even your neighborhood grocery shop, and you're almost guaranteed to find this green goodness. This bright jade-colored powder that's mixed into lattes, milkshakes, smoothies, sodas, even energy drinks, ice cream, pancakes, and chocolates. We're talking about matcha. It is everywhere. Which is surprising because not too long ago, matcha had an image of being niche and elusive. So, what is matcha? It's a type of green tea. It comes in powdered form. Matcha originated in Japan, where it has been traditionally used in tea ceremonies. It's derived from the leaves of the Camellia sinensis plant. This is the same plant that gives us a lot of other teas. But matcha is cultivated in an unusual way. The plant is shaded from excessive sunlight. This lets the plant produce more chlorophyll, the green pigment which gives matcha its bright green color. At the same time, the process gives matcha its pungent taste, what many matcha tea lovers call an earthy taste. And this is what makes matcha a hit. For generations, matcha has been treated like a countrywide family secret. But now, matcha is having its moment. It's now spotted in the hands of celebrities. It's a rage on social media, and it has birthed not just memes, but also experimentations. People drink matcha hot or cold, with or without alcohol, in its traditional form, or even with a twist of other flavors like lavender. They are ordering it online or going to popular coffee chains, most of which have their own matcha variant. Clearly, matcha madness is everywhere. Matcha's global market is valued at $2.3 billion, and it's expected to reach $3 billion in the next 4 years. What's behind this popularity? Well, there are 3 main reasons. First, marketing. Whether it's matcha boba tea or Kit Kat, the green tea is now being seen as a youthful, trendy product. Secondly, its boom comes amid the rise in popularity of Asian culture as a whole, from K-pop to bubble tea. The third reason is the range of health benefits. Matcha is called an antioxidant-packed superfood. Research shows that matcha can help prevent cancer, it can improve memory, and reduce stress and anxiety. This doesn't mean that matcha is a magic potion, just that it can aid in wellness. And this seems to be good enough to persuade anyone to become a matcha fiend. But this tea can be especially good for people who are trying to cut their caffeine intake, because matcha has lesser caffeine component than coffee or regular tea. That being said, matcha is not for everyone. Critics say that matcha may be great, but it's no competitor to coffee. After all, the coffee market is worth about $130 billion. Plus, matcha's taste has fueled many debates. While matcha lovers drink it for the earthy taste, critics say it simply tastes like grass. But grassiness or not, matcha seems to be the tea of the town.
I know these are depressing times to watch the news. It's always war or pandemic or death. But amid all this gloom, there is a saving grace, the internet. Whether it's a serious political event or a tense sports competition, you can trust the internet to crack a joke. So starting tonight, we are adding a new segment to our show. We'll take a look at what the internet is joking about. Let's meet today's subject, an Olympic shooter from Turkey. I will show you his picture, but first, look at what a typical shooter looks like. You've got special eye covers, fancy ear protection, sometimes even headgear. Now look at our Turkish shooter. He's 51 years old, no eye cover, no visible ear protection, and he's got his hand inside his pocket. That's a boss move right there. He could hit the target or hit the golf course. And guess what? His team won the silver medal at the Paris Games. So what's going on here? Well, the internet has a theory. They think the shooter is actually a hitman, a former gun for hire. Now, spoiler alert, he is not. He used to serve in the Turkish military, but that hasn't stopped the barrage of memes. Take a look. Now it's time for Vantage Shots, images that tell the story. Wildfires in Rome surprised residents, sparking Evacuation. Paris offers a tour of this year's Olympic sites on a boat made of Lego bricks. And being a parliamentarian could be a stressful job. But Jenny, the golden retriever, is making it easy for those in the UK Parliament. Finally, we're taking you back in history. On this day in 1936, Adolf Hitler declared the Berlin Olympics open. Several nations threatened to boycott the event, but the Nazis promised to remove any anti-Semitic signage there. So finally, 5,000 athletes from 51 countries took part in the Games. We're leaving you on that note. Thank you for watching. We'll see you tomorrow.
From impeachments to inaugurations, if it's a political story, we are on the scene. The race for the White House is heating up.
Kamala, you're fired.
I say, bring it on.
If it's breaking news, we're live with the latest coverage. From the White House, the State Department, and Capitol Hill, we know the issues, but above all, we know the players to bring you the latest in-depth analysis on all the key stories that we're covering. I'm Eric Ham. Join me from Washington here on Firstpost America. We begin in the Middle East, where the Israeli army has confirmed that Hamas military chief Mohammed Deif was killed in an airstrike that was carried out last month on the 13th of July. During the strike, Israeli jets dropped precision-guided bombs in central Gaza, killing almost 90 Palestinians, including Deif. Now, Hamas has dismissed Israel's claims of Deif's demise. However, Israel says it has concrete evidence that the Hamas military chief was in fact killed in the attack. Mohammed Deif was second in command and the mastermind behind the October 7 terror attack on Israel, which started the war in the region. Israel has accused Deif of initiating, planning, and executing the October 7 massacre, and the Israeli military also said that Deif was involved in several attacks on Israeli civilians over the years. Now, after the confirmation of Deif's killing by the Israeli armed forces, Defense Minister Yoav Gallant congratulated military personnel and vowed to pursue the remaining Hamas leaders who were planners and perpetrators of the October 7 attack. The Israeli Defense Minister also said that Hamas was now on a path of disintegration and that the remaining members would also be eliminated. Now, it's worth noting that the Israeli military's announcement about Deif's confirmed death comes just a day after the killing of Hamas political chief Ismail Haniyeh. In fact, the confirmation of Israel came during Haniyeh's funeral procession in Iran's capital, Tehran, where he was killed by an alleged Israeli airstrike. Iranian Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei personally led Haniyeh's funeral as thousands of Iranians joined the procession. The messaging from Israel on Haniyeh's and Def's killings shows that Israel will go after any and all of its enemies, even if it risks igniting a larger regional war. And staying in the Middle East, Iran's supreme leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei has reportedly ordered a direct attack on Israel. Now, this is in response to the killing of Hamas political chief Ismail Haniyeh in Tehran on Wednesday. And according to media reports citing Iranian officials, Khamenei gave the order at an emergency meeting of Iran's Supreme National Security Council. The meeting was held shortly after the country announced that Haniyeh was killed in an airstrike at his home. Now, both Hamas and Iran have accused Israel of plotting the murder of Haniyeh, who flew from Qatar to Iran to attend the inauguration of the new Iranian president. However, the Israeli government has refused to comment on these allegations. In fact, on Wednesday, Israel only claimed responsibility for the killing of a senior Hezbollah commander in Lebanon's Beirut.
Did target Fawaq Shukar. He was the number 2 in the Hezbollah organization, a dastardly terrorist with much blood on his hand, not just Israeli blood, but his blood of Americans and other nationalities as well. We know that Hezbollah are a unit of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard, Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard. They're a proxy army. They're fighting us. They mean to destroy us. They say it very openly. And we must do our utmost to protect our people. That's what we did. On Ismail Haniyeh, we are not commenting on that particular incident.
Meanwhile, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said he delivered crushing blows to Iran's proxies, Hamas and Hezbollah, in recent days. Now, without mentioning Haniyeh's killing, Netanyahu vowed strong retaliation for any aggression against Israel from any arena.
Citizens of Israel, challenging days lie ahead. Since the strike in Beirut, there are threats sounding from all directions. We are prepared for any scenario, and we will stand united and determined against any threat. Israel will exact a very heavy price for any aggression against us from any arena. Since the beginning of the war, I have made clear that we are in a fight against Iran's axis of evil. This is a war of existence against a stranglehold of terrorist armies and missiles that Iran wants to tighten around our necks. In my speech to Congress a few days ago, I mentioned 3 main branches of this axis of evil: Hamas, Houthis, and Hezbollah, the 3 H's. In the last few days, we have dealt crushing blows to each of them.
Meanwhile, Israeli media reports say that messages have been sent from diplomatic channels to Iran that Israel is willing to fight an all-out war if Tehran and its proxies launch any attack against the country. And Khamenei has reportedly instructed the Iranian military to prepare plans for both an attack and a defense. Some reports suggest that the Iranian military has prepared its assets to strike military targets in the Israeli cities of Tel Aviv and Haifa. However, it's still unclear how forcefully Iran will respond. But what we do know is that Iran's supreme leader has vowed retaliation against Israel, saying that he sees avenging Haniyeh's death as his national duty. And shifting to the war in Europe, in a major boost to Kyiv's offensive capabilities, the first batch of eagerly anticipated F-16 fighter jets have been delivered to Ukraine. The delivery has been confirmed by senior U.S. military officials, Lithuania's foreign minister, and several Ukrainian lawmakers. Built by the American firm Lockheed Martin, the F-16 jets have been on Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky's wish list for a long time because of the aircraft's multi-role attack and destructive capabilities. Nicknamed the Fighting Falcon, the F-16 has been the backbone of the U.S. Air Force and several NATO air forces since 1974. A single-engine aircraft that's been claiming air superiority for 4 decades now. The fighter jet is equipped with an internal Vulcan cannon and has 11 hardpoints that can deploy bombs, rockets, and missiles. The F-16 can also be configured to deliver a nuclear payload, making it one of the deadliest American war machines to take to the skies. NATO members, including Belgium, Denmark, the Netherlands, and Norway, have pledged to donate around 50 F-16 jets to Ukraine to fight Russia. Now, under the supervision of the United States Air Force, Ukrainian pilots and ground staff have been training on the aircraft for months. After delivery of the jets, President Zelensky said that the F-16s would be vital to protect the skies over Ukraine. He also added that a robust air defense system along with the fighter jets would be needed to defeat the quote-unquote Russian terrorists.
It is very important to build up Ukraine's ability to defend the sky. We are doing everything possible for that. If we can reach such a substantial result in defending the sky from Shahed drones, then it obviously proves that we can be stronger in defending the sky from missiles and in defending it from Russian military aviation. It depends on the weapons in the arms of our warriors. We need reliable air defense systems. We need sufficient range of our weapons. Russian terror must lose. It must lose every time the occupier tried to wreak life in Ukraine.
The Ukrainian president has promised that with the F-16 jets in the hands of his pilots, Russia will be forced on the back foot before winter sets in. Meanwhile, in response to the latest developments, Russia carried out nuclear drills and claimed that the F-16 jets would not be a game changer in the war. Only time will tell how the lethal F-16s will perform in the air and how Kyiv plans to use these jets to turn the tide in its favor. And here in the United States, in a shocker, former President Donald Trump has questioned whether his Democratic rival Kamala Harris is really black or changed her racial identity for political gain. His remarks came while speaking at a convention for black journalists in Chicago on Wednesday.
Do you believe that Vice President Kamala Harris is only on the ticket because she is a black woman?
Well, I can say no, I think it's maybe a little bit different. So I've known her a long time indirectly, not directly very much. And she was always of Indian heritage, and she was only promoting Indian heritage. I didn't know she was black until a number of years ago when she happened to turn black, and now she wants to be known as black. So I don't know, is she Indian or is she black?
The interview between Donald Trump and the panel of journalists quickly intensified as he continued to make provocative comments on the vice president's race.
Was identified as a black woman. She went to a historically black college.
I respect either one, but she obviously doesn't, because she was Indian all the way, and then all of a sudden she made a turn and she became a black person.
Just to be clear, sir, do you believe that she is
somebody should look into that too when you continue in a very hostile, nasty tone.
Now, to be clear, the vice president was born in Oakland, California, to an Indian-born mother and a Jamaican-born father, and has long identified herself as both South Asian and black. In 2021, she made history by becoming the first female, first black, and first Asian American vice president. Now, the White House was quick to respond to Donald Trump's comments, calling them repulsive and insulting.
As a person of color, as a black woman who is in this position that is standing before you at this podium behind this lectern, what he just said, what you just read out to me, is repulsive, it's insulting, and no one has any right to tell someone who they are, how they identify. That is no one's right. It is someone's own decisions. I'll add this. Only she can speak to her experience. Only she can speak to what it's like. She's the only person that can do that. And I think it's insulting for anybody. It doesn't matter if it's a former leader, a former president. It is insulting. And we have to she is the Vice President of the United States, Kamala Harris. We have to put some respect on her name, period.
Meanwhile, Vice President Harris addressed the contentious remarks herself, saying it was the same old show by her Republican rival.
This afternoon, Donald Trump spoke at the annual meeting of the National Association of Black Journalists. And it was the same old show. The divisiveness and the disrespect. And let me just say, the American people deserve better. The American people deserve better. The American people deserve a leader who tells the truth, a leader who does not respond with hostility and anger when confronted with the facts. We deserve a leader who understands that our differences do not divide us. They are an essential source of our strength.
Meanwhile, Trump's running mate J.D. Vance echoed the same critique of the vice president's racial identity, calling her a phony for talking in a fake Southern accent during her recent rally in Georgia.
Kamala Harris is a phony who caters to whatever audience is in front of her. I don't know if you saw this, but earlier this week, look up the clip. She went down to Georgia and started talking with a fake Southern accent. I'm serious. Now, what the hell was that all about? Kamala Harris grew up in Canada. They don't talk like that in Vancouver or Quebec or wherever she came from. Doesn't matter. It's the same new liberal policies, but a different accent, whoever she's talking to. Now, on November 5th, she can go back to using her San Francisco accent because we are going to send her packing and we're going to elect Donald Trump President of the United States.
Now, since launching her campaign just a few short weeks ago, the presumptive Democratic presidential nominee has faced sexist and racist attacks. And the attacks on her racial identity come just a day after a series of opinion polls showed her ahead of Donald Trump in key battleground states and closing the gap in other states such as North Carolina and Florida. Now, with about 3 months before voters head to the polls, it seems like Donald Trump's desperate attempts to blunt the vice president's momentum is doing anything but. And moving from Donald Trump's provocations to actual cause for a fistfight, billionaire tech titan Elon Musk and Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro have taken their social media war to a whole new level. Maduro has challenged Musk to a brawl, which the Tesla CEO has accepted. The two larger-than-life personalities have even put forward their winner's demand. Our next report brings you more details as we dive into the fiery exchanges and the improbable showdown that has everyone talking.
In a surprising twist of modern geopolitical drama, billionaire and tech mogul Elon Musk has accepted a public challenge to fight Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro on national television. The announcement has set social media ablaze, adding a new chapter to the escalating animosity between the two. The feud between Musk, CEO of SpaceX and Tesla, and Maduro, the embattled socialist leader of Venezuela, has been brewing amid the political and economic turmoil in Caracas. Even though it is no secret that Maduro's recent election victory has been widely contested with accusations of fraud and suppression of opposition candidates. Maduro, in this charged atmosphere, has found a formidable critic in Musk, who's used his social media platform X to denounce the newly elected Venezuelan leader. It all started when Maduro accused Musk of orchestrating cyber attacks against Venezuela, including an alleged hacking incident at the National Electoral Council. Maduro claimed that Musk was behind these attacks to undermine his presidency and described the move as a broader imperialist plot.
Elon Musk, estás desesperado. Elon Musk, you are desperate. You went off the rails. Elon Musk, control yourself, or you will fail just like this right wing led all American politicians to fail. Elon Musk, whoever messes with me dries up. Whoever messes with Venezuela dries up. Elon Musk, you want to fight? Let's have it. Elon Musk, I am ready. I am a son of Bolivar and Chavez. I am not afraid of you. Elon Musk.
Musk, known for his brash online persona, then quickly took to X to respond. He said, "I accept," sparking a flurry of reactions. He then further taunted Maduro, calling him a big guy, and taking a dig at Facebook founder Mark Zuckerberg by referring to him as a little fella. Very quickly, Musk then escalated the stakes with a bold wager. He posted, "If I win, he resigns as dictator of Venezuela. If he wins, I give him a free ride to Mars." This audacious bet highlighted Musk's flair for dramatic showmanship, even as it underscores the serious political undertones of the confrontation. However, Maduro's response to Musk was then equally provocative. He accused Musk of plotting to invade Venezuela with armed forces, blaming Musk to be hiding behind his money and satellites. Musk's response to the Venezuelan leader was sharp and in Spanish, and addressed him to be a donkey. He then later issued a sarcastic apology, adding that the comparison of Maduro to a donkey was an insult to the animal kingdom. The backdrop to this bizarre challenge is Venezuela's contested presidential election. Maduro, whose victory has been marred by allegations of electoral fraud, have faced mounting criticism both domestically and internationally. Opposition leaders claim that Maduro's victory was achieved through manipulation, citing irregularities and the barring of key opposition candidates. And the election results, which showed Maduro winning with 51% of the vote against retired diplomat Edmundo Gonzalez, have led to deadly protests and widespread arrests. So for now, it remains a captivating spectacle, drawing the world's attention to the ongoing crisis in Venezuela and the larger-than-life personalities at its center. It also remains to be seen if the proposed fight between Musk and Maduro does happen. The surreal blend will reflect the chaotic and unpredictable nature of contemporary global politics.
And finally from France, where President Emmanuel Macron's extravagant state banquets for King Charles and Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi have sparked a major financial outcry. With star-studded guest lists and lavish menus, the cost of these dinners have averaged $500,000, raising eyebrows and questions about fiscal responsibility. So how is President Macron's office defending this splurge? Our final report explains what exactly is on the menu.
In a grand display of French hospitality, President Emmanuel Macron's office hosted two opulent state banquets that together cost over $1 million, drawing scrutiny from the country's top audit office. The lavish dinners held for Britain's King Charles III and Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi significantly contributed to a record deficit in the Elysee Palace's budget. The first of these grand affairs took place in September at the historic Palace of Versailles, where King Charles III was honoured with a star-studded banquet. The guest list read like a who's who of the glitterati, including Rolling Stones frontman Mick Jagger and actor Hugh Grant. The menu was nothing short of extravagant, featuring blue lobster and crab, Bressy poultry with mushroom gratin, a selection of fine cheeses such as French Comté and British Stichelton Blue, and a rose macaroon dessert with rose petal cream, raspberries and lychees. This sumptuous event, echoing the decadent tastes of Louis XIV, cost the French presidency over $500,000, with over $178,000 spent on catering and over $43,000 on drinks, including a bottle of 2004 Chateau Mouton Rothschild. Then, just a few months earlier, in July, the Indian Prime Minister was also feted with an equally grandiose Bastille Day banquet at the Louvre. This event, capped by a personal tour of the museum's masterpieces by President Macron himself, came with a price tag of nearly $445,000. The Cour des Comptes annual report released on Monday painted a sobering picture of the financial state of the Elysee. The report highlighted a sharp rise in presidential spending, which soared to over $135 million, exceeding the budget by over $9 million. A significant portion of this overspend was attributed to the lavish state dinners, which contributed to a 14% increase in overall expenditure compared to the previous year, while revenue grew by only 6.5%. While the auditors acknowledged some efforts by the Elysee to control costs, noting its proactive measures in organizing more economical events, they urged the presidency to make significant efforts to restore and sustain the financial balance of the presidency, emphasizing the need for better event planning and more controlled spending on travel and entertainment. And among other budgetary concerns, the Cour des Comptes even criticized the Elysee's poor travel planning skills, pointing out losses of nearly $900,000 from the cancellation of 12 non-refundable trips. A single cancelled trip to Germany in July 2023 resulted in nearly 540,000 in wasted expenses, primarily due to transport and accommodation costs. The grand dinners for King Charles III and Prime Minister Modi underscored France's tradition of grandeur and its commitment to fostering diplomatic relations. Yet, they also served as a stark reminder of the financial challenges faced by the French presidency in balancing opulence with fiscal responsibility. So, as the Elysée looks to tighten its belt, it remains to be seen how future state visits will be managed in the quest to restore budgetary balance.
We thank you so much for tuning in. We hope to see you right back here again tomorrow. Thanks again for watching. From impeachments to inaugurations, if it's a political story, we are on the scene. The race for the White House is heating up.
Kamala, you're fired.
I say, bring it on.
If it's breaking news, we're live with the latest coverage. From the White House, the State Department, and Capitol Hill. We know the issues, but above all, we know the players to bring you the latest in-depth analysis on all the key stories that we're covering. I'm Eric Ham. Join me from Washington here on Firstpost America.
Firstpost reports from the world's second largest continent. Hello, I'm Alison LaGrange. A very warm welcome from Durban, South Africa. We get you the news and the newsmakers from Africa. From elections, to climate change, to innovations and opportunities. As the world's attention shifts, we report from Africa, the heart of the global south. Join me every weekday live on Firstpost. Hello and welcome to Firstpost Africa, where we get you the top stories from the continent and from across the world. I'm Alison LaGrange, coming to you live from Durban, South Africa. Hello and welcome. Our top focus today is Nigeria. It is D-Day for President Bola Tinubu. After days of mobilization, young Nigerians are hitting the streets to protest against his administration, despite warnings and concessions. Protests have erupted in major Nigerian cities, including the capital, Abuja, the largest city, Lagos, and the second largest city of Kano. Police fired tear gas to break up hundreds of protesters rallying in the cities. Tensions rise in the capital, Abuja, with police firing tear gas to disperse the protesters. Police insist the protesters must stay within the Moshood Abiola Stadium. The protesters and police have already expressed differing opinions on the court order that limited the End Bad Governance demonstrations to the stadium. In the commercial capital of Lagos, protesters marched towards the government house under the watchful eye of armed policemen. Security was tight in all major cities ahead of the protests, with the deployment of armed security personnel. In Kano, reports say police fired live bullets to break up several hundred protesters. As per government officials, protesters have set the gatehouse of the Nigerian Communications Commission ablaze here. Demonstrators also tried to light bonfires outside the governor's office, after which the police began driving the protesters back. The young protesters have been inspired by the month-long anti-government rallies in Kenya, and in a similar way, they have been planning protests in Nigeria. For days, they have been mobilizing rallies on social media using the hashtag end bad government in Nigeria.
And do something now before it leads to that. Let those people on top do something. Let our president do something before it leads to that. Me, I don't want war, and I don't want anything that will bring or damages or life for life to be wasted. I don't want it. So let them do something about that area, so that's what happened in Kenya will not happen in Nigeria also.
Protesters are demanding an end to the cost of living crisis as food inflation has climbed over 40% in Nigeria, while the fuel prices have tripled since Tinubu took charge in May of last year. This after a very controversial move where he scrapped the fuel subsidies, while demands also include full transparency and accountability in governance.
It's been expensive in the market. Nigerians are suffering, Nigerians are hungry, Nigerians are angry. As you know, in Nigeria today, a lot of people are unemployed. The issue of insecurity in the north and the southeast continues to increase every day. So we are here to just make our grievances known to the federal government.
On the eve of the protests, government officials urged people to reject the rallies as they listed new aid offered to reduce economic pain, including raising the minimum salary levels, delivering grains to states across the country, and aid to the most needy. Tinubu government has scrambled to avert the unrest in the days leading up to the protests. The government also announced new jobs in the state-run oil firm for the first time in nearly a decade, while it has sought more time to end the economic hardships. The president earlier warned Nigerians not to join the sinister protests. Similar warnings came from the army and the police chief. Officials say they are wary of the dangers associated with demonstrations that are vulnerable to being hijacked by criminals. Nigeria's State Security Service has alleged that the protests were intended to undermine the government and plunge the country into chaos. But despite all the efforts, protesters have commenced their rallies, which are reportedly planned to last until the 10th of August. Will these rallies plunge Nigeria into chaos, as they have done in Kenya? And what challenge will they pose to the Nigerian leadership? To discuss this further, we have with us Chris Kwaja, who is a political analyst, joining us live from Abuja. Thank you for being with us.
Thank you very much.
Could you explain in detail the reasons behind this anger against the Tinubu government, and why exactly are people out on the streets?
Thank you. What you see today happening in Nigeria is not new in terms of civic action, in terms of citizens demonstrating their own freedom of assembly to demand accountability from the same government that they elected. In 2012, we had the Occupy Nigeria protest. In 2021, we had the NSAS protest. All these protests were citizens' constitutional right in demanding accountability from government. Today, the End Bad Governance hashtag, as you see under the Tinubu administration, is meant to engage government to look at the plight of citizens at three very important levels. The first is rising poverty, the second is rising inequality, and third is rising unemployment in a country where you are having about 200 million citizens. Now, on the part of government, the question is citizens need to be patient, because government is all out to ensure it addresses or meets their demands. But on the part of citizens, the problem they are dealing with is a structural problem. It's not a problem that started yesterday or a year ago. It's a problem that has been there. And government needed to have, particularly the Tinubu administration, citizens are saying President Tinubu himself has been a civic activist. He has led protests against bad governance. Under his administration, they expect a clear departure from the past. They expect government to be forthcoming. They expect government to be prepared when it comes to dealing with all the fundamental issues that made them to give him their trust. Their trust is because they saw in
Chris, I
a
mean to
leader
interject there. Now, the protests have begun despite the warnings and the requests by the government for people to not hit the streets. Can the Nigerian government still manage to contain these protests?
The Nigerian government can manage the protests. First, it's for it to unveil and implement policies that will affect majority of the citizens. Many of the policies that have been put in place are not targeting the vulnerable populations in the village. They are more for the federal civil servants, for the state civil servants. Those that are not opportune to be working for government are saying, where do we stand when it comes to dealing with rising inflation that has gone or skyrocketed to over 300%? Where do we go to when it comes to access to medical facilities and our ability to even pay for services in the hospitals? Citizens are dying in these hospitals because they are not able to pay for tests. They are not able to pay for medicines. They are not even able to transport themselves to these hospitals. These are issues that they feel government need to address frontally. And on the part of the Tinubu administration, I believe something can be done in terms of responding proactively and speedily with some of these issues. It is not just enough to say a bag of rice is now 40,000. How many people have access to even the 40,000 to buy a bag of rice? Unfortunately, statements coming from some of the leaders is also not helping matters. When you listen to, let's say, the Minister of the FCT, the Senate President telling Nigerians that when you protest, we'll be in our houses eating, such statements are responsible for the rising anger that we see. I believe the president himself can calm the nerves of citizens. You need to come out and speak to these citizens as the father of the nation, as someone that has passed through what they are passing through today.
Right. And what role has the opposition parties and especially the youth played in organizing and supporting these protests? They have pushed forward, reiterating their right to peaceful protest, as you've mentioned.
Typical of every democracy across the world, citizens have the right to demonstrate. Opposition parties have the primary responsibility of critiquing government policies with a view to providing alternative pathways to dealing with the problems that they see. Now, in the context of Nigeria, we've seen the opposition parties speaking out. We've seen the opposition parties mobilizing citizens to go and protest. Unfortunately, we are also dealing with a protest that is highly politicized, that it is not just about opposition, but of this protest is one that has brought in identity into it, is one that has brought in religion into it. Different groups are calling on their people to either support or not support the protest. But the point is that poverty, inequality, and unemployment don't recognize identity. They affect every Nigerian. And until we are able to come together as citizens and depoliticize the problems that we confront with a view to working with government to addressing them, we will always come back to where we are in terms of the gullibility of citizens and the ease with which they are either mobilized for protest or mobilized against a protest, as we see in across the country today, where the protest is even made.
And let's take a look back. In 2020, the protest in Nigeria took a deadly turn. Does the deployment of the armed forces increase the risk of violence and a repeat of 2020?
The use of deadly force in containing protests, if not managed carefully and strategically, will end up adding more injuries to a problem that we are already confronted with. As it stands, there are reports that people have been killed, people have been injured, and all these are always linked to the way or the behavior of the security agents. But it is also important to note that criminal groups will always want to take advantage of such a situation to loot. And in that context, the security agents have a duty to protect property of citizens who might have locked up their shops or their buildings or their property, wherever these properties are, just to allow for peaceful protest. So it is important for government to also caution security agents in order to ensure that they adopt more non-kinetic measures in responding to the protests.
Right. Chris, thank you very much for being with us on Firstpost Africa. Thank you for bringing us the latest on the situation in Nigeria.
Thank you.
Shifting focus to East Africa, where it is double trouble for the Kenyan President William Ruto. While the president is facing severe flack for introducing a controversial financial bill this year that resulted in deadly unrest, Kenyan courts have declared his government's previous year's finance law as unconstitutional. The three-judge appeal court bench has found that the 2023 financial law was fundamentally flawed in violation of the Constitution. The judges said that the William Ruto's administration did not follow constitutionally spelled out procedure before passing the law. The ruling raises questions about the government's ability to raise revenue from taxes and service its $78 billion public debt. Now the finance bills are presented to the Kenyan Parliament at the start of every financial year. They are the main vehicle for the government to set out its revenue-raising measures, including tax hikes. While in this year's finance bill, Ruto sought to raise around $2.7 billion by introducing new tax hikes. The 2023 law was signed in a bid to generate more than $2.1 billion for public coffers and help to ease Kenya's heavy debt. The law contains several new or increased taxes on basic goods such as fuel, food and mobile money transfers, as well as a controversial levy on all taxpayers to fund a housing scheme. The law had triggered months of protests called by a veteran opposition leader, and the protests soon spiraled into looting and deadly clashes with police. As per reports, the Kenyan government is likely to file an appeal against the ruling that upholds a preceding verdict of the High Court. However, the High Court ruling in November last year largely left the finance bill intact, only striking out the housing levy. The Ruto administration has pushed through a new law to allow it to continue collecting the housing tax. Now that law is also being challenged in court. The Ruto government has been relying on the 2023 finance law to continue collecting taxes, as the government bowed down to the youth pressure this year and scrapped the Finance Bill 2024 after the deadly protests. Dozens of people have been killed since the Gen Z-led rallies began last month against the tax hikes, but they have now turned into a wider campaign against William Ruto and his administration. Ruto has tried to placate the youth by offering more concessions even after he withdrew the Finance Bill 2024. Now, this includes sacking almost his entire cabinet and appointing key opposition figures in the new cabinet. However, anger against the government persists, with many wanting Ruto to resign. Activists are planning further marches, while the rallies have also inspired youth in neighboring Uganda. The 2023 finance law was the budget that Ruto government presented, and now that has been nullified by the courts, while his second finance bill was scrapped before turning into a law. Clearly, Ruto is facing a double blow in his almost 2 years of presidency. What will be his next steps remains to be seen. Shifting focus to Sudan now, where tensions are rising to a new high after an assassination attempt on the Sudanese army chief. General Abdel Fattah al-Burhan managed to escape unhurt after a drone attack took place at the Gibet army base, which is about 100 kilometers from the army's de facto capital, Port Sudan. 5 people were killed in the attack. The Sudanese army chief was attending a graduation ceremony at the base when the attack took place. Video shows soldiers marching in the ceremony before a whirring sound is heard, followed by the sound of an explosion. Another video shows a cloud of dust and people running in panic. The drone attack is the latest in a string of such attacks on army locations in recent months, and the closest to Port Sudan. The Sudanese army has blamed the RSF for the attack, but the paramilitary force has denied it. The RSF has blamed the drone strike on infighting within the military.
As long as those people are staying, our battle will carry on, and our war will go on. We tell you that you have come at a time when Sudan is exposed to a conspiracy, a very big conspiracy, and we with you are capable of ending this conspiracy. We will destroy this enemy. We will destroy them tonight, tomorrow, day after tomorrow. We will do it and end them.
Dressed in combat attire, General Abdel Fattah al-Burhan addressed the crowd after the attack, where he said that he does not fear drones and he vowed to crush his opponents.
We have put an end to those rebels who terrorize the Sudanese everywhere. We salute you, and through you, we send messages to our people everywhere that we will not retreat, we will not surrender, and we will not negotiate with any party, no matter who it is. There is nothing that scares us. We do not fear drones, or else we will not die except in our day, and everyone's fate will come in its certain day. That's why we will move with our heads high and will fight with pride. We will not surrender.
Now, after the strike, the Sudan army chief has struck a defiant tone and has ruled out negotiations to bring an end to the deadly civil war. On Tuesday, his government had agreed to conditionally join the mediation in Geneva on the 14th of August. These talks will be mediated by the United States and Saudi Arabia and will also include Egypt and the United Arab Emirates, who the Sudanese army has accused of supporting the RSF. Previous talks to end the conflict have failed, as both sides have refused to honor their commitments.
We all have heard that there are negotiations. We said that we welcome negotiations, but who calls for the negotiations? And they are calling whom? Not only is the army fighting, citizens are fighting. The peace movements are fighting. The entire Sudanese people are fighting. And that's why if there are negotiations, it must consider these people and their opinion. If there are negotiations, it is assumed that it recognizes the Sudanese state. This state must be recognized, and based on that we can negotiate. Even those like Saudi Arabia and United States, if they want to conduct negotiations, they should come and sit with us and let us give our opinion so that we can go to negotiate again. We have no escape from taking this battle. We do not have a solution, and we just saw it today. We will go through the battle till the end.
In recent weeks, the RSF, led by Mohamed Dagalo, has renewed efforts to capture more territory. It has staged incursions into southeastern state of Sennar, displacing over 165,000 people. Last year, it swiftly took control of the capital Khartoum, followed by most of the Darfur region. War between the army and the paramilitary broke out in April of 2023 over an internationally backed plan to integrate the two forces and transition to civilian rule. The conflict has created the world's largest humanitarian crisis, with around half of the population pushed into hunger and over 10 million people displaced. And finally, to our special segment, Resurgent Africa. Amid the coups and the crises, there are many positive stories from Africa that often get overlooked, but not on this show. Our story today is about South Sudanese athletes who are living their Olympic dream. The world's youngest nation's basketball team, called Bright Stars, has managed to wave its flag at the Olympic Arena in Paris. And as the team name suggests, these players are the shining stars of the East African nation. These athletes want to tell the world that their country has more to offer than just stories of violence and crisis. If they emerge victorious, they will script history by winning South Sudan's maiden Olympic medal. Our next report takes a look at their remarkable journey.
The Paris 2024 Olympics arena features South Sudan's flag this time. The East African nation's basketball team, Bright Stars, is living its Olympic dream. For South Sudanese athletes, the Olympics are not just about sports. For them, it's an opportunity to show that the country has more to offer than just stories of unrest and violence.
You know, a lot of times that when people think about South Sudan, all they think about is the war and, you know, maybe the genocide in Darfur, or it's always a lot of negative thoughts. But there's a lot of beautiful things about our country, and I think that basketball being something that unites us and something for us all to be proud of, you know, it's something that's really positive.
While the team has players from the US, Australia and Canada, and some of them started their lives in refugee camps, they know little about their country as their parents fled during the Sudan conflict from 1983 to 2005. The misery continued with another catastrophic unrest between 2011 and 2018, marking the longest civil war on record. It killed 400,000 people and displaced millions. South Sudan continues to be plagued with political and ethnic violence, poverty and corruption, along with frequent natural calamities. But these athletes are trying to bury the horrors of the past. They have battled a lack of resources and poor conditions to make their way to the Olympic rank chart. The team's participation in the Games is already a win in itself. It reflects the players' victory over their miseries.
When we play basketball, South Sudan completely stops. All the violence, everybody's tuned into what these young leaders are doing. These are trailblazers of a country. And like I said before, basketball has united. It has given this country hope. It's given this country some healing. It's given this country some inspiration, some motivation.
It also reflects their determination and hard work aligned for a common dream, which is to make their young country proud. They aspire to leave a mark of their nation at an international level.
You know, we know that the fight is not over, and it's on us to continue that and continue to show the world, that South Sudan is here. So for us, that's why it's so meaningful. Whenever we put on that jersey, we know that we're not just playing for ourselves, but there's a whole nation, country behind us that, seeing us as a beacon of hope, to change the narrative and just continue to, bring optimism and positivity, back to the country.
The Olympic medal is not just a professional accolade for these players. The goal is rather personal. Some of them have even put their flourished careers aside to fulfill their duty towards the nation. 27-year-old NBA superstar Wenyan Gabriel is one of them.
The potential in South Sudan is almost unlimited. I mean, even when I went back home for the first time, I went to my hometown in Rumbek, and I saw people that are taller than me, 7 feet tall, and they're herding cow, you know what I mean? Like, they don't have the opportunity yet. Even in our country, still to this day, we don't have a single indoor court. So, like, that speaks volumes for us to be the best team in Africa right now.
And at the heart of the success of Bright Stars is Luol Deng, a refugee himself. The former Chicago Bulls player and two-time All-Star took over as head of South Sudan's Basketball Federation in 2019. Deng has built this team with his own money. He has managed to gather experienced players like Gabriel and Karlik Jones with a spark of young, promising talent like 17-year-old Kaman Maluach.
Lou and I go way back, and I remember seeing Lou walk in to the gym at 14 years old with one pair of shoes and just a dream. And he's seen more, he's done more for so many people.
Bright Stars gained the international spotlight after the Basketball World Cup in August last year. Their journey through the tournament, with 3 victories in 5 matches in the Philippines, opened the doors to the Paris Olympics.
When we first started, we had to compare ourselves, to the African teams here, and, just seeing where we stand and what we need to improve, to make it to the top. So when we went to Manila, it was the first time ever, we played against, Puerto Rico, Serbia, China, Philippines. That was the first time ever we're like, how do we actually compare against, the rest of the world?
and they continue to give a spectacle performance. In a warm-up match in London, they nearly delivered a stunning upset to the mighty US team, eventually losing by just 1 point, 101 to 100. At the Paris Olympics, they defeated Puerto Rico in their first group stage match. Before Bright Stars, only 5 athletes have competed at the Games under the flag of South Sudan. If these bunch of refugees, as Gabriel describes them, manage to get a podium finish, they will script history. The victory will mark one of the rare positive chapters in the history of the youngest nation in the world.
And that's it on the show. We will see you again tomorrow at the same time. Thank you for watching and goodbye.
Hello, Namaskar. This is Firstpost and you're watching Vantage with me, Palki Sharma. Is America heading towards a recession? We ask because US markets are jittery once again. There was a sell-off on Wall Street yesterday. Tech stocks took a heavy beating. The Dow Jones and S&P 500 are America's biggest stock benchmarks, the largest stock benchmarks in the US. Both of them fell by over 1%. Investors are feeling nervous again. They're looking for a safety net. Some broad economic trends are making them nervous. There are signs of distress in the job market, plus manufacturing is slowing down. Some fresh economic data has come out, and that has heightened recession fears. Let's look at this data. First, we have employment. More Americans are filing for unemployment benefits. There's a sharp spike in weekly claims. They've crossed to 249,000. Now, this is for the week that ended on the 27th of July. This year, this number has fluctuated between 194,000 and 245,000. That has been the broad range. But now unemployment benefit claims are above the upper limit of this range. And why is this worrying? Because more Americans are filing for unemployment claims than before. New applications have hit an 11-month high, which means fewer jobs are being generated. And that is a cause of concern. What about those who already have a job? How are they faring? Well, they've not been spared from the bad news either. Wages and benefits are growing slowly at a rate of less than 1%. That's the lowest quarterly rate in 3 years, less than 1%. So those waiting for a salary hike in the US should keep their expectations low. Unemployment still remains low in America compared to other places. It is hovering around just 4%. But the fresh data this week indicates that the job market is stressed. Job creation seems to have taken a hit. And that's the first major concern. The second concern is about manufacturing. Manufacturing activity appears to be slowing down. The index that measures this is called PMI. PMI is the Purchasing Managers Index. It has dropped to an 8-month low. In the month of July, it fell to 46.8. Now, ideally, this number should stay above 50. Last month, it was 46.8. This is also impacting job creation. Reports say factories are either reducing staff or instituting a hiring freeze. And this could mean that there's a slowdown in manufacturing as well. One reason for this could be the interest rates. The U.S. Federal Reserve is America's central bank. It's also called the Fed. Now, the Fed regulates the rate of borrowing. This week, the Fed held a review and it kept the interest rates unchecked.
Today, the FOMC decided to leave our policy interest rate unchanged and to continue to reduce our securities holdings. We are maintaining our restrictive stance of monetary policy in order to keep demand in line with supply and reduce inflationary pressures.
For a year now, the Fed has kept the interest rates steady in the U.S., and this is to fight inflation. But high interest rates also have a downside. They squeeze excess money out of the economy. And critics of the Fed say that high interest rates are hurting manufacturing in America. There is less money for expansion. They argue that the rate should have been cut sooner. The Fed is now promising a rate cut in the month of September, but experts fear that this could further affect growth.
I would say to Jay Powell, careful what you wish for, my friend. You were fighting for the 2% inflation. Well, to get to 2%, there's collateral damage. And collateral damage is a slowing of the economy.
Investors are trying to avoid risk. They're moving away from the stock markets and towards the treasuries. That's government debt, the money that governments raise from the open market for their expenses. Commonly, they're called government bonds. This is the money that a government borrows. Now, usually, they're safer than the stock market. It's a safe bet to invest in, and they offer a steady rate of interest. And there is safety of capital, of course, since governments are less likely to default. There is a rally in the American bond market. Bond buying has now picked up, especially after the events in West Asia this week, the attacks in Lebanon and Iran, where leaders of Hezbollah and Hamas were targeted. So investors are being careful now. They're factoring in geopolitical risks while making their investment decisions. But America's latest economic data is also worrying. It points towards weakening economic activity. It seems like a recession cannot be ruled out just yet. So Wall Street is a bit shaky, and a big reason for that is chip companies, your Intels and Nvidias. They're all part of the same race, the race to produce artificial intelligence chips, AI chips. But some have had more success than others. Just look at Intel. They dominate computer chips. Around 69% of all CPUs use an Intel chip. But when it comes to AI chips, Intel is way behind. Nvidia and AMD are the companies in the lead here. So Intel has a plan to turn things around, and the first step is cutting cost. No surprises how. Intel is laying off people. The company is cutting 15% of its workforce, which is around 15,000 jobs. They're going to lay off 15,000 people. Listen to how the CEO explained his decision. And I'm quoting from what he said. Our revenues have not grown as expected, and we are yet to fully benefit from powerful trends like AI. Our costs are too high. Our margins are too low. It's like ChatGPT wrote this. But will this be enough to bail Intel out? Well, the CEO is right about one thing. Intel is bleeding money. They lost $1.6 billion in the second quarter and $437 million in the first quarter. Compare this to their main rival, which is Nvidia. Nvidia made $14.8 billion in the first quarter. So the fortunes are very, very different. The question is why? Intel and Nvidia have one major difference. Nvidia only designs chips. Intel also produces them. And the production business is the one that is eating up money. Last year, they lost $7 billion in manufacturing chips. That's a problem that Nvidia does not have. They simply design advanced AI chips. The production of these chips is usually done in other countries like Japan or South Korea or Taiwan by other companies. But Intel is not giving up. They're not abandoning their manufacturing business. They're doubling down on it, in fact, mainly because of the US government. In 2022, US President Joe Biden introduced what's called the CHIPS Act. It set aside around $50 billion for American chip makers, $50 billion. The idea was quite simple: make America a chip-making powerhouse. Now, Intel has benefited from this program. They've got $8.5 billion in direct funding, plus $11 billion in cheap loans. And what does Intel plan to do with this money? Well, they plan to set up factories around America. So the company has a long-term plan here. First, focus more on manufacturing chips. And second, latch on to the US campaign, which brings us to Intel's rivals. What are they planning to do? Nvidia is riding high on confidence, but it could be a bumpy road ahead. Just look at the last 1 month. First, Nvidia shares lost $430 billion in a sell-off. Then they gained $329 billion in a single day. So the AI journey will not be linear. Much like any industry, it will have its ups and downs. Let's look at some more numbers. Nvidia shares are 11% down in the last 1 month. But they're 65% up if you look at the last 6 months. Same with AMD. The shares are 20% down in the last 1 month, but 20% up compared to August last year. So expect a similar trajectory going forward. There are 2 reasons for this. One is demand. Every tech company is looking for AI chips, and they have paid billions of dollars to the likes of Nvidia and AMD, but the returns are yet to come. Consider OpenAI, the poster boy of AI companies. They are projected to lose $5 billion this year. They could run out of cash by 2025. Now, the rule of economics is quite clear. You need returns on your investment. If not, you will look elsewhere. And right now, the AI bet has not started making money. Maybe it will by the end of this decade, but that requires tech firms to stick with it. And that's a big if. Factor number 2 is politics. Reports say Joe Biden will announce a new trade policy soon. It will curb chip imports from China. At the same time, it will exempt imports from allied nations like Japan or South Korea or the Netherlands. So we could soon have two camps in this industry. There's going to be a Chinese camp and a Western one. And those tensions will also affect the AI race. So these are volatile times for chip firms. They are still refining their strategies, seeing what works for them, and adjusting to political realities. There will be ups and downs in the stock prices. If you're brave, you can cash in. Unfortunately, there's more bad news for the global economy. China's economy is showing no signs of recovery. Experts were hoping for a course correction last month when top Chinese leaders met for their third plenum. This meeting happens every 5 years. Communist Party officials gather in Beijing to chart out the economic policy of the country. Usually, this forum is used to announce big bang reforms. But this year, there were no such announcements. Instead, Xi Jinping is resorting to what he knows best: fixing the narrative. The Chinese president has written a letter. It is addressed to business owners in Hong Kong. And what does it say? Xi Jinping has asked this community, the business community, to leverage their strengths to speed up economic integration with the mainland and play a role in China's development. It basically sounds like a list of demands, but pro-Communist Party commentators do not see it that way. They say Xi Jinping's letter is an outrage. It shows, quote-unquote, special care for Hong Kong's business owners. The city's leader, John Lee, spoke out as well, and he thanked Xi Jinping for this letter, calling it, and I'm quoting, deeply encouraging and inspiring. Now, John Lee, you would remember, was appointed by Beijing, so he is expected to toe the party line and amplify Beijing's agenda. For a few weeks now, China has been trying to push similar messages. They paint Xi Jinping as a business-friendly leader, as someone who supports the private sector. Like this Xinhua article. Xinhua is a mouthpiece of the Chinese state. Last month, they published a piece. It called Xi Jinping, and I'm quoting again, a true reformer. The article compared Xi Jinping to Deng Xiaoping, the leader who opened up China to the world. Now, this piece promised more economic reforms, and I'm quoting, the easy part of the reforms has finished, but Xi refused to rest on the laurels of his predecessors and determined to steam ahead. Very well, if that's the case, why is China censoring pro-business commentary? Like in the case of Hu Shijin, he's been muzzled. He's the former editor of Global Times, better known as the wolf warrior of the Chinese internet. He's famous for his nationalistic commentary on Chinese social media. He has almost 25 million followers on Weibo, that is China's version of Twitter or X. Now, Beijing has banned Hu from Weibo. He has to stay away from the platform for 30 days at least. And what is this punishment for? A post about the Chinese economy. A few days ago, Hu had written on the third plenum, and he said that China will no longer differentiate between public and private companies, that there will be no discrimination. They'll all be treated the same. That's what he wrote. And for some reason, this post did not sit well with the Communist Party, so they censored Hu Shijin for it. His account on Weibo has been suspended. So on one hand, Xi Jinping and China are talking about reform. On the other, they are censoring pro-business commentary, which makes you wonder how serious is China about fixing its economy. Xi Jinping's economic policy is full of such mixed messages. Experts in China are now criticizing Beijing's approach to its economic challenges. An influential official is raising his voice. His name is Huang Yiping. He's an advisor to China's central bank, and Huang has written an assessment about the Chinese economy. He's called on Chinese officials to do a number of things, like step up spending in the economy, extend cash handouts to households, and focus on bringing down inflation. Such open criticism is rare in China. So we do hope that Huang Yiping is not punished for speaking out. His assessment clearly suggests that the Chinese economy is a facade now. It appears impressive from the outside, but it is decaying within. If you've been tracking the Olympics, you must have seen this story. It is not about medals, it's not about a new record, it's about an athlete's gender. Here's what happened. A round of 16 boxing match was underway on Thursday. Italy's Angela Carini versus Algeria's Imane Khalif. The match lasted just 46 seconds. Khalif landed some brutal blows in the opening seconds, so Carini threw in the towel. The Italian broke down later. She said she'd never been punched like this. So what exactly happened here? Well, Khalif had failed a gender test last year, so she is being called a trans woman, someone who was born male and later transitioned to a woman. You can see why this is worrying. Suppose a person has been through male puberty, they have longer arms, they have bigger muscles or longer legs. So when they transition to being a woman, they retain some of those advantages. And we are not the ones saying this. World Athletics admitted this in their report, which is why letting trans women compete in women's sports is so controversial. The argument is that it's unfair. So everyone jumped into this controversy. Elon Musk, J.K. Rowling, Donald Trump, all of them, even Italian Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni, all of them said that a man had beaten up a woman. Now, I know this is a sensitive issue. So first, let's look at the facts. Is Imane Khalif a trans woman? The fact is that she is not. There are no transgender athletes at the Paris Olympics. Khalif was born a woman. She has female reproductive organs, and she has always participated in events for women. Let's also look at her track record. In 2018, she took part in the Women's World Boxing Championship. She finished 17th. In 2021, she took part in the Tokyo Olympics. She was knocked out in the quarters. In 2022, she participated in the Istanbul Women's World Championship, where she finished second. It was only last year that her gender was questioned. Khalif was disqualified from the 2023 World Championship, which is organized by the IBA, the International Boxing Association. They disqualified her. And why was she disqualified? Because of a medical test. The IBA has not released the complete details yet, but one official said that Khalif had male chromosome combination. What does that mean? Men have XY chromosomes, women have XX chromosomes. And the IBA said that Khalif had the XY combination. So she and another boxer were both disqualified. Then how is she competing in Paris? Because the IBA is not recognized by the Olympic Association. So the rules in Paris are different. They look at the gender on the passport. And they also have their own medical tests. So the organizers say that this controversy is completely baseless.
These two athletes were the victims of a sudden and arbitrary decision by the IBA. Towards the end of the IBA World Championships in 2023, they were suddenly disqualified without any due process. The current aggression against these two athletes is based entirely on this arbitrary decision, which was taken without any proper procedure, especially considering that these athletes had been competing in top-level competition for many years.
Let's focus on the medical angle now. Why does Khalif have XY chromosomes? It's a rare condition involving genes and hormones. You may have heard of testosterone. Women are also capable of producing testosterone, but in very small quantities. Except in some women, it is different. Their bodies naturally produce more testosterone, and those women may not fit the society's definition of a woman. And that's the controversy here, basically. Should such women be allowed in female sports? There are two camps here, two sets of arguments. One camp says, what is the problem? Athletes always benefit from natural advantages. Some are taller than others, some have longer limbs. If all of that is fine, why is this different? The other camp says this is different. Testosterone is different. It gives these women a competitive edge. And in sports like boxing, it can be outright dangerous. So what's the way out? Well, first I'll tell you what's not the way out. Hate-mongering. Imane Khalif was born a biological woman. She has never undergone sex change procedures. In fact, it's illegal in her country. So to call her a man is unacceptable. And so is targeting the entire trans community. Some celebrities have realized this mistake, like professional fighter Logan Paul. He first called Khalif a man. Later, he apologized for spreading misinformation. The same applies to the other side as well. You cannot use ideology to decide this debate. People may identify differently from their assigned gender at birth, but in sports, that alone is not enough. You need to back it up with science. There are so many sports scientists in this world. Bring the best ones together, organize trials and studies, understand the science, and then take a definitive call. You cannot have one set of rules for the World Boxing Championship and another set for the Olympics. So the governing bodies need to step up here. Their failures led to this controversy in the first place. Now they must resolve it. The Olympics is the biggest sporting event in the world. There are wins, there are losses, and obviously there are controversies, and the Paris Games are no different. From Chinese athletes under the scanner for doping to a convicted rapist taking part in the Games, diplomatic tiffs with referees, allegations of cheating, and even photos with judges. Everything seems to be a scandal at the Paris Games this year. Our next story looks at the top controversies of the Olympics so far.
The Olympics may have just started, but there's no stopping Zhang Yufei. After all, she's China's butterfly queen. Since the Olympics began, she has won 3 bronze medals. A great achievement for many out there, but for Zhang, it's bittersweet. She's been eyeing the gold, and it was not unrealistic. After all, she's one of China's best swimmers. But her run may have been derailed by a controversy. In the last 10 days, the Chinese swimming team has undergone 200 doping tests. It's because of a doping scandal at the Tokyo Olympics. Half of the team tested positive for a banned substance, a banned heart drug called trimetazidine. The swimmers were soon cleared by China's anti-doping agency. Beijing said they were contaminated, but the pressure is apparent. China believes the testing regime is hurting the team. But while all eyes are on China's swimming team, here's someone who's trying to slip under the radar. Steven van der Velde. He's a Dutch volleyball player. He raped a 12-year-old girl. He was convicted. He was sentenced to 4 years in prison, yet he was released after just 12 months. And now he's playing for the Dutch team at the Games. The Dutch Volleyball Federation may have no comments, but spectators did not let it go easily. They booed him right before his opening match. The 29-year-old eventually lost the match to Italy. He didn't have much to say about the loss, but losses are a touchy subject at this year's game. Take the men's foil event. Italy's Filippo Macchi lost against Hong Kong's Chung Kalong, and citizens were furious. Italians said that they were robbed, so Hong Kong hit back. Netizens responded with posts on loving pineapple pizza and pasta with soy sauce. But snubbing on the internet is one thing, filing a complaint is another. So Italy's Olympic Committee filed a formal complaint. It said that it was unhappy with the referees from the match. Why? Because they belonged to South Korea and Taipei. Italy complained that they are geographically closer to Hong Kong. And it's not the only time judges have been under the scanner. This year, an Australian surfing judge was removed from the Olympics. Why? Because he posed on Instagram with an Australian Olympic surfer and the team coach. Soon, the photo blew up on the internet, and the International Surfing Association had to comment. They called it inappropriate, and the judge, Ben Lowe, was removed from his post. So, doping allegations, rapists taking part, allegations against judges, and controversy over an Instagram picture. Well, we guess no Olympics is complete without its share of controversies. The Olympics go on till the 11th of August, but it has already seen its fair share of drama.
Now we turn to Africa, to Nigeria and the West, where massive protests have erupted against bad governance. The protests began yesterday. They're expected to go on for at least 10 days, but already we see signs of a crackdown. The Nigerian police are accused of killing at least 13 protesters. Dozens of others have been arrested. A curfew has been imposed in 3 Nigerian states, and the police say that they will bring in the military if the need arises. It's already a tense situation, and terrorists seem to be taking advantage of this. Boko Haram reportedly attacked a market in northern Nigeria. It was a suicide bombing. At least 16 people were killed. Our next report has more.
Wait, officer, wait! Wait!
That chilling video was from Nigeria. From the Turunwada suburb of the city of Kaduna. You can clearly hear him pleading with the police officers. This isn't the complete video. The rest of it is too graphic to show. After this, the man taking the video is seen on the ground with open wounds in his abdomen. 3 people died in Kaduna yesterday. They were reportedly killed by security personnel. The Kaduna police say that they didn't fire live ammunition, and they stuck to firing tear gas shells. But at least 3 protesters died in Kaduna. They're among the 13 casualties attributed to the Nigerian police forces. 3 in Kaduna, 6 in the Niger state, and 4 in the state of Borno. The Nigerian police forces are fighting against protesters all over the country. Nigerians have taken to the streets to protest against bad governance. The protests began yesterday. They're expected to last for at least 10 days. These demonstrations are being organized online under the hashtag #EndBadGovernance. People are protesting against the cost of living crisis in Nigeria, against rising levels of hunger. 4 states have imposed 24-hour curfews: Borno and Yobe in the northeast, and Kano and Katsina in the north. A dusk-to-dawn curfew has also been imposed in the central state of Nasarawa. These states are seen as the epicenters of violence. All over Nigeria, there were reports of clashes and looting.
They back body TV, body fridge, they commodity compressor, everything that woman is using to live in house. They pack everything, including shoes for them, they pack. They ransack my bag, remove my bag that I'm using to put my clothes. Put the clothes, carry some clothes, put inside. Pack the kaya inside my box, they carry it around.
Yesterday's protests were largely peaceful when they began, but some people have been accused of hijacking them to commit crimes like arson and looting. And it gets worse. Terrorists are also trying to take advantage of the chaos in Nigeria. The terror group Boko Haram carried out a suicide bombing. A market in the state of Borno was attacked. Reports say that at least 16 people have been killed. The attack took place on the eve of the protests. Nigeria's police chief put out a statement last night. He said that the police was equipped to respond appropriately to the unfolding situation, and it'll get assistance from other security agencies, including the military if the need arises. More police patrols were seen today, and some of the protesters are accusing them of intimidation.
The security outfits, officers, they are manning everywhere. And I can tell you that there is so much of fear they are trying to instill in people's heart for coming out to a protest today. And that is what is going on right now as we speak.
Will the protesters back down after violence on day 1? Or will they keep growing in number? We'll be tracking the story as it develops.
Every day we tell you stories of countries at odds, of posturing, saber-rattling, war-mongering. But this story is a little different. It's about a prisoner swap between America and Russia, the biggest one since the Cold War. The deal included 24 detainees, 7 countries, and nearly 18 months of behind-the-scenes negotiations. It's one of those rare wins for diplomacy. In fact, for quiet diplomacy. You may not see it, but this is proof that it's still happening, even among countries that are at loggerheads. Our next report tells you how Moscow and Washington pulled it off.
Once the planes landed, all was well. Joe Biden greeted them with hugs. Vladimir Putin shook hands. The West and Russia exchanged prisoners, and 18 months of quiet diplomacy had finally succeeded.
I meant what I said. Alliances make a difference. They stepped up. They took a chance for us. It mattered a lot. So I'm delighted they're home.
24 prisoners in 7 different countries. The United States, Germany, Poland, Slovenia, Norway, Russia and Belarus. They were exchanged in the Turkish capital, Ankara. This was the biggest prisoner swap since the Cold War. Insider details suggest it started in late 2022. America and Russia were negotiating the release of Brittany Griner, the American basketball player. It was a secret negotiation. But Moscow made one thing very clear. They wanted only one person back, a man named Vadim Krasikov. Krasikov is a Russian hitman. He's also a former intelligence officer. He was accused of killing a Chechen dissident in Berlin. He was serving a life sentence in Germany. Krasikov was close to Vladimir Putin. The Russian president once called him a patriot. Thus began months of back-channel negotiations. America communicated to Germany that Russia wanted Krasikov. They did not get a definitive answer, but there was headway in March 2023. Russia arrested Wall Street Journal reporter Evan Gershkovich. A day later, Biden called his national security advisor Jake Sullivan. He wanted Gershkovich and former Marine Paul Whelan back home. The key to that was Krasikov. To make it happen, America had to get Germany on its side. Sullivan met his Germany counterpart. US Secretary of State Antony Blinken brought it up with the German foreign minister. Joe Biden raised the issue in a call with the German chancellor. In February 2024, Olaf Scholz was in America. Biden met him and Scholz conveyed his willingness. He told Biden he would do it for him. So the quiet diplomacy was going well. But then came a major blow, the death of Alexei Navalny. The Putin rival died in a Russian prison. His death put the entire deal in danger. It all happened during the Munich Security Conference. Vice President Kamala Harris was there and she jumped in. She met with Olaf Scholz to convince him. But it wasn't only Germany that Washington had to get on board. There was also Slovenia. They had 2 Russian nationals that were in their custody. So Biden had to press the Slovenian Prime Minister as well. And he was doing it on July 21st, just hours before he dropped out from the presidential race. It's only in the last few weeks that Moscow came on board. Russia said it was open to a deal. Gershkovich got a lightning-fast trial. He was convicted. So was US-Russian journalist Alsu Kurmasheva. It looked like Moscow was in a hurry, and that was the biggest sign. Moscow treats conviction as a prerequisite for any prisoner exchange. But like any high-stakes swap like this, nothing is final unless the prisoners are on the plane and flying back. Soon, former US Marine Paul Whelan, Wall Street Journal reporter Evan Gershkovich, and journalist Alsu Kurmasheva were at Joint Base Andrews. They were greeted by President Biden, Vice President Kamala Harris, and their families.
It was a good homecoming. So looking forward to seeing my family down here and just recuperating from 5 years, 7 months, and 5 days of just absolute nonsense by the Russian government.
Since the war in Ukraine, America and Russia have been at loggerheads. There has been posturing and warmongering, but this is a win for diplomacy. While the war continues, this is a big win for both sides who have got their citizens back.
Our next story is about Pakistan. The South Asian nation is famous for exporting 2 things. The first, of course, is terrorism. The second is cheap labor. Every year, hundreds of thousands of Pakistanis leave the country. Their primary destination is the Arab world, mostly the Gulf Cooperation Council or GCC nations. These are Saudi Arabia, the UAE, Bahrain, Qatar, Kuwait and Oman. These are the GCC countries. These 6 countries take in a bulk of Pakistani migrants, mostly to work as laborers. Now, this arrangement is supposed to work for all the parties. The Gulf nations get cheap labor and Pakistan gets remittances. In the month of May, the remittances hit a record. $3.2 billion were sent to Pakistan, and the lion's share came from just 2 countries, that's Saudi Arabia and the UAE. Remittances from these 2 nations made up almost half of the total. And remember, this is Pakistan. It's a country that is always on the brink of bankruptcy. So these Gulf billions are essential. That is why the latest reports have sent alarm bells ringing in Islamabad. It seems that the Gulf nations do not want Pakistani laborers anymore. There are 2 major reasons for this. The first is the lack of skills. The Gulf nations are advancing. They have begun using more sophisticated tools. in labor-heavy sectors like construction. The laborers from Pakistan are apparently not used to all of this. Many come from remote regions of Pakistan, areas that do not get adequate support from the government in Islamabad, and these workers often drop out of school before completing their education, leaving them unskilled and uneducated, of course, and unable to cope with advancing technology. So the Gulf nations are looking for alternatives. They're looking at countries that are training their workforce better, like Bangladesh. Pakistani senators have lauded skilled Bangladeshi workers, saying that they should serve as an inspiration and that Pakistan needs to follow suit. Islamabad has known about this issue for a while. A few months ago, the government made an announcement. It said it would start training millions of people, especially children who have dropped out of school. Islamabad wants to upskill them and then send these skilled workers to the Gulf. But that is a long-term solution which will not address the immediate crisis, the current crisis. So this is one reason why the Gulf is looking elsewhere. Pakistani workers are comparatively unskilled and they're being left behind. The second reason, however, is more alarming. It is linked to the behavior of some Pakistani migrants. 4 of the 6 GCC nations have made complaints, and each one is unique. Saudi Arabia wants Pakistan to stop sending beggars and sick people. About 400,000 Pakistanis travel to the kingdom every year, 4 lakh Pakistanis. Many of them go on pilgrimage visas, but once they arrive, they indulge in begging. Saudi Arabia says that 90% of the beggars it arrested were from Pakistan. Now, Pakistan already suffers from a poor reputation internationally. The government keeps running around looking for loans from China, the International Monetary Fund, and even the Gulf nations. So Islamabad should take care not to inspire its citizens. Saudi Arabia has made that clear. Next, there's Kuwait. It is complaining about Pakistani nurses. Kuwait says that nurses from Pakistan keep shirking their duties. They dump basic chores on ward boys. They refuse to learn Arabic. And they keep trying to get transferred to Europe after just 6 months. Next is Qatar. Their complaint is rather benign in comparison. Qatar says the Pakistani workers do not adhere to safety regulations. The workers apparently do not like wearing helmets. Now, this is definitely an issue, but nothing compared to the UAE's complaint. The UAE has complained about 2 things: inappropriate behavior and criminal activities. Pakistani migrants have reportedly been caught making inappropriate videos. They were seen filming women in Dubai without their consent. This has angered Emirati officials who have expressed their concerns to Pakistan. The UAE's other issue with Pakistan is crime. About 50% of the UAE's labor force crime rate is attributed to Pakistanis. That's half of all crimes committed by the labor force. This does not reflect well on Pakistani workers and on Islamabad overall. After this report came out, Islamabad went into damage control mode. It has asked its overseas citizens to abide by the law and respect cultural norms wherever they go. Pakistan knows how essential its expatriate workers are. Their remittances are essential for keeping the government afloat. It needs to ensure that they toe the line, because if they don't, the whole country could collapse. Tensions are escalating in West Asia, and the repercussions of this are both big and small, obvious and strange. This story is about the last bit, strange. The chief of Hamas, Ismail Haniyeh, was assassinated on Wednesday. We told you all about it. There has been an outpouring of grief across Muslim nations, including Turkey, which does not see Hamas as a terror group. People have taken to the streets in protest. They have shared condolence posts on social media. Instagram has been doing its best to block these posts. So Turkey's internet regulator has blocked access to Instagram, calling out the app's quote-unquote censorship. The irony is not lost on us. Here's a report.
Tit for tat, or what psychologists call childish vengefulness. As juvenile as it sounds, we see this play out in all kinds of human interactions, from competitive sports to business negotiations. But as human as it may be, countries employ this tactic all the time. And this week, Turkey seems to be doing the same. Tensions are escalating in West Asia. On Wednesday, Hamas leader Ismail Haniyeh was killed in an explosion. His legacy is complicated. Yesterday, there was a massive procession. Iran led the prayers at Haniyeh's funeral. There has been an outpouring of grief. And not just in Iran. We're seeing this across Muslim nations. From Lebanon and Jordan to Turkey, people are taking to the streets. They are protesting Haniyeh's killing. There's an online movement as well. Condolence posts have flooded social media. But Instagram is not having any of this. Meta, the US company that owns Instagram, has started blocking these posts. And this is not sitting well with Turkey. A senior aide to President Recep Tayyip Erdogan has criticized the move. Turkish communications official Fahrettin Altun says this is censorship, pure and simple. He added that Instagram has not cited any policy violations for their action. Following this, at around 3 a.m. on Friday morning, Turkey's internet regulator blocked access to Instagram. The duration of the ban is not clear. The country has not given a reason for this move either. And Meta has not commented on it so far. But the reason is obvious. Tit for tat. And yes, the irony is not lost on us. Turkey is showing off that censorship can go both ways. This move is being widely criticized, but it doesn't matter because Turkey's internet regulator has the authority to slash bandwidth and restrict access to social media platforms in the country. This can happen under several conditions, like terror incidents or natural disasters. But usually, social media is restricted whenever the government deems fit. This move is worrying human rights organizations and opposition politicians who say that this diminishes their freedom of expression. That being said, people are finding newer ways to express themselves. They have simply moved to other platforms like X, formerly known as Twitter. But this time, attention has moved from condolence posts. Now, Turkey is being mocked widely. Look at this post on X. It shows a congested train with the tagline, X when Turks wake up to find that Instagram is blocked. This post is trending, but Turkey remains undeterred. After all, Ankara is a fierce critic of Israel's war in Gaza. It does not see Hamas as a terror organization. It wants people to post condolence messages for the former Hamas leader. So while another war is brewing in West Asia, it seems that Turkey is already fighting one with a tech giant.
Our next story tonight is about the land of pharaohs. Ancient Egypt has long seemed not only baffling and magical, but also mysterious. Despite centuries of research, a number of questions remain unanswered. But now, one mystery seems to have been solved. That of the 3,500-year-old screaming mummy, the mummified body of an ancient Egyptian woman. It was discovered in 1935 with a startling expression that has long puzzled researchers. The mummy's face is twisted and its mouth is wide open, as if it is screaming, has been screaming for eternity. And researchers finally have the answer to this. So why does this mummy seem to be locked in a scream? Why and how did ancient Egyptians mummify their dead? Here's a report.
This is The Scream, an iconic painting by Edvard Munch. It has long captured the human imagination. But what if we told you this painting has come to life in death? We are talking about this, the Screaming Mummy. This is a 3,500-year-old mummy of an ancient Egyptian woman. It was discovered in 1935. In a wooden coffin at a site near Luxor in Egypt. And since then, it has been one of the biggest mysteries in Egyptology. But why is it called the Screaming Mummy? Because of this startling expression. The mummy has its mouth wide open and locked for eternity. In what appears to be a scream. This may have triggered some millennial fears. Have you watched the movie, The Mummy? The Screaming Mummy has destroyed a good night's sleep for many still fuels internet memes, like this one. Where a screaming mummy has been likened to a toddler screaming after not getting their way. And the human is screaming back to establish dominance. But memes aside, why is this mummy screaming? This question has puzzled scientists for years, and now they finally have an answer. The woman most likely died crying out in agony. Researchers suggest that her mouth was open due to a painful death or emotional distress, or a spasm that froze her face, and apparently the embalmers who mummified her were unable to close her mouth. So she was preserved as is. Her exact cause of death still remains unclear, but scientists have another fascinating finding. They have found no sign of an embalming incision. The organs are still inside the mummy, which is a surprise. Because the classic method of mummification included the removal of all organs, except the heart. This was important in the Egyptian religion. Ancient Egyptians believed that the body has to be preserved in as lifelike a manner as possible for the afterlife. So the organs were kept in separate containers and all the moisture was removed from the body. This was done so successfully that the mummified bodies continue to be well preserved, even 3,000 years later. After all, great efforts went into the mummification process. After death, it was usually the pharaohs of Egypt who were mummified. Hundreds of people could be involved in the process, and elaborate tombs were built for this. Though members of nobility and officials often received similar treatment, and occasionally, so did the common people. Because almost always, the mummification process was expensive. But we don't have to scream the obvious here. Despite the elaborate preparations, sometimes, mummification didn't go as planned. If the screaming mummy could, it would most likely agree.
It's time for our latest segment, Joke of the Day. Today we're talking about Donald Trump. He said some crazy things in the past, but his new obsession beats all of it. Hannibal Lecter. Yes, I'm talking about this guy, a fictional serial killer created by an American novelist. His specialty? He would eat his victims. Now, I would normally suggest Googling him, but of course Netflix has an entire show dedicated to Hannibal, so maybe you can catch that. It's right below their 300 other shows on serial killers. But let's not digress. Why is Trump talking about Hannibal Lecter? No idea. He first mentioned Hannibal in October last year. Since then, it's been a constant feature in his speeches. He once recalled the late, great Hannibal Lecter. So many people ask the obvious question, does Donald Trump think that Hannibal was a real person? Thankfully, he doesn't. But he keeps name-dropping the serial killer at his rallies. You would think that's a bad strategy. But this is a guy who once said that he has a very, very large brain. So what do we know?
Hannibal Lecter, how great an actor was he? You know why I like him? Because he said on television, on one of the, I love Donald Trump, so I love him. I love him. Hannibal Lecter, right? This is Hannibal Lecter. Welcome to Hannibal Lecter, because we got a lot of them right now coming into our country and already came into our country. Hello, Clarice. But when I say Hannibal Lecter, they say, why does he keep mentioning it? Because Hannibal Lecter was a serious psycho, right? I'd like to have you for dinner. See the man with the wall? Stand up. Look at this guy. Did you ever hear of Hannibal Lecter? He was a lovely man. He would love to have you for dinner. He will take you. If he suggests, I'd like to have you for dinner, don't go.
And now it's time for Vantage Shots, images that tell the story. Israeli citizens mark 300 days since the Hamas attack on October 7th. Amphibious cars cruise Amsterdam's canals before an emissions ban. And a lone dolphin was spotted swimming in London's River Thames. Finally, we're taking you back in history. On this day in 1990, Iraq invaded its oil-rich neighbor Kuwait. It captured the Kuwait city in a few hours. The Emir of Kuwait fled to Saudi Arabia. Iraq not only gained control of 20% of the world's oil reserves, but also a substantial coastline on the Persian Gulf. We're leaving you on that note. Thank you for watching. Have a great weekend.
From impeachments to inaugurations, if it's a political story, we are on the scene. The race for the White House is heating up.
Kamala, you're fired.
I say, bring it on.
If it's breaking news, we're live with the latest coverage. From the White House, the State Department, and Capitol Hill, we know the issues, but above all, we know the players to bring you the latest in-depth analysis on all the key stories that we're covering. I'm Eric Ham. Join me from Washington here on Firstpost America. We begin in the United States. Washington and Moscow have completed their largest prisoner swap since the Cold War. Russia released American journalist Evan Gershkovich and Alsu Kermasheva, along with former Marine Paul Whelan. They were greeted by their families, President Joe Biden and Vice President Kamala Harris, at Andrews Air Force Base just outside Washington. Speaking to reporters, President Biden said he feels wonderful to welcome the three freed Americans.
Feels wonderful. Long time in coming. I was absolutely convinced we could get it done. And then when I said, alliances make a difference. They stepped up, they took a chance for us. It mattered a lot. So I'm delighted they're home.
Gershkovich, a journalist with the Washington Journal, was arrested while on a reporting trip last year and spent a little under 500 days in a Russian jail. Kermasheva was also arrested in 2023 after allegedly failing to register herself as a foreign agent and for allegedly spreading false information about the Russian military. And Whelan was detained in 2018 on espionage charges and was serving a 16-year prison sentence. President Biden thanked allied nations for making tough calls on the exchange deal, which included releasing Russian prisoners.
Toughest call on this one for other countries, because I asked them to do some things that were against their immediate self-interest, and really very difficult for them to do, particularly Germany and Slovenia. Slovenia came in at the last minute, and I tell you what, the chancellor was incredible.
Vice President Kamala Harris said the Biden administration has brought home over 70 Americans in more than 3 years, and it was fighting for the release of others.
As we celebrate today's news, we must also keep front of mind that there are other Americans that are unjustly being held in places around the world, and we will never stop fighting for their release. As Vice President, it has been my honor to work alongside our President Joe Biden to bring home more than 70 Americans in the last 3.5 years. And we will never waver in our commitment to bring home every American who has been wrongfully detained or held hostage. That is my solemn commitment to my fellow Americans, which I will always honor.
Now, the prisoner exchange was negotiated in secrecy for more than a year to free 24 detainees. And now 16 of the prisoners have been released by Russia to the West, and 8 have been returned to Russia. The prisoner swap also included 5 other nations, including Germany, Poland, Slovenia, Norway, and Belarus, with Turkey actually negotiating the exchange. German Chancellor Olaf Scholz said he had a very moving conversation with the 5 German citizens who have been freed from Russian prisoners.
I was able to talk at length with those who have arrived here and have now been released from captivity in Russia. It was very moving. Many did not expect this to happen now and are still very full of the feelings associated with suddenly being able to be free after all. Many feared for their health and even their lives. That needs to be made very clear. And that is why it is also important that we have now made this protection possible for them here.
Meanwhile, Germany has deported hitman Vadim Krasikov to Russia, who was sentenced to life in prison for a Moscow-ordered killing in Berlin in 2019. Russia also received 2 sleeper agents in prison in Slovenia and 3 men charged by U.S. federal authorities. And the freed Russian citizens were given a red carpet welcome by Vladimir Putin himself.
First of all, I want to congratulate you all on your return to your homeland. Now I want to address those of you who are directly involved in military service. I want to thank you for your loyalty to the oath, to your duty in your homeland, which has never forgotten you for a minute. And now you are home. All of you will be nominated for state awards. We will see each other again, talk about our future. Now I just want to congratulate you on your return home. Thank you very much. Congratulations.
The hostage diplomacy between Russia and the West will likely continue in the future, as both sides have benefited from the latest prisoner swap exchange. And shifting to the Middle East, thousands turned up to bid farewell to Hamas political chief Ismail Haniyeh as his dead body was flown out of Iran and brought to Qatar. Family members of the Hamas leader attended the burial service in Doha and were accompanied by senior Qatari officials. Meanwhile, for the first time since Haniyeh's killing on Wednesday, President Joe Biden spoke about the Hamas political chief's death, calling it a roadblock for any ceasefire talks in the region.
I'm very concerned about it. I had a very direct meeting with the Prime Minister today, and very direct. We have the basis for a ceasefire. He should move on it, and they should move on it now.
Ismail Haniyeh and his bodyguard were killed in Iran's capital, Tehran, on the 31st of July. And now reports are emerging that point to a severe security lapse, hinting that it may have been an inside job. Haniyeh had been accommodated in a guest house managed by the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps in one of the poshest neighborhoods in northern Tehran. According to several Middle Eastern officials, two Iranian officials, and an American official, Haniyeh was executed using a remote-operated explosive device which had been placed in the guest house 2 months ago. As per the report, some Iranian officials who were near the guest house say that the explosion shook the building, shattered windows, and even caused the collapse of an exterior wall. Iranian officials have ruled out an Israeli airstrike after assessing the damage incurred by the guest house Haniyeh occupied. In fact, according to reports, details of how the bomb was actually planted in the guest house remain unclear. But it's being seen as an embarrassment for the Iranian Revolutionary Guard, who are now being questioned for the catastrophic failure. The report also details that the explosive device detonated at 2 a.m. local time in Tehran. A medical team, which is permanently present at the guest house, rushed to Haniyeh's room after the explosion, but declared him dead immediately. The room of the leader of the Palestinian group Islamic Jihad was next to Haniyeh's, but was not badly damaged, suggesting precise planning in the targeting of the Hamas political chief. Iran and Hamas continue to blame Israel for the killing. However, Haniyeh's death continues to remain a mystery. Moving to South America, tensions are on the rise in Venezuela over the disputed re-election of President Nicolas Maduro. And the United States has now recognized Maduro's main opponent, Edmundo Gonzalez, as the winner of the July 28th presidential election. Secretary of State Antony Blinken said, quote, "Given the overwhelming evidence, it is clear to the United States and most importantly, the Venezuelan people that Edmundo Gonzalez won the most votes in Venezuela's July 28 presidential election," end quote. Washington's statement discredits the official results by Venezuela's National Electoral Council, which gave Maduro a third term, saying he had won 51% of the vote. Now reacting to Secretary Blinken's statement, Maduro said the U.S. needs to keep its nose out of Venezuela. However, Washington is not alone in doubting the Venezuelan election results. Countries like Brazil, Mexico, and Colombia are demanding a public release of the vote tally sheets from individual polling stations for an impartial verification. But Maduro insists that it's all a plot against his government. The authoritarian leader has also accused the opposition of trying to take political power by inciting protests.
Mr. Gonzalez, Mrs. Machado, these are your troops, right? These are your commandos. This is your peaceful plan. Can these people rule Venezuela? What would you do if you take political power?
Meanwhile, the Supreme Court of Venezuela has accepted Maduro's request to audit the election results. The Apex Court has asked Maduro, Gonzalez, and 8 other candidates who participated in the election to appear before the Chief Justices on Friday.
The electoral chamber has decided to accept the contentious electoral appeal, to begin the investigation of the electoral process, to take up the process in a special manner, and has summoned the 10 candidates tomorrow at 2 p.m. to the electoral chamber. I will be there.
Now the Venezuelan president's request has drawn criticism from foreign observers who believe the court is too close to the government. And now it remains to be seen if Maduro will be able to silence his critics once again, who have accused him of hampering with the election results by weaponizing Venezuela's democratic institutions. And moving on to a critical issue impacting both Pakistan and its expatriates in the Middle East. Recent warnings from countries like the UAE, Saudi Arabia, and Kuwait highlight growing concerns over the conduct and sheer numbers of the Pakistani workers abroad. From rising crime rates to ethical breaches in workplaces, the reputation of Pakistanis is under intense scrutiny. How is the Pakistani government responding to these challenges, and what does it mean for those seeking opportunities overseas? Our next report brings you all the details.
In the bustling streets of Islamabad, many young Pakistanis are filled with visions of a better future. For them, the Gulf has become a place where hard work could transform their lives. But recent developments have threatened to shatter these dreams. During a heated session of the Senate Standing Committee on Overseas Pakistanis, a grave disclosure was made. Gulf countries, including the UAE, Saudi Arabia, Qatar and Kuwait, had raised serious concerns about Pakistani expatriates. The UAE, which had a quota of 1.6 million Pakistani workers, was now hosting 1.8 million, and alarmingly, Pakistanis were implicated in nearly half of the crimes in the UAE. The complaints from Gulf nations were diverse and disturbing. Many Pakistanis travelling under the guise of pilgrimage ended up begging in these countries. There were reports of Pakistani men making inappropriate videos of women in Dubai, nurses refusing to work in Kuwait, and labourers disregarding safety protocols in Qatar. The Pakistani government, in a bid to curb this trend, had already suspended the passports of 2,000 beggars and blacklisted them for 7 years. The crackdown was not just a reaction to demands made by Gulf countries, but also a response to a deeper issue at home. Pakistan's economic instability has driven a mass exodus of its youth. In 2022 alone, over 750,000 educated Pakistanis left the country, a staggering increase from the previous years. Among them were 92,000 highly skilled professionals like doctors, engineers and IT experts, seeking opportunities in Saudi Arabia and the UAE. The migration patterns revealed by the Pakistan Institute of Development Economics painted a stark picture. Over the past 40 years, 8 million Pakistani workers had moved to the Middle East. Saudi Arabia and the UAE remained the primary destinations, with other oil-rich nations like Oman, Kuwait, Bahrain and Qatar also attracting Pakistani labour. But despite this, the concerns raised by Gulf nations couldn't be ignored. In response to this, the Pakistani government started collecting data on job availability and emerging professions in various countries. A cabinet committee led by Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif was established to tackle immigration issues. However, officials feared that Gulf countries might turn to even cheaper African labour, further jeopardizing the future of Pakistani expats. Compounding these issues, the economic desperation within Pakistanis was palpable. Pakistani beggars operating mainly in Saudi Arabia, Iran and Iraq had become a significant source of foreign exchange, albeit through illicit means. This practice not only tarnished Pakistan's image, but also fueled human trafficking concerns. The Secretary of the Overseas Ministry revealed that nearly 90% of beggars arrested abroad were of Pakistani origin, often exploiting pilgrim visas to travel and beg. While the average daily amount collected by beggars varies across cities, Karachi records the highest amount at 2,000 rupees, which is just a little over $7. Annually, Pakistani beggars extract $42 billion, which is more than 12% of Pakistan's GDP. And, despite the government's effort to curb begging and promote alternative employment, the problem persists. With the road ahead fraught with challenges, aspirations of millions of Pakistanis are hung in the balance, intertwined with the country's struggle to restore its reputation and secure a stable economic future.
And in our final report tonight, we explore a surprising twist in the world of air travel. Korean Air has decided to ban serving hot instant ramen noodles in economy class, citing the danger of burn injuries during turbulence. However, this rule does not apply to premium or business class. Our final story takes a look at the details behind this decision.
Flying at 30,000 feet, there's a certain comfort in the little things. A warm blanket, a good book, and for many, a steaming cup of ramen instant noodles. This beloved snack has been a staple for Korean Air, free on request and widely praised. Instant ramen has been a hallmark of the airline's in-flight service. However, from August 15th, passengers in economy class will find this comforting treat missing from their menus. Korean Air's decision to stop serving instant noodles in economy class stems from an increase in turbulence incidents. Since 2019, the number of turbulence occurrences on their flights are doubled. With narrow aisles and passengers sitting closely together, the airline cites an increased risk of burn incidents, making the noodles a potential hazard during rough air. And in economy class, multiple cups of noodles are served simultaneously, heightening the risk of burns when turbulence strikes. Despite this, business and first class passengers will continue to enjoy the noodles. These classes receive their snacks individually, reducing the likelihood of spillage and burns, even if turbulence occurs. The airline explains that the risk is lower for these passengers, as the individual service allows for more careful handling. In place of noodles, economy class passengers can now enjoy an assortment of new snacks, including sandwiches, corn dogs, pizzas, and hot pockets. This shift aims to offer safer, yet satisfying alternatives for those long-haul flights. The change is also part of a broader trend in the aviation industry towards heightened safety measures regarding hot food and drinks. Earlier this year, Singapore Airlines announced it would stop serving hot drinks and meals during turbulence, taking a cautious approach to in-flight service. This followed a tragic incident where a 73-year-old British passenger died and dozens were injured when flight SQ321 encountered severe turbulence over Myanmar. Turbulence remains one of the most unpredictable aspects of flying, and its frequency is expected to rise with climate change. Meteorologists and aviation analysts note an increase in turbulence reports, suggesting that flying through unstable air is becoming more common. In response, airlines are continuously updating their safety protocols, suspending cabin service during turbulence, and taking extra precautions when distributing refreshments. Legal concerns also play a role. Various carriers have faced lawsuits from passengers burned by hot coffee or other items during flights. In 2019, European Union's highest court ruled that airlines could be held liable for such injuries, regardless of whether turbulence or other factors caused the spill. This legal precedent likely adds pressure on airlines to minimize risks associated with hot food and beverages. For now, the frequent Korean Air flyers will miss a hot cup of instant ramen while cruising thousands of feet above sea level. The new snack options may take some getting used to, because in the end, as the iconic instant noodles bid adieu to the economy cabin, they leave behind fond memories and a reminder of the evolving nature of air travel.
That's our show for today. We certainly thank you so much for tuning in. We hope you have a great weekend, and we look forward to seeing you right back here next week. From impeachments to inaugurations, if it's a political story, we are on the scene. The race for the White House is heating up.
Kamala, you're fired.
I say, bring it on.
If it's breaking news, we're live with the latest coverage. From the White House, the State Department, and Capitol Hill. We know the issues, but above all, we know the players to bring you the latest in-depth analysis on all the key stories that we're covering. I'm Eric Ham. Join me from Washington here on Firstpost America.
Firstpost reports from the world's second largest continent. Hello, I'm Alison LaGrange. A very warm welcome from Durban, South Africa. We get you the news and the newsmakers from Africa. From elections to climate change to innovations and opportunities. As the world's attention shifts, we report from Africa, the heart of the global south. Join me every weekday live on Firstpost. Hello and welcome to Firstpost Africa, where we get you the top stories from the continent and from across the world. I'm Alison LaGrange, coming to you live from Durban, South Africa. Hello and welcome. Our top focus remains in Nigeria, where protests against economic hardships have turned deadly. At least 13 people have been killed in the rallies across the West African nation, as per rights groups, with fears of the death toll mounting further. As per reports, many deaths took place in the Kaduna state, as thousands across Nigeria marched against the rising cost of living. Nigerian security forces fired live ammunition and tear gas to break protests in major cities. Some Nigerian media outlets have reported that the death toll is feared to be higher at around 17, and that people have lost lives in major cities like the capital of Abuja and Kano. In Kano, the country's second largest city, protesters set fire to tires outside the state governor's office, and police responded with tear gas, forcing most of the demonstrators back. Protesters later ransacked and set a digital center of the Nigeria Communications Commission ablaze. They also raided a warehouse near the Kano governor's office, while police fired shots into the air to disperse the looters. A 24-hour curfew was later imposed in the city. Hundreds of protesters also demonstrated in Abuja, the commercial capital, Lagos, and several other cities. People chanted slogans against President Bola Tinubu, calling him a thief. Now, the mass demonstrations comprise mainly of young people demanding an end to poor governance in Nigeria. Inspired by similar rallies in Kenya, they mobilized the protest on social media, using the hashtag #EndBadGovernance in Nigeria.
You cannot move from point A to point B in this country today without not necessarily breaking your neck. The cost of transport had gone up. You cannot begin to nurse the idea of sending your words to the school in this country right now without not even have to think 100 times.
Nigerian officials had warned against attempts to replicate the violent demonstrations in Kenya, where at least 50 people were killed. While the protest anxiety prompted the Nigerian government, led by President Bola Tinubu, to offer multiple concessions ahead of the rallies. Nigerian lawmakers have passed a bill to double the minimum wage, and the state oil firm announced new jobs for the first time in a decade. Despite this, angry youth turned up in huge numbers. Security officials say the protests have been hijacked by criminals and insurgents.
The IMF members have hijacked this, they are part of this protest. And that is what we have noticed. That is why we are drawing the attention of the public, since that some bad elements are trying to hijack this protest.
Earlier, President Tinubu had warned that the protests would lead to anarchy and said the military would intervene to avert a crisis. Protesters have vowed their rallies will continue in the coming days. Africa's most populous country is struggling with soaring inflation of over 34% and a sharply devalued naira. The prices spiked after President Tinubu ended a costly fuel subsidy and liberalized the currency more than a year ago. Many protesters say they are battling hunger and poverty due to the price rise.
Nothing is actually working in Nigeria anymore. Even as an health worker, I can't fend for my family very well. I can't provide most of the basic needs of my family. Not because I am not hardworking, but because the economy is so bad that money has no value again. When we go to the market, you spend the whole of your salary and even borrow more. So nothing is working.
Will Nigeria be able to contain the violence, or will it head into chaos? Now, for more on this, we have with us Ambrose Igboke, a PhD and global affairs analyst, joining us live from Enugu in Nigeria. Thank you for being with us.
Thank you very much for having me, Alison.
Yeah. At least 13 people have been killed in the demonstrations across Nigeria. What are the latest details that you have for us?
Today has been more peaceful than yesterday. Yesterday there was a clash between overzealous security agencies and also overzealous protesters. The preparations towards the protest has been that of heated arguments. It has that of threats from government officials. It has been that of threats also from some security agencies. But also some other government officials also have some reconciliatory approach to it, some engaged. The problem has been that instead of telling people not to come out, the government would have prepared in a different way for the protests. I did recommend some days ago that what would have been better would have been the government to engage with these people. Instead of telling them not to come out, you can reach an agreement, say, okay, let's prevent the issues of the protests being hijacked or infiltrated by hoodlums or by fifth columnists who are, rioters rather than protesters, like what we saw happen in Kano. What the government would have done was to provide places. For example, the FCT minister came out to say that the popular Eagle Square in Abuja, that is home to protests all over the years, will be shot against the protesters. That was a wrong move. I mean, some things like that would have opened up the Eagle Square for them and then provide the adequate security so that that would have contained them in a place. But where it seems we have not been able to learn how to manage protests over time.
Right. Ambrose, on that, the Nigerian troops and police have tightened security in major cities in response to the protests. This, of course, reflects the heightened tensions. What are the security forces doing to ensure the protests remain peaceful?
There are a lot of intelligence gathering going on, which we are aware of. And also, there have been also a lot of engagements. For example, one of the states in Nigeria, Edo State, and in some other states, we saw the police commissioners there, talking to the protesters, and they were having some engagements. The same thing, like the chief of defense staff just some few minutes ago, that's 15 minutes ago, and a press conference with the media where he briefed the media that the military is on standby in case the situation gets out of hand. We don't pray that it gets to that point, but he just had a briefing with the media community. Also, a lot of states, like in Bayelsa State yesterday, the governor had a deal with the protesters that, okay, you are allowed to protest, we'll give you the cover and the security. Meanwhile, your right to protest should not infringe on the right of freedom of movement of other citizens. So therefore, workers went to work in Bayelsa State and other states yesterday. Protests took place and it was peaceful. So I think it was the approaches by the different states and different claims that caused the clashes. What happened in Kano, Maiduguri, and some other places were infiltration from people, from hoodlums who caused riots, who focused on looting, rioting instead of having protest. I think it's a failure of intelligence and it's a failure of security for that not to be nipped in the bud.
Now, the hashtag End Bad Governance in Nigeria movement seeks an end to police brutality, improved human rights, and stable economic policies. What are the reasons that have pushed Nigerians to protest?
I think what you mentioned earlier, the first you mentioned in terms of police brutality, was what did the last protest, which was called the EndSARS protest that happened in 2020. This one was focused more on the economic issues and the issues of governance, the issue of hyperinflation, the issue of insecurity, the issue of hunger, and then the issue of there are not even pragmatic templates to even call this thing. Because the government on their side, I would say, oh, be patient with us. We are just putting things in place to make sure that we get these things sorted out. But many Nigerians are not even seeing the pragmatic templates towards this. So it's out of hopelessness. You know, a lot of people cannot get job. Unemployment rate is very high. So a lot of people are dying every day because they couldn't afford basic medicine. So it is a very dire situation, and that is what is being protested against. So in the backdrop of this going forward, I think the government should be able to now sit down and be able to, leave this paradigm, make a paradigm shift outside the things they have been doing. It's not enough to say you are selling 10 trucks of rice or grain to a full state and say that will solve the problem. So this slapstick method of problem solving should stop. There should be more focused and agendaed economic policies that will make sure that we have reprieve in the immediate and then have some plans for the midterm.
Right. And Ambrose, the concessions that Bola Tinubu has already made have not really done much to quell the anger in the nation. What are the protesters demanding, and what options are available to the Nigerian government now?
The concessions are more cosmetic, that they don't address the root cause of the problem. The root cause of this problem is the hyperinflation, which was ushered in by the removal of fuel subsidy that was done in May 29, 2023, which was last year. And the increment in fuel from 165 to 240. By July, it increased to 600, July of last year. And this also followed by the floating of the naira. And these things were done without adequate measures of safeguards. And that was the problem. There were no cushioning effects set aside for this. And so these are the things. So it's not what government has offered by increasing the labor salary. How many Nigerians are in the workforce of the government? Because most of these increments only affect government parastatals and the big blue chip companies. Most of the SMEs cannot pay those. So the cost of living is the main thing, that the cost of living should come down. And whatever you do, be it sending, borrowing money from the World Bank to pay to give 50,000 to poor families, or sending, buying CNG buses to alleviate transportation, or to send trucks loads of grains to states, they are just cosmetic solutions. Nigerians need more solutions. For example, how does the price of petrol come down? That's what Nigerians want. How do food prices come down? How does electricity tariff come down? So these are the things the government should be looking at and stop these cosmetic approaches they are using.
Yeah. Ambrose, thank you very much for being with us on Firstpost Africa.
Thank you, Alison, for having me on the show.
Moving on to Zimbabwe in southern Africa, where a crackdown on opposition is widening further. The Zimbabwe police have arrested 18 activists who took part in demonstrations for the release of the main opposition leader, Jamison Timber. The arrest came as the government warned of a crackdown on protests ahead of a regional summit. Zimbabwe is preparing to host the Southern African Development Community Summit on the 17th of August. At least 4 of the 18 activists were hauled off on a plane, and others were arrested in the small northwestern town of Kariba. As per a pro-democracy foundation, they were held without any communication and tortured for several hours before being handed over to the police. The police have charged the activists under public disorder laws after taking part in protests demanding the release of opposition leader from detention. Now, Jamison Timber is the interim head of the opposition Citizens Coalition for Change, or the CCC. He assumed the role after Zimbabwe's opposition leader Nelson Chamisa quit the coalition in January this year. Chamisa, while quitting, said his party has been contaminated and hijacked by the government. Timber was arrested at his home on the 16th of June, along with 70 other people. They were accused of participating in an unlawful gathering. The police say that Timber's supporters pelted stones at officers and that the meeting organized was an unauthorized one. Those arrested also included Timber's son. The ZANU-PF party has been in power since Zimbabwe's independence in 1980, and President Emmerson Mnangagwa has been at the helm since 2017. In the August 2023 elections, President Emmerson Mnangagwa won a second term with 52.6% of the votes, while the CCC leader, Nelson Chamisa, won 44%. The opposition condemned the outcome as flawed and demanded a fresh vote. Concerns were also raised by other regional and international observers, such as South Africa and the United States, saying it fell short of the requirements of the country's constitution and regional guidelines. Human rights activists have accused ZANU-PF of using various tactics to stay in power, including violence and intimidation. The party, however, has denied the allegations. Moving on to South Africa now, the Miss South Africa competition has currently become a center of debate on national identity and xenophobia. The controversy surrounds Chidima Adesina, a 2024 Miss South Africa pageant finalist. The 23-year-old, born in Soweto, is facing scrutiny and backlash over her identity, with questions on her eligibility to be a part of the competition. Adesina was born to a Nigerian father and a mother of Mozambican descent. While she is in the top 11 of the race for the pageant title, the criticism has become more intense as she moves closer to the crown. For days now, users on social media have been questioning her bloodline, subjecting her to hate and abuse, and many are calling it a matter of national importance. The debate intensified after a video of Adesina surfaced showing her celebrating her success with her Nigerian relatives. This further fueled the argument by many that she was not South African enough. Her nationality has become a hot topic among politicians and media figures, and even on TV news and radio talk shows. Even South Africa's Minister of Arts, Sport and Culture, Gayton McKenzie, jumped into the debate. He said it would be a travesty for the country to be represented globally by someone who identifies more with Nigeria than South Africa. Action SA leader Herman Mashaba also joined the debate, criticizing Adesina's participation. EFF leader Julius Malema backed Adesina while speaking on a podcast. Dismissing the criticism, he said citizenship is determined by place of birth and that Adesina was South African. Adesina expressed her frustration at the backlash. She, along with her supporters, countered the criticism with accusations of xenophobia. Her supporters view her as a symbol of the country's identity. Despite the backlash, Adesina states that she remains determined to succeed. The Miss South Africa organization has also stood by her, stating that citizenship, regardless of origin, is the primary requirement. Born in Soweto, Adesina is a South African citizen. It is not the first time the Miss South Africa organization has faced such scrutiny over the heritage of a contestant. In 2001, Vanessa Catrulis, born to Portuguese Angolan parents, won the Miss South Africa crown. In early 2024, Sherry Wang's participation in the competition sparked debate due to her Chinese heritage. The Miss South Africa 2024 competition is set for the 10th of August in Pretoria. The winner will represent South Africa at the Miss Universe 2024 pageant in Mexico. Now, Chidima Adesina may or may not win the title, but her participation has certainly shed light on South Africa's deep-seated history of xenophobia, particularly towards African immigrants. And finally, to our special segment, Resurgent Africa. Amid the coups and the crises, there are many positive stories from Africa that often get overlooked, but not on this show. Today, we bring you the story of Mary Moraa, the 800-meter world champion from Kenya. She is affectionately known as the country's dancing queen. Moraa is eyeing redemption, this time at the Paris Olympics. Our final report tells you about her journey from the early days in Kisii to her pursuit of Olympic glory.
Paris is at the center of global attention. It's currently hosting the ultimate sporting spectacle, the Olympics. The event is not just about athletic prowess, but it also sheds light on untold stories. Stories of those who fall through the cracks. Meet Mary Moraa, the reigning 800-meter world champion. She's in Paris right now, chasing a medal at the Olympics. Moraa is representing Kenya in track and field events, the women's 800-meter race. Her charisma on the tracks has earned her a special title. She is called Kenya's dancing queen. When she clinched the world title in Hungary last August, she broke into a little victory dance the moment she leapt over the finish line. It was that trademark move which gave birth to this title. Her spirited celebration became a memorable moment for fans. But behind those spirited moments lurks a journey of determination and resilience. That cheerful demeanor on court conceals her hidden struggles off it. Her rise to stardom was a dance of its own. She grew up in a place called Kisii. It's in western Kenya. When she was 2, both her parents passed away. Moraa never even knew what her mother looked like. She had no photo of her, no memories, no tangible trace of the person who brought her into this world. All Moraa had was stories others told her. She learnt of her mother only through their words, and through these stories, she discovered that her mother was a runner too.
I heard in the village, people were saying my mother was running, but there was no support. So when I heard people saying that, I was like, I want to learn like my mom.
Inspired by this revelation, Moraa pursued a career in running. It struck her that it was through running she could carry her mother's unseen legacy. As a young girl, Moraa ran 6 kilometers to school each day. The grueling commute was the perfect training ground. It honed her skills, and it acted as the perfect track where she could prepare for her future victories. Her exceptional running even earned her an educational scholarship. But she still had to work on farms to support her family. Moraa would often be told that she runs like her mother. And when she heard those words, every sprint she took was a way to honor her memory. Adding to this fire was someone named Helen Obiri. Moraa had seen the incredible impact of running through the achievements of Obiri, who happens to be a double Olympic 5,000-meter silver medalist from the same village of Kisii. That's how Moraa found someone she wanted to emulate. Today, she is thankful to Obiri. Obiri's influence was personal, as she not only mentored Moraa, but also brought her the first running shoes she ever ran with professionally. Today, she stands at the pinnacle of sporting excellence. Moraa's journey from running to school as a young girl to now becoming an Olympic athlete is a testament to her dedication. Despite her remarkable achievements, Moraa remains conscious about predicting her performance at Paris. Her ambition is to solidify her place among the sports elite, but she acknowledges the unpredictability of the event. Moraa's main focus is to get a podium finish, not strike a gold. As she sets her sight on a medal at the Paris Games, she remains grounded and aware of the challenges ahead. That's because her journey up to this point has been full of obstacles. Some of those obstacles broke her spirit, while some mended it, like during the 2020 Tokyo Olympics, when Moraa was eliminated in the semi-finals, or in 2019, where an early crash left her finishing well outside the top 10. Moraa knows that while she strives for victory, losing remains a possibility. This awareness doesn't weaken her resolve. Instead, the approach keeps her cautious. She understands that every victory or setback is part of her path to getting to shake a leg at the end of races.
And that's it on the show for today. We will see you again at the same time on Monday. Thank you for watching. Have a great weekend and goodbye. Across continents, one powerful news source.
Bringing you diverse perspectives on the issues that matter.
We go beyond the boundaries to give you that little extra about every sporting moment.
So thank you for making Firstpost 5 million strong. We're counting on your support, and you can trust us to bring you the news unfiltered and unvarnished.
Climate change is on our doorstep. It's time for a revolution to take root. And it starts with 1.4 billion Indians. It starts with one tree for humanity, one tree for Mother Earth, one tree for a future. Project One Tree, a News 18 network initiative.
On the show today, the T20 World Cup bandwagon has moved across to the West Indies. What can you expect from this?
Hello, I'm Alison Green, coming to you from Durban, South Africa. Today we have a special show.
Start with a report on India's shifting nuclear posture. For the first time since India officially became a nuclear power.
Hello and welcome to Firstpost America. I'm Aaron Ham, coming to you live from the nation's capital, Washington, D.C.